Merovingian Empire?
No, it sounds
No.
It sounds like you have, but no.
No, it's just you talking about Germany and France. The Merovingian Empire was like it was like France, Germany, or Holland, all that up to fuck. It was like near Macedonia. It was huge, right? And apparently that's where that empire is where the Queen, our royal family, in fact, most royal families, the Dutch royal family, the Danish royal family, and all that, they actually come from that empire, which the elites at that time, they claim their, what do you call it, their genealogy back to, I think it's Abraham or something. That's why about, God-given rights. That's why, they actually claim, they actually believe that. Imagine realm, right? Since you were born, you're told you came back, your ancestors came straight from Abraham or Noah or whatever. It came from that, from the origins of this. Now you tell a child that, they're going to believe that and they'll act in a certain way. But that's where all these royal families, like the European royal families, they come from that. What you were talking about, you were talking about French, German, that kind of thing. Just a little side thing, but a very interesting subject, man. You'll go, you'll accept it straight away. You'll go, makes sense, man. But you know what I know, kind of thing. It's good to actually talk.
Where does the idea of, I think I've lost my fucking J, mate. Where does the idea of royalty come from? I think I saw a little thing to do with, you have a leader of the clan, and the leader dies, and then another person takes the charge, but then they wanted to keep it within the blood. So the original leader being X, and then saying that the bloodline from X is the X. So you're saying about Abraham, like even if Abraham is just another clue word, because you have ham on the end, meaning a valley or a plateau. This Bethlehem, you know what I mean? There's loads of things to do with that, but the ultimate question is, where does royal blood come from?
Yeah, but wasn't Ham a biblical figure? Wasn't he one of the fucking sons or something? Was it Ham? I know there was. Yeah, I'm sure Ham. He's like back to Abrahamic times or something like that, or maybe before that. But I'm sure he was a son or something. The generations. Here's an interesting one. From all the, this is quite amazing actually. The number 42. You'll like this one. I actually thought, no, it was 33. No, it was 42. And there's 13 generations. There's 3 groups and 13 generations. So I think it was from Abraham, and it's to do with what do you call it? What's Muhammad again? He's a prophet. Yeah, prophets or this from the bloodline. There's 13. It goes into masonry and all this kind of shit. But if you read the Bible and you read the Genesis and the after the beginning of the world or whatever, after that it goes into the family lines, right? And there was 13 generations between, I think, Adam, maybe, and Abraham, perhaps, right? And then 13 generations between Abraham and someone else.
There's 20 generations between Adam and Abraham. 20.
Right, so it's not that. It's not that then. It's not the 20. There was 3 13s. I'm trying. It's in Genesis. I've read it in Genesis, and it's actually fourth. Yeah. No, what was that? No, was it 3? It came in the number 42. Sorry, 14. 14, 3, 14. Yeah, that's 42. It was to do with the generations. and it made up the number 42, which was quite funny if you know Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. The meaning of the universe was the number 42. I'll look it up. I need to have a look it up again. Anyway, just quite interesting. Off subject as usual. On you go, Realm, Sonny. And thanks, Lemon.
The word to say they're a prophet to me is you back in the day where you can almost, due to weather conditions, only really look at the stars and spend time at the stars. So if one person handed an almanac to his son or whatever like that, then we would have 100 years or 200 years or 300 years worth of star information, whatever. So if a person knew something was going to happen based on the information that had been passed down, is he a prophet? Because he can prophesize what's going to happen. Therefore, he is a prophet. If a person is a disciple, they're a discipline, and a discipline is a rule. So
That's not a prophet.
Yeah, but this is the funny thing. How do we not know that anything to do with the Greeks and Bible writing, for an assumption, they were all mathematicians. They were all had to follow the first disciplines before you even got to hypothesize and stuff like that. You had to do all the real shit, yeah. So there was a formation to their education where you had to do certain type of math before another certain type of math. It was the physical, and then you start doing the imperial afterwards. But the point is that it seems that every prophet that we know of, they were only a prophet because they could prophesize what was going to happen in the skies. And then for a person to say on such and such a date that's going to happen, and then it happens, they go, "Whoa, this fucking person knows their fucking shit, bruv." Yeah. That's it.
And he has the eyes, he has the ears. I'm so with you on that, man. I imagine that's where the vizier, if you know the word vizier, or advisor to the king. I think what happened is that exactly what you said. There was a guy just noticed patterns. Apparently, humans are very good at noticing patterns. He was out looking after his goats or whatever. He had loads of times he was sat there and he just started noticing, oi, blah blah, and he went to the alpha male in the clan or whatever, and just done a few smart about it, done his few wee things, and gained himself the actual ear. Because if you look into the royal family, Prince Charles and that, they're all into that hermetic, that kind of way of growing plants, or they've got knowledge, man. They've got knowledge about actually how nature works, and it's not numbers. It's got fuck all to do. Nature is entropic, or that's the best word I can think of. It's entropic. You can't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For the fact is, when you look at it deeper, it's not exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever, because that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was invented by man. Time was invented by man for the passing of events and whatever. You know what I mean? So straight away, our reality is confined from that first conception that 1, 2, 3, 4 is an actual rhythm, and it actually showed itself in nature. It fucking doesn't, man, because it could be 1.25, or the next time it's, you know what I mean? It's like that. That's why I don't go with maths. And I think we actually get jailed. We get imprisoned by that mode of thinking, that there's a rhythm. The Fibonacci code's a load of bollocks, man. Because if you peel away that layer, you'll see, well, it's not exactly right. That leaf's not exactly the same. But overall, you get what I'm saying? And that's how these scientists get away. That's the average in that. So
the Fibonacci can be split into two ways, because the 4 seems to get left out. Now, it's an obvious thing. It's not following the pattern. But now we always need to compare everything to something else. Therefore, we have a more finite answer. right? So the point being is that if we use the 1 and the 2 to make a 3, we would also do an average to go, maybe it's between 2 and 3, whatever, for example, right? And they go 1 plus 3 equals 4. And therefore you have 2 Fibonacci sequences just based on an alternate rule. We jumped an odd number, we missed the 2, or you can even start it from possibly a 0 to get that 4. But the point is, 4 is...
That's not the point. That's not the point of Fibonacci. The point is that these numbers are correlated in nature, right? So regardless of how you got the pattern, it happens in nature like that. So that's why it's like considered unique or important.
Yes,
but it doesn't happen in nature. I don't believe it happens in nature. That's what I'm saying. You go and look at a leaf. You go and pick a leaf off the same tree. It's not exactly the same. Nothing is exactly the same. Not any animal is exactly the same. So that
it does happen in nature. You can't say it's not exactly the same. Because if you want to say it like that, nothing is really exact, right? It's a 12-inch ruler, exactly 12 inches, right?
Yeah, because man made that. Wait a minute. Because man measured that out. That's not fucking nature. It came from the product of a sentient being that fucking. I mean, we made that number up. We made 10 inches, 1 inch.
Does nature come from a sentient being? Does nature come from a sentient being?
Yeah, see, that's a great argument because that's what do you call it? That's not even a strong argument. That's a way of getting out the facts.
I'm just asking you if nature comes from a sentient being. I'm just asking you. I'm not arguing.
We can measure it up. Sentient, in a sentient sense or a centigrade sense, we should measure everything out of 100. Therefore, it's fair, and everything can be measured. But for Fibonacci, the ratio differences are based on possibly measures that we're using where their sort of gradients are incorrect just by a bit. If everything is based off this and everything is based off that, something like a simple terminology of saying that you've got the star. We don't measure our time off the stars. We measure our time off a mixture between 2 different axes, right? So if we measure everything against the stars, we get 23 hours, 56 minutes and 4 seconds. Turns out that Pluto is even quicker than the stars, right? At 23 hours, 56 minutes and 2 seconds. And when you think that there must be something more central than Pluto, because Pluto is already quicker than the stars, and how the fuck can the stars be quicker if they're the bigger circle? Yes, I know this, and yes, that there, but think about it, right? They shouldn't have the quickest periods if they're all going in the same direction. And therefore, if it's 23 hours, 56 minutes dead on, that's the barycenter of wherever the fuck it is, right? And the point is, that's how far off we are from our actual true calculations. We just need to move everything that we've done slightly left or slightly right by a very small amount by doing one number, possibly 23 hours, possibly 24 divided by 23.56, 23 hours, 56 minutes, yeah?
You said about the Fibonacci sequence, and you said that they don't use it for, there's a different sequence called the Lucas sequence, and that uses 4. It goes 1 4 second. But the ratio between the numbers of both sequences both approach the golden ratio. And actually, you can use any 2 numbers. You can use 1,000. You can use 5. Any 2 numbers, and the sequence will always approach the golden ratio. So golden ratio is a real point of the Fibonacci sequence.
Fucking awesome, bro. Awesome, because the number 4, if you say 4 recurring, you don't have to use a decimal point. You just say 4 recurring. It only takes one of those 4s to move up to a 5, and it fucking knocks the whole fucking sequence out. So you only need one default, even if it's a trillion fucking numbers past the first number. It takes one default and the fucking butterfly effect, the chain effect, the dominoes, bang. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down in it. And he's just balancing on that one little sort of ratio number difference. And it fucks everything up. But by God, mate, the numbers and the ratios match up with the moon and the sun heading physically in space, moving west. Yeah, irrelevant of the stars moving. Sorry, the stars moving west, but the sun and the moon are moving east, physically in space. Sun about 3, I think I've got kilometers an hour, and then you've got the moon at 60 kilometers an hour going east. And this is, and then it's fucking hell, mate. It's this. Jeremy mentioned 2732. It's fucking like the sun moves 1 degree west every 27.32 years. It's fucking phenomenal. It's definitely how it's looking, man. But then it's fucked up, mate. It's fucked up.
How about this realm, right? I was in Belgium and I got up. It was about 6:30 in the morning. I even looked at Sterilium just to check. I was in Brussels. And I seen the sun was rising, and it was about I don't know, maybe 20 degrees altitude, off the horizon. And I turned round at 180 degrees from it, and there was a moon, and it was up maybe about 45 degrees. And I was like, and I turned back and I looked at the sun, which was lower down, and I looked back at the moon, which was higher up, a good 30 degrees perhaps. Yeah, it was there, right in front, right opposite the sun. I'm going to give you 3 choices. Was it a full moon? Was it a half moon with the shadow at 7:05, if you know, so the shadow's on the left-hand side of the moon, and it's half lit on the other side, where it's lit on the right-hand side, or was it a shadow on the? It was lit on the left-hand side, and there was a shadow on the right-hand side of the moon. 180 degrees. I just went 180 degrees, and I looked at the moon, which was higher up. What could you imagine? What do you think I would have seen if the sun was directly in front
line
of the moon? Yeah, directly in line. I've got a video of it. I've just to get my phone fixed.
So give me right. You're in Brussels, right? So you're probably maybe same degree as us, 51, similar. All right. So you've seen the sun in the east rising, yeah?
Yep.
And what time is this?
It was in the morning. It was about 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning in
Cool.
Brussels.
Early starts. Okay, cool. So you're facing east, yeah? And you're seeing the moon.
I turn 180 degrees. I look at the sun. It's about 12 degrees. It's quite low, so it was early. It just maybe it wasn't as high as 20, but I say 20. But it was there, and I turned 180 degrees, and I looked at the moon. What would you expect to see?
In the northern hemisphere, the first obvious answer would be you're going to see the shadow behind the moon. So in perspective, you would see it to the right-hand side. But in the northern hemisphere, because of a possible whatever, you could say the opposite. I'm going to do a chance and say the opposite.
Tell you what I saw. I turned around and I had to look up at the moon after turning around 180 degrees, looking up at the moon, and the moon was lit from it was on the left-hand side in half.
Yeah, there was
right, which would suggest to me that a light source. Remember, it's opposite, and I'll ask anybody to replicate that. It should have been a
If
full moon. It should have been
well,
a full moon.
if the sun angle is above the moon, then it's gonna
No, it was
light up.
below. It was below the moon, right?
No,
The moon was
no,
higher in the sky.
no. What I'm saying is that, physically speaking, I'm looking at an object that is more lit in the north than I'm assuming or expecting. So that angle that you said 7:05, right? There's a good portion of that that's going to be in the top half of the moon. Do you get me, right? Now, if the light source is above the moon, right, coming from fucking 10, right, but higher up in the sky, then you're going to get a more northern lighting from a higher altitude. Something like what would happen if the sun was behind the moon. Yeah. What we see is only correct.
Yeah, sorry.
What we see is only correct when we stand directly underneath it. Whatever it is, the sun, anything. The only way you can measure the sun is to do a non-shadow experiment. Therefore, you will know your parameters. So if we know on a local scale, let's say, for example, the sun is at 100 kilometers and the moon's at 50 kilometers, the impact of that is going to be a more northern approach of the light source. Does that make sense? Because it's above her. If you're going towards the center, for example, let's say Earth is a bowl, then you are going towards an upper center, like the cradle, that, you know, the baby's cradle. Yeah. You're in half an. If you were in a bowl type of situation,
Yeah, I've got you now. I see the picture. Yeah, I've got, yeah, baby. A nice one. I've never heard that before.
right. So if you've got a flat Earth but it's cratered, basically you will reduce your surface area that doesn't need to be there. Simply, whatever you want to do in the middle, you could have. There's so many. It's just cutting them down. But oh fucking hell, I lost my train of thought, mate.
That doesn't matter. I do it all the time.
What are you talking about?
I do, but I go off on that many subjects because it's like a complicated any subject at all regarding sun or anything at all. It's such a complicated. There's so many avenues to explain that, and something reminds you of something else, and been there, done it.
There's two things going on, and I assert this more than I've ever asserted anything, really. To me, it's like you eventually get that model, you eventually get the shape, but you have to understand all the mechanisms. And once you get to the roots of the problem, or the roots of the what you're trying to solve, the rest becomes easier. And it's just a matter of having that key number, yeah? So I'm getting closer to that. Where the
it's
numbers...
not a number. It's not a number, man.
Listen,
not a number. It's really not a number.
If you wanted to put all of this into something that was logical, you would use something that's consistent, right? If you listen to your missus's heartbeat at night when she's at rest, right, she'll do a full breath, not heartbeat, right? She'll do a full breath, I think once every 3 seconds, right? Or 4 seconds. One of the two. The point is that there is a natural measure that we can use to compare to time, right? And therefore that ticking clock there is nature ticking our ticker, yeah? So I feel that we can create a measure of time that is not arbitrary.
All right, I'll give you that. Let me interrupt. I'll give you that. Actually, I'll change my opinion, because regarding that rhythm, but you don't see that's different from a tree or that kind of. I kind of do agree with that. What you said there, actually, that's a good one. The
reason why we have whatever we have in place today is to hide the fact that the sun is moving, apparently, right? I say apparently is what we are seeing, okay? The sun is moving in a westward fashion. So where it crosses the equator twice a year, every time it crosses that point of the equator, that point moves a little bit more west every single year. And the reason why we have what we have today is to counteract that, so it's not obvious that there is another mechanism. And that is my claim. and that difference there.
That's your, yeah. I wouldn't say claim. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's because
You see, like
a claim.
Pluto.
A claim in this world means different. Going back to etymology, a claim in this platform or arena that we've been in for a few years or whatever, it sounds different. It creates, I would say, more of a not suggestion. There's a bigger word for it, but it's not a negative. It's good what you're saying. I like hearing all different stuff like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Yeah, we agree on a lot of things. I get it's a lot of stuff. But this is the thing though. This is what I was getting about the numbers, though, right? With the numbers, we made them up. Okay, man does recognise patterns and stuff like that. And that heartbeat was a good example of stuff like that. But
if you were to use, it's like if you were to use moon time, then you would start to get different periods and different cycles and numbers for sequences. Once I get this down into a video, mate, it'll fucking make all fucking perfect sense. But I have to get it so simplified that even I can read my own work and understand what the fuck I've just done. You understand? But it's getting all these things. So what I'm seeing is I'm seeing the swirl, or what I'm seeing the stars moving. But then, and I'm seeing everything else moving east, actually, and physically, and I've measured it and everything. I've spent fucking years doing this, so everything else is moving.
Into that. I'm going to start looking at because I drive and sometimes I drive. I leave at like 8 o'clock at night, and I'm traveling 800 miles, not in the same night, obviously. But I'm travelling that, and I always see the moon. Fucking hell, man! I've just been driving to a job. I'm heading off to Brussels I live in Denmark. Heading off to Paris or something like that, right? And maybe I'm driving at night time. Stars are out, man. The moon. I've driven with the moon, and you just sit there and you contemplate, stuff like that. I love. Yeah.
If you want, I've done this repetitively. Every 2 weeks, it's pretty much bang on 2 weeks, like 14 days. The weather will go warm and dry, and then it'll go cool and damp. The warm and dry season started Monday, just gone, 4th of July. It's going to go on for 14 days. And on the 22nd of July, it's going to go cool again. The difference being is that the sun crossed the equator going south on Monday. And where we are latitude-wise 51 north in comparison, I can compare to someone in Finland who's going to tell me he's expecting good weather next week. So it's really interesting how the moon is moving to both hemispheres every 2 weeks, and how it's changing the weather, because the moon's bringing the water. The moon's magnetic. I swear it's magnetic, man. And it's almost like everything is following the moon. And then the water on Earth is the link between us and the moon. Does that make sense? And the question is, what does it all fucking look like? But I'm asking you just to watch the weather where you can the next 2 weeks, well, up until Sunday next week. And then you'll see it going cooler on the Monday. Give or take a day. Give yourself a bit of expansion. It depends on your latitude and how far you are from sea. I was up in Warrington and I couldn't fucking... It was dreary every fucking day. Yet my wife down in North London was having fucking heat waves, you know what I'm saying? But not heat waves, but the weather's just suddenly shot up on...
Compared to Warrington, it was a fucking heat wave.
No, but the point was I was 2 degrees north. Yeah. I was 2 degrees north of North London, where I live. So them 2 degrees there made a difference.
Listen, Real. I lived in about 25 years ago. I got a job in London, and I lived in Neasden, up in the Yeah, that's northwest actually. NW.
Yeah.
Up
But
in the
2
east.
degrees. At 2 degrees, the sun moves up and down each day by 0.25 degrees a day. So it'll take 8 days for the weather that's down in London as the sun's going north to its highest point.
Yeah, do you think the actual? Listen. Well, I'm going to ask you here, right? Because it's about the sun. Do you think the sun actually goes like a sine wave, like it goes up and it goes down, but in a kind of like
Yes.
I could say you do, so do I. And yeah, exactly, man. I do as well. Enough fucking years.
I reckon
Sorry, on you.
There's a flow of underground water or something which connects to ley lines, possibly, but just forget ley lines at the moment. But on a similar topic, that there's water or something underneath the ground that is a band around the earth in a sine wave, and basically, you know the brakes that you got on the aircraft carrier, that the pin comes out, yeah. Oh no, the ejector, yeah. There's scale electrics, yeah.
Yeah, I play
So,
the
the magnetic equator is the scale electrics, and that's our physical equator, and our shape being probably more of a rugby ball shape, because when we measure our solar equator, which is at an angle of about 10 and 4 o'clock, yeah, or even less than that, much less than that. The point being is that we've measured 40,000 kilometers at an angle, yeah, to a shape that is not the shape that we think, or something like that. So naturally, the width of a rugby ball is going to be shorter, but if you're actually measuring it at an angle, it's going to be longer, isn't it? Because you get me?
Yeah, I'm actually because it doesn't have to be. Here's an interesting one for you talking about rugby balls. The Cassini brothers. You've heard the Cassini. You got a satellite named after, or the fucking whatever. But listen. When the Cassini brothers, they did a survey of the shape of the Earth, right, in the 1800s, at the same time that whatever his name was, that did it as well, right? One of them said it was a Blake spheroid, right? Oh, here's Pro coming up again. But the Cassini brothers, when they measured it, I think they done it from, they done a big survey, and they measured it as being a prolate spheroid, which is a rugby ball shape. And I used to fling that at bowlers years ago. I found that out, and I was like, I said, fuck, why is it not a rugby ball? And the thing is, right, so one group of people, which were English surveyors, I can't remember, it's in history, right? They measured it as a ball, but there was another expedition as well by the Cassini brothers that did a survey. Like a great survey, sea levels, height, and
I know well.
and right, cool, man. Nice. And they came up with a prolate. They came up with the rugby ball shape, and that's quite interesting because it doesn't mean because it's a plane, or I believe it's flat. You might think other, but I think it's flat. But always imagine it as a kind of is surrounded by an ice wall, kind of thing. But it could be
a diamond, mate.
Exactly. But just
it could be flat, but it could be a diamond, and a diamond's got, you look at, you could be a pyramid. We could be one half of the other half, yeah. We only live in one half.
I was only agreeing diamond, because when you said that, I could see it diamond shaped, flat. I don't see globe anymore, but yeah. You know
what I mean? It's the answer to both arguments. If we're measuring, then we realise or figure out where these points are. If the magnetic north is the top of the peak of one side, all sorts of stuff, in and out, fucking, the whole complete in thing is a bit bizarre to me, and that's why more of a crater type of Earth answers a lot of fucking questions, but we have the stars moving in one direction, we have the planets moving in a different direction, and we don't feel ourselves moving. So what you've got
what
is
is it? What shape do you think it is, Realm? I think I heard you talk before, but what shape do you think? I think it's flat, right? What is it? What's the actual the dimensions? If you were going to draw it, how would you draw it?
cone shaped. It would be flat because your measures going north and south are going to be flat. You could and going from east to west, what have you got? You've got curving fucking suns, curving fucking moons, and you're fucking measuring a fucking straight line using fucking orbitals that are moving in a curved path. You know why they're moving in a curved path? Because the ecliptic is fucking curved. So some parts of the world are going to fucking have summer, and some parts of the world are going to have fucking winter at the same fucking time, which means that during the year it's going down and it's going up, which is exactly what happens. Yeah.
Right, I get it. I don't go with the cone shape, but I'm going. I think that's what. Yeah. I think that's what causes the what do you call it? The sun only to change slightly size during the day. I explained that to a panel full of like ball earthers years ago. It was called Earth Discussions. I was on there with it was crazy, and they asked me that question. I said, well, because you guys know what a sine wave is, and it just went silent. I thought, and I just said it off the top of my head, but that's how I imagined it. It just went silent, and these guys were brutal. You think Gem Pandas is a manifestation of what do you call it? A Google Hangout or a YouTube channel you could go in to get just ripped apart, by 15 ball earthers, man. You go in there. So,
There's some good people, but they're all egos. But listen, I need to go to bed now.
no, but that, what you're saying,
The sine wave, okay, if a brother is going zigzagging to a destination, he's going to go see his reefer mate at the end of the fucking road. You know this fucking story. And the one guy says, I'm going to fucking race you there, but I'm going to fucking go the fucking long way around. But I'm going to do it in a sine wave, to your street. I'm going to get you in a slow amount of time, and I'm going to cover a greater distance, aren't I? But yet we still got the same fucking place at the same time. Yeah? No, we didn't get the same place at the same time. No. One person had to either move faster. But the point is that the straight line was only 30 kilometers, and the fella went the zigzag, he done 40 kilometers, didn't he? Yeah?
Yep.
Like
light through a medium. Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. I never thought about that. So whatever, if you manipulate the maps and make them all seem flush in a straight line, but when in fact Africa and Europe and all that should actually be pulled down about 5, maybe 10 degrees, and therefore just moving moving one hemisphere down slightly, moving the other one up slightly, you'll be able to replicate that sine wave and replicate the appearance of the sun to those locations. Some parts are going to get the curve down, and some parts depends on the time of year, and it matches the magnetic same sine wave. Yeah, so the distance was, if one measures the sun every single day for 40,000 kilometers, they're going to get there. But if the sun's actually going up and down, it's covering a greater distance. Therefore, are we measuring our distances at sea wrong? Because we're just, something to do with following the sun at a certain time of year and blah, 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 blah. That's how they did it. Did anyone ever measure the Earth, the circumference? They didn't. That's the thing. Yeah, my brain's got dead, mate. I'm gonna just go on mute and then switch off.
I measured the Earth once. It was at school with a tape measure. So, and I done a bit of mathematics. And there you go. It was.
If you go to my channel, mate. If you go to my YouTube channel, I've got loads of dorky stuff going on, mate. But it covers every
YouTube channel. Have you got a YouTube channel? Yeah.
Yeah, mate. It's called The Realm. Yeah.
All right, I'll check it out. All right, I didn't know. I didn't know
It's
you
got
had a
all
YouTube.
fucking models. You know, when you talk about this prolate, I made maps using Cartesian grids, which Descartes brought in this Cartesian grid system, which they didn't fucking use the way we think, but what they're using for maps, blah, 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 blah. Grid systems, F1, you know.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm going to check it out.
So yeah, so basically I made maps using Cartesian grids, and they're the fucking areas that don't fucking exist, you know what I'm saying? And it's like under the fucking international date line, because check this, right? Our prime meridian is moving west with the celestials, because our prime meridian is locked into celestials, and we have a difference between sun and celestial, therefore we have fucking magnetic declination to make up for the fucking difference, right? Just 2 fucking times. And this prime meridian GMT line only lined up in 2020. It predicted fucking prophecy that they put into place 200 years ago, or whenever they'd done the convention of moving it from the Paris to the GMT line, right? And that was 200 years ago. It was 144, because 1 degree of the prime meridian movement west happens every 72 years. So it's moved 2 degrees, right, and it lined up in 2020. Now, lining up is one thing, but they had to move the line on the other side, the 180 line. But there was fucking nothing there to compensate for it, yeah? So they fucking boulders out and fucking done shit with time and stuff like that. And now, but if the prime meridian is moving west all the time, then naturally the line at the back on the other end of the side of the world, that's going to stop moving as well. And yeah, mate, it's the prime meridian is moving all the time.
Do you
That's it.
do you think that actually has an effect on the weather or people?
The weather is dependent on the moon and sun's position at the time. They basically are the closest things to us that affect all of that.
Well, do you think? Sorry, then I'll go more precise. Do you think that movement you were talking about there? Do you think that could affect anything in this realm that we live in? Right? Do you think that could, like what you said about the sun and the moon, and that affects certain things? Which I do agree with you, by the way. Is do you think that that movement of the whole round that the meridian actually also has an effect?
Well, if the sun tropics are expanding, because they were in Cancer and fucking Capricorn. Now imagine those 2 lines that you know well, the line above and below the equator. That's Cancer and Capricorn, okay?
Yeah.
Were in. If you go to Stellarium and see where the sun was positioned in all 4 nodes of the year, you know, the 3, the 6, the 9, and the 12, you know?
Yeah.
Right. You check where the sun is, you will see it's 1 fucking star sign out. It's like the whole grid is 4 cardinal points and it's been moved 1 click. Now there's only going to be 3 clicks to a story, because if we've moved 1 click, then naturally, if
Do you
all
think
4
that
are,
could affect the weather though? That change, you know, that click.
yeah, but the point was is that when where we measure where the sun goes furthest north and the furthest south, if those numbers are different using a non-shadow day experiment, yeah, the numbers they give us is general. But the most important thing I'm trying to tell you is that over time the sun tropics expand, yeah, and I would say they're expanding at the moment. That's why we're getting hotter and hotter and hotter. This year was a cold year just because it was the.
Sorry, you'll need to explain because with the meridian and sun tropics and all that. What is the sun tropics? And that's me being into this for years or science or whatever.
So
I've never.
Let's
Exactly what is that?
Let's just pre-assume that the sun's equator is the same as the celestial equator, that on Earth, yeah? That straight line that we all use for navigation. Correct. So
Right.
The sun will reach 23.46 in the north and 22.96 in the south. But each year that goes by, those numbers go higher, yeah? So it's going further south and it's going further north. because its band is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah.
All
So
right,
the sunlight is reaching further afield, and it would rapidly increase as it gets further and further towards the poles, which would suggest that you would have to possibly be inside a rugby ball to get that. No, not rugby ball, but something similar to that. You can flatten a fucking rugby ball and get a different shape. It depends on your measurements.
No, you go. I like this line up.
You've got two frisbees. You know, two frisbees. It all depends. You could be two frisbees upright, spinning like a fucking coin. Yeah, it could be fucking anything. You've just got to put all the mechanics together and say, this is the only thing that works because I've ruled out all those other things there. So in towards like they get larger and larger and larger to the point that gets to the poles. But what's going to happen is the east and west ain't going to get any sunlight like it used to. Yeah. Because the angles are like fucking quite rapid, yeah? You're going from 10, you know, like at the moment you've got your X, but the X is going to be more squashed from the side. So it's going to be a very, very elongated X. Does it make sense? To the point that it becomes just a line. And then it goes the opposite way. And therefore you've passed go, yeah? And then the magnetic poles flip. Now, funny enough, the sun's magnetic poles actually flip like 8 years or 11 years or something like that. So it's all these things that why is it flipping? Wouldn't you just ask the question, why the fuck is the sun flipping its pole? Because if it's flipping its pole, what's its relationship to us? And you know, at the end of the day, we'll come out with the right model. And if it turns out to be heliocentric, we fucking learned a fucking great deal on the way. But if we just lay low,
exactly, great attitude,
you know,
by the way.
That's that.
Ask that question. Sorry, I need to interrupt. Ask that question, or I made the statement the other night. I was talking to people. I said, "Hey, by the way," I said, "Look, if tomorrow I find out if it was a ball spinning what I've been told, it's exactly that. So I wouldn't give two flying fucks because exactly what you just said." The road it's led me to, the amount of knowledge it makes, to me anyway, it's a fascinating subject, and I've been like 100% into it since I started thinking about it 7 years ago or whatever. About it, but and it wouldn't affect my life. And I asked the question, I asked the people that we debated with, or get angry when asked whatever, is I asked them the same question: would it affect your life if it was flat? And it was just like the usual, like, silent. I don't think I got an answer. And I thought, well, that says a lot, right? Because to me, I'm more fascinated about exactly what you're talking about, how it is. But knowing that is just like, not to belittle it, it's like a hobby. But it's to find out that, but I know I've got to live a life and I've got to do other shit. But that's nice stuff. You give some good thought-provoking stuff. I enjoy it. You're mentally stimulating. Not to define you or anything like that, or belittle it. Well,
Ali, I look forward to having moments like this talking to you, mate. You know what I mean? Because I don't feel like I have to start talking in scientific words. I should actually just turn around to people and just say, speak fucking English, mate. You know what I mean? Because these fucking overcomplicated words really mush up the basics of the fucking situation. You know what I'm saying? A plus B equals fucking C. And you start mentioning fucking people's theorems and fucking equations. I ain't seen what you've seen, mate. So just kind of meet me on a fucking base level, you know? So I think we're all here for a reason, because we all have a little inkling of suspicion. We wouldn't, there's people like,
but what we're doing, Realm, what we're doing, not putting us, and I'm talking like I'm fucking the people that ask things or whatever. We are actually practicing an innate, as we see patterns. Man's a natural pattern seer, right? But that's our innate, born within us, and it's what we do is just a projection of it. Everybody's got it in, of curiosity, man. We're curious. We want to know shit, but that's an innate, inbred thing in human being. That's a law of being a human being. But that somehow gets bred out of people through education or whatever, or you get belittled for just like exactly what you're saying. I've had a great conversation. It was fascinating talking about. It's like, you know, people are not willing to explore or whatever, you know, and that's all we are. That's the only difference between people that are asked questions, and not to be right or wrong, because we're willing to accept we're wrong, is the people that have they've got the answers. Somehow they've lost that innate curiosity just to say, well, that's interesting. I've never had a ball earther. Very rarely. No, well, I've never. I'd be hard pressed to. If I said something interesting to you, like you've said to me, I said, "Oh, that's interesting, man." Even though it was, you know, like
I'm genuine, mate. I'm
you might
fucking
have
genuine.
different. Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, but it's about being curious and accepting that curiosity, and the people that, you know, it's a bit. It's not strange. It's just fucking. They're innate, in, you know, what it is to be a human being has somehow been taken away from them. It's a curiosity, of course it is. That's how we invented it. That's how we progressed, or whatever. Is, you know, how we discovered fire, or, you know, all this shit was by pure accident. If you look at most of the experiments that was ever made, if you go and read about them, it was just that it was a pure accident that it happened, and there it was. It was just through that curiosity I want to find out. And, you know what I mean? And
Back to that, this Cassini. If you look at my profile picture, you see that I've got a Cassini projection Earth as my profile picture. So I was, if that helps with my interest in how
that's
serious.
wicked, Larry. That's funny as fuck.
I knew what the fuck you were talking about. My videos have so much about prolate.
Most people don't know about that, you know, and you can link it to the space thing as well, because you knew what of course, yeah. That's so funny.
There's something I've got in there, and it shows you two different pictures of the sun, right? They're using a certain type of camera, and another one using a different type. And the images they got, right, combined, fucking, the sun was a fucking prolate fucking shape. And I've seen a prolate shape as well on Stellarium when the sun is below the horizon, bruv. Yeah. Just give it a few goes. You have to look at it from a certain angle and stuff like that. It generally comes up. Just look at the sun below the horizon. You'll probably need full atmosphere and stuff like that. Maybe not, I don't know. But generally, now and again, you'll see it and you'll be like, no fucking way. It's just a lensing effect, or it's just an application or whatever. But it's also just telling you what you're going to see at a distance. But I don't know, mate. I don't know what the fuck it is, yeah. But it's Crater Earth. It's got some potential, man. It's definitely got some potential, but then it means that there's unlimited space, and unlimited space means that, oh, it's a big fucking long book, isn't it? You know, and then it's trying to encapsulate it, and maybe we are half of the story. Everything we know is
not for me, Realm, because I'm an infinite planar. I can even justify. See the dome. I see the dome. Right? But see the dome. Actually, one second. The dome theory, right? I don't see it as a physical dome. I see it as meniscus or whatever, right? But I can actually justify that with the loss of atmosphere, and I can see like other bubbles, shall we say, but not bubbles as such, but like, so I can imagine. I'm a flat earther that believes in the infinite plane, and I can explain or justify in my head how scientifically that could happen. You know, with temperature. And if you think about the strongest shape in nature, kind of thing, or whatever, is an arch. So it would make sense to me that if an atmosphere, and it can quite easily, what do you call it? It's not a vacuum, as I say.
Now, wouldn't you need wouldn't you need an arch top to match an arch bottom like a casserole pot? Yeah, because it's just something that it wouldn't be a
Yeah,
casserole
but they
pot.
send rockets. They send rockets. Remember when they had the first sent up rockets up towards space with the atomic, what was it called, Operation Fishbowl, where they tried, the crazy bastards tried to blast through a hole in the atmosphere. What the fuck were they doing? But now, if you look at rockets, see when they say, oh look, oh the rocket's going to land in the sea if it keeps going that way. No, there's a point of trajectory, because they found out there's a big swirling, like a magnetic vortex or whatever. This is my theory now, right? Up there, and you couldn't go straight up there because you would, what do you call it? You would feel the blast. So if you come at a certain angle, it's the angle of trajectory or the angle of attack. If you the ways to come in at a certain speed and join that, so there might be a bit of a jolt, which you see if you ever see film or whatever. There's always a bit of a jolt, but that then going off towards that way in a certain curve, it makes it even over a flat plane. It's not going round the Earth. There's no way that shape that they go with the Earth. I think so. Yeah. Sorry. On you go.
My phone's gonna die, mate. So I'm gonna say goodbye for now. Yeah.
Yeah, nice one. I'll check out your channel. Actually, I didn't know you had one. All right, have a good one, mate. Yeah.
Ali, mate, fucking awesome 2 hours, mate. Thank you.
Oh, was it 2 hours? Nice one. Cheers.
I think it was like an hour and a bit, whatever, but it was awesome, mate. Every fucking second of it was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, cheers. Same. Yeah, it fucking was, man. Yeah, nice one. Good chat, bro. I'll speak to you again.
Yeah. Think about Raiden. You know Raiden's hat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
No.
Raiden's hat. Right. You're either on top of the hat or you're in the hat, but either way, you've got something like that. Possibly.
I'll look into that. I'll look into
like a lingam.
Oh, sorry.
Lingam. Yes, mate. Lingam is a magnetic. A lingam is a magnetic fucking device used in India that when they fucking turn it, the fucking birds come out of nowhere and they attack this building where there's fucking sounds coming from or something. Lingam, yeah, man. Shaligram.
Yes, I've seen them in the rivers.
In the rivers. What happens when they put them in the rivers?
Oh, well, there was a river that kind of lowered its level, like its water level, so it exposed a bunch of lingams that were on the shoreline. So they're all very well preserved because of the river.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. There's a lot of fucking. I mean, if you take all the fucking ditches in the world, right, and how about this, right? Man creates the fucking. Oh, fuck's sakes.
What? We can hear you.
Oh, I'm dead, mate. I'm dead.
Oh, okay.
What's a lingam then? What's a lingam? I don't know what that is.
It looks like you know those sewing, the thing that you put on your thumb to sew. I forget what those are called. Like, it looks basically like
we call them a thimble. In English, it's a thimble.
A thimble, yeah. So it looks like a
lingam
thimble on the ground, yeah. But it's made of solid rock, and you could probably, like, I would suggest, like, say if you poured molten iron or whatever onto it, you could make like a shape of a nice pot, with it. But I'm not sure what their use was. If you type in lingam India, you'll see a shit ton of them. They're actually all over the world, not just India.
There's a guy I like to watch short videos. I don't use Facebook, but they've got like short videos. And there's this Indian guy, right? He travels
Praveen
all over.
Mohan.
Is that his name?
Yeah, dude. This is my realm.
I've only just met him.
Praveen Mohan. He's great, man.
Oh,
he definitely, he goes into those temples and he'll show you the lingam at the statue, and like almost every temple in India has a lingam at the top.
Well, I
Yeah,
didn't
so he-
notice that, but right, I'm going. But he does. Maybe it's a different guy, but he goes in. He doesn't talk about lingams. He talks about how they got made and stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Now, who's
construction
that guy?
methods and ancient
Yeah, who's
dating
that guy
stuff.
you talked about? But who's that
So
guy?
I think that we might still be. Is he Indian? It might be still Praveen Mohan. Try searching him and see Praveen with like 2 E's.
All right, okay. It's
But
because I've seen
there's a guy. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, on you go, sorry.
Yeah, there's a guy named Brian Forrester as well, and he goes around ancient sites and tells you the construction methods and the techniques, especially like Peru and stuff. I love those ones. The
My only
Mayan,
problem
Aztec
with
stuff.
both of those guys
I
is
actually
that
watched. Do you know
they're
how they say
absolute
it?
sensationalists.
Oh, hang on, they're sensationalists. Like,
Yeah,
They-
they take their opportunities every once in a while to like just willingly sort of embellish and make things seem like more certain and than they really are, and just too much confidence in stating certain things like facts, although they get away with it most of the time by saying, is it possible that this was actually made by laser technology? But
yeah.
no, the stuff is
Yep,
interesting though.
I've heard it.
I appreciate all the footage that they take, and their words for expanding my mind and thinking of different possibilities. But I think they I don't know. I think they're playing their audience most of the time.
Yeah,
I
and
hear.
what about that? What about that? There's videos out there, right? You know how they say, oh, they've had this ancient technology and stuff like that. But there's some videos out there of some dude with a hammer and a chisel splitting this fucking whatever 50-foot long, 10-foot high, 20-foot high, and you go, I've seen technique. I've been in the building trade, but I've seen videos of techniques to show the opposite side of the what do you call it? The conspiracy, or it's hidden. But I always have to. They guys that do kind of try to sell their side of the truth. They might be telling the truth, and they're using the same tactics that the mainstream media or the television we've been used on us for years. So they've went, right, if you can't beat them, join them, but we're doing it on the good sign perhaps. And maybe sometimes they guys might be sensationalised a bit, but they might think, well, we're actually trying to interact with people that have been indoctrinated for blah, blah. So we have to use those techniques, those evil techniques to, auto suggestion and stuff like that on the public, your friends, your family, human beings that you love. You've got to use those nefarious tactics. So
Yeah,
you never.
I definitely watch their videos and all. Like they're fun, right? And they show me things that no one else is really gonna like put in front of my face, right? They're gonna say, "Hey, look at this interesting thing," and no doubt I'll say, "Oh wow, that truly is very interesting." And then they might try to sell me on some sort of explanation for it. That's maybe like a paranormal explanation, something like that. And that's where I say, all right, don't push too hard, please. I mean, I feel like you're trying to convince me really, really hard right now that you have the explanation for something.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna walking away thinking it's a mystery still.
I'd say Praveen does that a lot, and Brian Forrester might do that a little bit, but both don't do that as much as like the Ancient Aliens show. However, I could say the same thing about the Ancient Aliens show. I love the footage they give. I like the places they go and the structures they show, obviously, but I hate their explanation for it. And you're right. Basically, a lot of what Brian Forrester is saying and what Praveen Mohan is saying is that we just need to push back the archaeological record. They're not necessarily saying they had magic or we had aliens that helped, right? But I do get you. And Praveen, it seems like a younger guy. Like he might be my age, 30 something. So he does insert his own kind of, what kind of laser technology did they use? Or did they use sound technology possibly? And you're like, okay, whatever. Like, as long as they're showing me the construction methods and the differences between like, Aztec, Mayan, and then, like Spanish, and it's just nice to see the differences in the construction and the accuracy of the techniques.
It just leads you forward. It just leads you forward into looking into more rationalising, saying, some of it might be sensationalised, but it might put you on a subject.
Here's one of the common tricks they play, both of them. They'll show some cut granite, and they say, in the Copper Age, it would be impossible to cut or polish granite. But, I mean, you guys know that you can drill through granite with a wooden stick.
I don't know about that. I don't think you can.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, you can actually, yeah.
Yeah, a wooden stick and a little bit of sand.
And a little sand. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
you can. There's this really cool video by SGD where he shows you how to make a hand-powered flywheel drill. So all you do is you get. Oh, you already know about that?
Yep.
Yeah,
well, I've seen the core.
Yeah, he's done a video drilling through granite with a PVC pipe and a donut stone over it, and it only took him about a week to drill like about 8 inches through granite.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I have a rebuttal or an explanation for that, but I've heard 2 separate things if you'd like to hear.
I mean, he really did it. Like, I know the guy.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm saying
go for it.
2 explanations. One is that scientists have calculated how long it would take, and I know you've heard this. It would take 900 years if you started blah, blah, blah.
I'm with that.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I'm just saying they'll tell you it's impossible to polish granite a couple thousand years ago. It's like, it's completely possible. What are you trying to pull here?
No, I hear you for sure. Another thing, I got a couple other things to say about that. There's a specific core sample that they found in Egypt buried in the sand that shows the striation pattern. It indicated basically the striation pattern is the grooves on the inside of the core sample, or like on the outside of the core sample. Mm-hmm. And the pattern indicated a really fast spinning, deep cutting tool that made a mistake.
Like a millimeter per rotation.
Per revolution. Right? Yeah. Which indicated a really high power and very sharp, like harder than diamond, or like around diamond, level hardness.
Sure. Now that's an anomaly right there for sure.
It is the anomaly, and it's literally specifically called a core sample, like 1CB or whatever. It's in a museum. It's one of the only ones that has that pattern, by the way.
And the schist disc, right?
Oh yeah, I know about that. Now that
when
looks
you
like
look
a
at that,
spool. Yeah, go ahead.
Just when you look at that, it looks so alien, and it's hard to imagine any sort of practical purpose for such a design.
I don't know, man. I feel like if you put a rod through the center of that and you spun it, it could be like a spool for a loom, like where all the threads pass over the curved portions and they kind of get braided together as the loom spins. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, that would be a very ingenious design. Well, it would have to be
to make rope.
Making rope and twine and stuff was definitely a major staple of culture, from the beginning of time, right? Rope is badass. I don't know enough about spools and rope making to connect how the schist disc might play a part in that mechanically.
And the experts never mentioned that. That's just something I kind of just see. I'm like, imagine 3 wires on each, and then one down the center. And as it rotates, it tightens the 3 onto the one. I don't know. It's kind of like how those giant cables are made for like undersea cables or whatever, you know. But
well, I appreciate the out of the box thinking.
Yeah, yep. But I get you. The schist disk is like, it's a weird anomaly as well. I don't know how they would have made that. I don't know what machine it would fit into or anything like that. It's crazy. There was another thing I wanted to say about the core samples is another thing that indicated that it's like a really sophisticated, fast moving machine is that there's like accidents where they cut too deep and then they start over, or like they'll start a drill hole and then they'll pull out of the drill hole and start another one right beside it because they fucked up and went on. Yeah.
What does that imply to you?
The tool that they're using is very like precise. Where if the user accidentally, say, shoves it in hard or at a wrong angle, the teeth like will cut in too deep on one end and it'll jam the entire machine. Like kind of like using an auger when you're trying to like drill through ice to get like a fishing hole. And then if you go in at a weird angle, it catches weird and then you kind of get spun and flung off of the auger.
Okay.
Or like it dislocates your shoulder or whatever. Like those things are, as soon as you fuck up, it gets jammed and then you can't like, you have to basically reverse the direction of its spinning and get it out of there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I got a crazy story for you guys. This just happened an hour ago. So I was talking to my girlfriend about just something I saw on here recently. It's something I've known for a long time, but someone reminded me about the connection the Statue of Liberty has to a lot of other statues, and in particular, in particular, the one I mentioned to her was the Colossus of Rhodes, which there's actually like a part of a book or a poem about the Colossus at Rhodes at the base on a plaque of the Statue of Liberty. So I was just showing her, like, it's not some idea. It's like something that they admit. It's just not well known that the Statue of Liberty is a reference to that. And in the
new
same
Rome,
posture,
man.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And DC used to be called Rome for a couple of years too. Like just literally called Rome. Maybe there's like another word attached to that. But anyways, I tell her about that, and about the Colossus connection, and she says, "Oh, cool. I'm gonna get back to my book now that I picked up at the flea market this weekend or last weekend with you." I'm like, "Cool. Enjoy your book." And so she reads a couple paragraphs and on the same page, and she's like, "Yo, you're not gonna believe this." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "My book is talking about the fucking Colossus of Rhodes."
Awesome.
Just like that. I was like, of course it is. That's just how my life goes on a daily basis. Some crazy thing like that happens.
Synchronous.
Yeah.
But there's two ways of looking at it. My friend taught me this one because I believe actually, I go against what you said. I actually believe that's more of a coincidence. It's synchronicity, right? But my mate says synchronicity just means shit happens. So that's you've got the, what I mean, the total opposite. But I believe on the.
Oh yeah. Hey, are you Christian? Do you have a love of God in your heart?
Well, I believe we were created. I go with that because I choose to believe that, right? But I don't believe in the story the Bible represents was just represented by a man, no more.
That's fine.
He knows as much about how we were created as I do. Even the most educated, knowledgeable person has as much clue about how it all started as
I agree. Okay. Well, that's why I asked: Are you God? Are you God fearing? Or yeah. So
it didn't just happen. So that's what I believe.
Good. Because there's a passage in the Bible that talks about these messages God sends to you, and the ability to perceive them. And I think you'd really like it because it says basically if you have the love of God in your heart, that you'll be able to basically interpret these messages and dreams and synchronicities in a positive way. But if you don't have this love of God, you'll notice it. However, you won't be able to explain it properly or benefit from it.
Yeah,
It's
certainly. I go with the
1
facts, right?
Corinthians 12.
All right, okay,
Yeah.
1 Corinthians 12. I've read the Bible. It's quite funny how I used to go to Sunday school when I lived in a small village. I used to go to Sunday school just until I was about 8 or 9 or something. I wasn't pushed into religion. But regarding, I believe, that we didn't just happen by accident, but also I believe that because I believe it was written by it came from the ideas of man or whatever. It's looked at in a certain kind of way, and I think it's more of a like it sounds arrogant, but most of these, God is within you. It basically is telling you you're God, and these stories are like proverbs, like truths, shall we say? Some of the, when they give you advice or they give you a certain way, they speak in metaphors or whatever, and it's it's about being a human being and like morals, the 10 Commandments. I know people say you shall not, make a graven image of me. That's it's a symbol. It's but in words, it doesn't mean people when they say an engraven image they think of carving stuff, but it can also have another meaning, and that's what I believe the sort of Bible is. And they've understood that you're God, but not in the egotistical sense. I mean, you do have free will, and if anybody's a Christian, for example, and you ever get argued, well, you do have free will, right? Because if there is a God, right, and I created it, and my personality myself, I wouldn't like to get involved. All I can do is advise, like I've brought up my kids. Never told them not to do something. Always said whether it was a good idea, this could happen, or that could happen, but it's up to you. Have a go, because it's the only way you're going to learn. So if there was a God, I would believe that God, he created us. It says in the Bible, he gave us, shepherdhood or whatever over the earth, and that was it. And that's what I would do. And even though it broke my heart, if there was a God now, he'd be crying, because he's not going to break his will, because he's a honourable person. He won't break a contract with humanity, no matter what. And he's got to sit back and watch this shit that's going on. He must be so disappointed and so sad in his heart, and knowing that he can't intervene. It's against his morals to intervene, because he gave us it. He understands what it is to give. All he can do is advise. And maybe these people sussed it out, and God did speak to them, and they wrote it down or whatever. But that's all he could do is advise, just like a father, a proper father, would over a child, his children. So
yeah,
that's my opinion. So I'm a God-fearing. I'm not a God-fearing, but like in a way, if there was, that's how I would see it. And I do believe I'm created. But regarding the Bible, I read it differently. But what about yourself? What about yourself?
I was born and like raised Roman Catholic, but I started to study the stuff myself, and I would consider myself a Christian. However, I'm kind of I think there's there's like aspects, like, because I've read the Bhagavad Gita and I've read the Quran and some other texts and stuff, so I think there is like more to it than just the Jesus story and Jesus is the son of God. I think, like, if that's the case, then it's the same God that sent Krishna down, you know. Like, I gotta incorporate these other religions, because growing up Roman Catholic and Christian, like, I was reading the Bible and I would always consider the billion atheists in China. I'd consider the billion Indians. I'd consider the billion Muslims. And I knew, if God is a good God, and God, you know, like, if I'm part of his creation, then these people are also part of his creation. And obviously those guys don't believe in Jesus. So I had to read and incorporate all of it. So I'm kind of like one of the most awake Christians you'll ever meet. How about that?
Does it get you into trouble a lot then?
Yeah, like, I don't belong in any kind of debate with Christians. I'm not on their side. Like, when debating, I'm not like a super knowledgeable Christian. However, I've tried to read it twice. You know, I've tried to read the Quran twice. I can literally quote the Quran, the Bible, and the Bhagavad Gita better than most Christians, Muslims, and Indians. They haven't read anything. For the most part, we live in a world where 90% of us are fucking just brain dead morons. They have no idea. They're literally just told what to believe, and they've never read it.
But wait a minute. Listen, this is where my humanitarian side comes in. You've got to remember but you've got to remember, and not in taking it from a egotistical standpoint. It's from a heartfelt standpoint, and this is why most people have been indoctrinated. You know, you have to have some empathy, and that's how I look at it. Even somebody that's right in the end up, but not looking at it from a higher ground, is more of an understanding kind of thing. That's the sad thing.
Yeah, I was getting cocky there. I was joking. I get it.
I know. No, I wasn't. I actually wasn't criticising you or whatever. I was just making a point. I wasn't. I find it fascinating. But the point is, it's like, you know, if you really want to, you know, get your point of view or get people thinking or whatever, you have to use these motherfuckers' tactics that have been getting used on us, like Socratic method and thinking, right, you know, this guy's full on, you know, I want to kind of get him, you know, if you truly want to, honestly, personally myself, it's a waste of time, because I'd feel as if I don't like using them tactics, like neuro-linguistic programming or psychology, or, you know, getting people to basically do what you want to do and change their beliefs.
Linguists, no, that's not cool. That's
yeah, exactly. I'd feel dirty, even though I would feel dirty. I did it. There's a great one that you can actually do, and it's for fun. And I told my friend it's quite a funny one, but it doesn't matter. And it's brilliant, man. It's a good base introduction to how easy it is to get people to do things. But I did it on my mate, and I told him, and it caused him no harm, because it was just a fun thing. I did using a technique that, and then when I learned about what neuro-linguistic programming was, it was like the minute I watched the television or seen a video of a politician, I was like, fucking hell, man. It was coming at you, kind of thing. But with going back to the religion thing, you should read a book called The Sealed Nectar. And it's the official story of Muhammad. Yeah.
Is it okay? I mean,
it's called The Sealed Nectar. Sealed Nectar. And it's fascinating. I read the Quran. I was going through in the Bagra I looked at it. You know, I didn't. There's no way I went in depth as you did, and probably in the Quran. But I actually was reading it because I had a Muslim friend, a young dude, we had discussions, and he used to talk about the Quran, and I talked about religion, gave him my point of view, what I've just told you, kind of thing, and we'd have great discussions, man. Great,
I will. I'll check it out.
It's called The Sealed Nectar. It's a great book. And what he did after I read it, because we had the discussions, he goes, right, Alan, he says, read this book. And I only seen him maybe twice a month, but he was at university. He was only a young dude. I'm 57, but he'd come from he was from Morocco, and he'd come to Denmark. His father, he was a surgeon in Morocco. Sent him across. Really nice. We used to have a spliff or two or whatever. But that's what he recommended me the book. I went to a library, I ordered it, I got it, and I read it. And it was around that time that there was a lot of suicide bombers and stuff like that. And then when I read that book, I was like, I get it. Now I know why there was some Muslims, because back in my day they strapped dynamite and killed themselves. But as soon as I read that book, and it was got the stamp of approval of Saudi Arabia, I think it was written by an Iranian professor. That was the life of Muhammad. And when I read that book, I thought, fucking hell. Now I understood why people will kill for that religion. You should read it. It's the official life of Muhammad.
Cool.
Oh, and a little side note, right? A little side note. Funny enough, nothing to do with me. My daughter is she's going to university to study theology and philosophy. And the theology, the funny thing was, when she was 11-year-old, she's 19 now, right? When she was 11-year-old, well, that's how long. She came to me and she said, "Dad, do you know who the Illuminati is?" I was like, "What?" And I'd been studying. I'd read about I'd went through that period of understanding, or whatever, the so-called group of people or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
But she came to me. But the interesting question was, right, as I said, the first thing I said to her, I said, "Oh, where did you hear that from?" And she said, "Oh, I got taught it at school." And she came to me. I always laugh. My first thought is, fucking, what kind of school are you going to? I said, "How did that?" I said, "Just myself. I never questioned her further." I said, "Well, I happened. I did, and I started talking about, Adam Weishaupt and all that kind of, what I'd learned, or whatever. And that's what I heard, or whatever. It was quite strange, huh? Isn't that quite strange?
Yeah. No, I mean, I congratulate you, obviously, and it's like, it must be a great, like, it's good. It's a good feeling to have a kid that. It must be a good feeling, Good job.
No, she got it. She got taught it at school. That was the point I was making. What she came to me, because I just told her. I didn't tell her any conspiracy stuff. I didn't go into, the controlling the world or anything like that. I just gave the history or where the organisation before them was the Masons, where they came from first, and then it got turned into. It's just like a fraternity. We get ruled by a fraternity of people. Right. That's all. It's just
Did you mention to her like the legitimate, like historical people who called themselves the Illuminati?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What I've read without giving up, of course, man. Because
the Bavarian Illuminati.
Yeah, but see that was the Masons didn't come from that.
Of course not. That's very recent. Yeah.
No, the Masons are ancient. They're the geometers, man. They come from Greek times.
Right. The Bavarian Illuminati is fairly recent compared to the Masons. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, right. But how that came about is because, and Albert Pike writes about this. In the conspiracy world, Albert Pike was the 33-degree Mason. He's the baddie. But if anybody decided to read the book Morals and Dogma about,
Right.
it tells you, and you don't have to, it describes all the ceremonies afterwards, right? But all you have to do is read the introduction in his own words, why he's wrote the book, why about the philosophy of the Masons, right, and the old history kind of thing. But that actually came out, and it got infiltrated because I think it was 1700s. What do you call it? It got infiltrated by, what do you call it, outsiders, people not of the trades, because they had the Masonic Guild, they also had the Carpenter Guild, they had all these guilds. The other guilds existed as well. The Guild of Carpenters, Diamond Stone Cutters, hundreds, thousands of years ago, these things started. But specifically with the Masons, the stonemasons, they had the little club, and they would have a handshake or a certain way of talking. Is when they travelled around in the old days, to go to the pubs, hotels. They had to live somewhere when they were working away. They had a certain way of communicating with other builders, master builders, geometers of the same trade. And then what happened is royalty, or not royalty, but the elites infiltrated it because they seen the advantage of it. And then they started introducing all the ceremonies, all that hermetic stuff, or the witchcraft, lying in a coffin. My dad's a Mason. It's so funny. I've got around to this. Is all those rituals and stuff like that. They never did that in the old days. That was that came from that's very early. Lying in a coffin, confessing your sin, and that kind of banging on the door. Who isn't? It's such and such, such and such.
Yeah.
I know that kind of thing. But it got.
See, it's really funny when when you realize, when we try to do like a thought experiment of how things would go if like you started forming a group that really like had some good ideas, good information, friendship, camaraderie, and you're like, oh wow, okay, we're all coming together, we got some good stuff, and we all really appreciate each other's insights and all. Like it could happen tonight right here in this server, whatever, where you say, all right, cool. Yeah, we should team up and do some things, right? That's a conspiracy all of a sudden, because now you and your friends have a common goal that you want to act towards, and it's for goodness, right? It's for goodness. And so you say, all right, let's get to work. I'd really like to make an impact, a positive impact on the world, and I think we can get more done working together. And I say, all right, well, now that we've accomplished some of our primary goals, maybe we can, that set the stage for us to take on maybe some bigger projects. We might need some help with that. And there's plenty other people. There's plenty other good people out there that we could bring in, and they could be a part of this wonderful thing that we're doing. And it's like, all right, but we're gonna have to be very careful about who we let in. We don't want our organization getting corrupted. So then here comes the rituals and the secrecies and the oaths and promises, where you say, do you swear that the interrogation, whatever, and then it's really funny how like you kind of become your enemy eventually. Like, you know what I mean? It's really strange how it's like, how could it have ever gone any other way? Because what the evil people do is exactly what the good people would do. And the only difference is that the good people start out good, but it's almost inevitable that it's going to get infiltrated.
Well, I don't believe that. But I don't actually. I'm that up to the point that you said that the good people would do what the evil people, the
No, it'll get infiltrated.
There is
I'm
no
not,
good people. Yeah, no, I get you. I totally agree, but maybe making just a bigger point or whatever. I totally agree with what you said there.
okay.
I believe in humanity, by the way. That's my start point. So I could never concede. I don't believe we're born evil, or well, we're actually made evil. I don't believe we're like, if we were left to our own accord without any, apart from our parents or whatever we saw in our community, we would turn out like that. There would be no, it would be absurd. There would be no advantage to fucking steal off your neighbour because you get kicked out. You get away from here. We don't want you. Get out. You wouldn't have to jail them or kill them. Just you go away from our community. And you make, and
Right.
I've heard the
That
argument.
that works better in smaller groups.
Yeah,
you
that's
know?
what I'm talking about, and that's the secret. That's where you start. You start with your neighbours and stuff like that. Because what happens is, you've got to remember, your neighbour has got friends that don't live in this neighbourhood, and he's obviously going to tell his wee story about, oh yeah, we've got a great wee programme, and they go, oh, fucking hell, what do you mean? Well, all your neighbours grow different vegetables, and you swap them. So you have a whole array within a little cul-de-sac. You've got everybody growing different vegetables just to sustain that little cul-de-sac. Some lettuce, tomatoes, cucumber, whatever they're doing. They don't ever have to go into the fucking supermarket to buy their vegetables. They might have to go and buy the meat, but that doesn't come at the time. But that's the way to start it. So now they tell a friend at work that don't live in their little cul-de-sac. They say, oh, that's what we're going, well, maybe, and they might talk to their friend. They might live in a little cul-de-sac, or they might think, oh, I'll talk to my neighbour, actually. That sounds good. I know my neighbour, or my two neighbours. It's only two, but we could do that. And that's how it starts on a small scale. So it's not, what do you call it? It's not like, it's like a big task, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's like
I try to base a lot of my morals that I would like project onto how like a society should be run. I always think about it in terms of just a village where like things like reputation exist, and where kind of everyone is in like close communication with each other. But then there becomes this difficulty to apply how I feel like, oh, that small scale should be run versus how that would translate into keeping it going just as wholesome on a large scale. Because the problem is, and that's why they want surveillance, right? Because that'd kind of be the only way. But that's really tough though, because then you're crossing lines, and there really doesn't seem to be a way to cram a few million people into one city and really like have any sort of like headquarters or like leader who somehow is supposed to like know the goings-ons in all these different corners of this place, and all these different
right, but
people and their
most cities,
struggles.
think about this though.
It's just
Think
too
about
it's
this
just
though,
too
right?
big for one man or one council or one government or whatever to handle it once
Yeah,
it
but
gets to a
but
certain
think of
scale.
that. But think about this with the city idea. They said it'd be hard to, but most cities are like little communities, and if you create communities, and it doesn't matter if it's 1 million people, but if you make 100 communities with the same idea as well, we're not going to rip anybody off or whatever. So when you meet someone from another community, that's the rules you live by, which is so fucking obvious, and the other person from the other community. So when you do business, there's none of that shit, because all the people that tried any of the shit got kicked out. Strength in numbers, simple as that, and it's only an ideal, and you could fill a city full of that, because there's communities. I've lived in loads of cities. In certain areas, I lived in a Hasidic Jewish area for 5 years, and that was there. And down the road there was a Turkish area about maybe a mile in London, a mile. There was where most Turkish people lived. In another 2 miles down the road, it was mostly Muslim people that lived in. So they're little communities, and if the Muslim community and the Turkish community and the Jewish community or whatever communities had within their own borders the same morals or whatever, it's absurd to rip anybody. Why would you? It'd be an absurdity to rip anybody off. It wouldn't even enter your fucking mind. Why would it? Because it doesn't exist. You never got taught that. You never seen that as a child. Your parents never exhibited those attributes. You never seen on the telly. There was no influence of that being brought up. So of course, because it's advantageous to me anyway, to live in a society that was created that way. And I'm not a hippie.
I think that would be the case for most of the part and most people. But, you know, the devil's going to pop its ugly little head up every once in a while in certain people. And that's something, you know, to be dealt with. But I think one of the the biggest deterrent, besides just like human nature not wanting to like harm others and other things, I mean, I think that's within us, that natural sort of mindset or whatever. But I think that the second largest deterrent towards bad behavior in a small village is just reputation. You know, if you wrong one person, word will get out, and now now you have no friends, and you're probably just going to die if there's no one around that you can rely on, because no one's going to support you willingly. But I mean, like I said, when transferring to a large scale, you can harm people on this side of town or this side of the city, and then you can easily go, you know, everyone's so disconnected nowadays, you can just move to the other side of town and start fresh and still live. So you're not concerned for your life and harming your reputation, because it only expands so far, and you don't even have to leave like where you live or make a drastic change in your life that much. However, you know, that's exactly why the Chinese have that whole social credit score, right? That's the way to have a reputation that everyone can check up on their phone.
That's coming to the West.
And it is, and I understand why they want to implement a system like that. But the thing is, it comes at a cost when you try to have like a city-wide reputation, like a known reputation of people. That requires an invasion of privacy and you know, a surveillance state, which is not cool.
A credit score, yeah, that's a
it's scary. A natural idea, you know. A credit score is a completely natural idea. It's just called, you know, reputation among your peers. But
yeah, but you've got people deciding, like, yeah, I know, like, I was born, I lived in a village for 17 years where it was like 800 people, probably 20 years. Yeah, 20 years, 21 years. I was brought up in a village. I know the village mentality, and it's exactly what you said. And that's a good, you know, it is by reputation, it is by behaviour and stuff like that. So I get bad, but I think that's
unnatural. I just, maybe it,
but that's
maybe
natural,
it's just unnatural, right? To live in groups
but
larger than 1,000.
Yeah, but well, I could actually go with that. I could agree with that. But you know, as I talked about, if you've got a certain set of morals or whatever, yeah, definitely there should be. If you want to be part of a certain community, no other community should have power over you or anything like that. You know, but yeah, I kind of agree. It's as I say, 800 people. I was telling you, in fact, if you drove a car, it was 30 miles an hour in kilometres. That's what's that? Divided by 5.
50 or
something. 5. What's that? 6. 48 kilometres an hour. Right. It'd probably take to drive through the village I was brought up brought up in maybe about 30 seconds max, I think, at 30 mile an hour. But it worked, you know. But things happened. It's so relaxed out. And, you know, when you live in a village, you know, I was surrounded by one side mountain and water. It's like life's so, like, relaxed, nice and easy kind of thing. You know, but you've still got that, like, everybody knows your business, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
There
it's.
is kind
I
of
think it's
policing.
a natural thing to
Yeah.
rely on the people closest to you, but that's what they've done to this world.
But it
Where
wasn't the government, that's what I'm saying though, it wasn't the government that was deciding that, it was like the community rather than the government, not. So that credit system and that, it's not really, it's a credit system that there's someone telling you what morals are, where I think a group of people together can decide their own morals and how they should distribute. Fucking, they don't need any governing body to say, right, you know, we've looked into this for years and statistics say, and so this is how you have to act, and if someone acts like this, you have to act in that way, that way. You know, people come to their own fucking decisions. So like a small community. But as I say, you have communities like that came to that and they could quite easily interact with each other because there'd be no fucking argument about what morals or good business or honour or contract or any of those subjects. It's a natural thing. It'd be absurd to try and rip someone off. There'd be no advantage to yourself. It's not a part of evolution, that kind of fucking dog-eat-dog pish. If you're trying to survive, it's not good to be alone. You know, we are told, right, we are, what do you call it, beings that like to be in a group. Yeah, we're like, so it's not advantageous to be
yes,
a motherfucker.
pack
Well, that's
animals
not.
or pack animals or social creatures.
Social creatures, exactly. Thank you very much. Exactly,
No problem.
social creatures, right?
Yeah,
So
you're right.
it's absurd to me to think that it's a natural thing to rip someone off or fucking steal off your neighbour or whatever, because then suddenly your neighbour will either kill you or he'll get to fuck or go away somewhere else and find a community that's like that, and you'll soon be left alone, kind of thing. So it's not natural. It doesn't seem advantageous to me to my well-being, my wealth, my life satisfaction. So that's not a natural thing. So I don't believe that shit. That's a fucking something's happened there. You know, that behaviour's been allowed to happen, or it's been encouraged, or it's been fucking manufactured. That's not natural. Natural is to be honourable. Don't kill nobody, man. Don't kill anybody. Or whatever. Just what, you know, yeah. That's my thing. Sorry for taking over, buddy. What is it?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, like you said from the beginning, you said you have faith in humanity, and you know, it's very easy to be like the news on television and only focus on the negative, right? But that'll give you a wrong and overall impression, you know, because you really can rely on the kindness of others to a very large degree in life. Yeah, people need to have their faith restored in one another, I think, like you have in others. You know, a lot of people have lost that because, you know, there's the certain philosophies that get passed around nowadays, especially like how evolution and competition and
well, I think it's more they've lost their faith in themselves, man. Because if you think, if you go back,
yeah, that's part of it.
we're
Yeah,
in a, it's all about the self. That's what I was talking about the other guy there about the Bible, or whatever. You know, there's metaphors, and now we've like through the education system, I could fucking go on for ages and rationally break down logically how we are. I've got the argument that we've been brainwashed to hate ourselves, man. We hate our fucking selves. And in, you know, like in this a subtle kind of way it's been programmed in behaviour is, you know, we're in school, man. You know, where it's very, very subtle, right? So I believe it's been put into us, man, and we've lost our faith in ourselves rather than others. I've got faith in myself now. I have maybe 25 years ago. I discovered, right, fucking hell, I've got to have faith in myself, and that made me, you know, be the best, you know, be as good as I can. I'm still a cunt sometimes, man. A bit cold. But I can justify that. You have to maintain those. You have to be cold, and no, I don't mean a cunt in a way, you know, as I would judge myself being a cunt, but not really, but just being stubborn or whatever, you know, but only because I've got faith in myself. But I still know there's a balance. You know, you can't fucking bring your ego into it. You have to take that motherfucker out, and then you can think it. And you know, it's whatever. But that's my kind of. That's why I've got faith in the humanity, or whatever, because I know most people with their morals, with their beliefs, or how they interact, it's programmed, man. It's programmed, but not in a woo way. It's fucking scientifically. You can analyse what the education system does. You can go and read.
Well, I think it's pretty. No? I think one part of it's really simple, and it's that, you know, when people, it doesn't even have to be a real situation. It can just be like a mindset of scarcity, right? It doesn't even there doesn't have actually even have to be any scarcity. There can just be like there's a movie that is very similar to the, you know, to our invisible enemy over the past 2 years, right? The Demic, right? The CV, and they're talking about putting poison. They're like trying to kill a bunch of people in this movie, and they're talking about putting a bunch of poison in the jab, and they have a plan in the plot of this movie. The evil people have a plan to create a pandemic, and then kill everyone with the jab that they offer, you know, the immunization. And one of the bad guys turns to the other and says, well, this is a great plan and all, but there's one issue. How are we going to create this this pandemic? And the smarter villain says, well, we don't actually have to make a pandemic. All we do is have to make the people think that there's a pandemic. Then they'll take all they have to do is
do you think they
there's
taunt
going
us?
on.
Do you think they're actually taunting us? You know, when you see those films, or do you think they're just taunting people like us? Or, you know, that's what I'm saying.
Here's the problem with being too certain about that. So I've seen them. I've seen probably 300 cases of things just as bad as that, right? And in order for it to be intentional, we have to imagine that the director is sitting in his trailer and he gets a phone call from the Illuminati, and they give him instructions on what scene to put in this film,
actually,
how to do it.
How about this? I'm going to change your. I know where you're going with that, but just imagine this, right? So most directors, editors, if you want to look at it, they've all got an agenda about that, so they don't have to get a phone call from the Illuminati or whatever. They can just be friends with people that's no. Remember, a lawyer goes to parties with fucking lawyers.
Yeah, same thing though. That's the same situation.
They could be savvy. They could be savvy to that information.
No, that's the same situation though. There's no difference.
I agree with you. I actually agree with you. I'm not a you know, when I said about, you know, do you think they're taunting you? It was just a question. It wasn't like, oh, look, they're taunting us or whatever. You know, that.
No.
No,
I want to finish answering your question. So
awesome.
there's so many examples of what seems to be, you know, to my eyes, to be them taunting us. But then I really ask myself, how is it even possible that, like, that could be the case? Now, in every way to me, that seems to be the case. I just have a hard time explaining it in like rational terms when you really think about it. See, it's easy enough to say, oh yeah, all the directors, they were graduates from a select few universities, and in those universities, only the ones that seem like that they're willing to be part of the club are like approached by certain professors there and say, hey, why don't you meet me after class? We're gonna have a meeting. Maybe I'll initiate you into the club. And then friends help friends, and people in power put their friends in other positions of power. And the film industry is just one part of that. And all that work goes into grooming and selecting and initiating. And then the final result is, we get to mock them in these scenes, these movies. And when you're the age-old question that's the best retort to any conspiracy theorist is, think about how many people would have to be in on it, and think about how little evidence we have, or how the truth community has never had a single victory. We all have to admit this.
Well, wait a minute. I have to interrupt.
Well, let me just say one last sentence.
Manhattan. Sorry.
No one on a large scale has ever been brought to justice, despite all the research we go in to understanding who did it, who's behind it. None of them have ever been brought to justice or exposed. Not really on a proper scale. Maybe just between ourselves.
Yeah, but think about this then, right? The Manhattan Project, when they were testing the atomic bomb, there was 20,000 people involved in that, right? 20,000 people, and nobody heard it. It was the most secret operation at the time. So when you hear that argument, oh, you know, how can so many people know something and not? There's a fucking best example.
What was the event? Which event?
The Manhattan Project, when they were testing atomic weapons, when they blasting it off.
Okay.
There was 20,000 people involved in that. Scientists, Richard Feynman was there. There was loads of scientists and all that, right? 20,000 people held this secret and this amazing, and they kept it to themselves. Nobody knew about it. So that absurd, not criticising you, actually, maybe having a side swipe at the others. But the fact is that there was a perfect example of a group of people, a very large group of people in a specific place as well, which is even more amazing, held this secret that not the fucking Joe blogs or the average Joe, as they say in New York or whatever, or the average in America, didn't have a fucking clue. They didn't have a clue. They were just working away, doing their job, didn't know anything about this big, huge experiment that was going on. Amazing, eh? You know what I mean? There was an act, I seen a video the other day. I wish I'd got the act, but there's not a conspiracy video. They were talking about climate or something. But there's a regarding knowledge or whatever. There's an agreement that if like anomalies were found or like amazing things were found, it's quite an old act, 1933 I think it was written, they wouldn't say to the public. It was like top secret or something about this, and it was on about Antarctica, the North Pole, or it was like, it was strange. I wish I could remember it. It's just about people hiding knowledge and stuff like that. You know, it's dead easy for loads of people to have a secret. It's a fraternity, right? You know, so.
Yeah, I understand. So, like, there's three things that a conspiracy theorist can say when it comes to pulling off a large scale deception and it not being like totally just full blown exposed and everyone evil brought to justice. We say, well, there may be people who would want to talk, but they're not in a position to talk, even though they want to, because they've either been threatened, bribed, or compartmentalized, and they know not what they're a part of. They know not what they do. And those are the three ways that conspiracy theorists can explain away all these sorts of things: threatened, bribed, threatened, paid off, and compartmentalized.
No, but they can give examples though. This is the thing, right? You can actually give examples of scientists, right, being castigated, fucking driven out, their lives ruined, because they came out with an alternative theory, right? Because it was a bit different from the standard model, shall we say, or whatever the story.
Yeah, that's a different scenario, but yeah, like getting smothered.
No, that's the exact scenario, because you've got proofs. You can go, well, and you can quote it if you read about it. Don't just watch a video. You watch a video, you go and read about the guy, research it. You know, the video builds the interest. You go, who's that? What's that guy? Oh, who's that name? And you Google that. Maybe he's written a book. Go read his fucking book. You read his book and you get a bigger picture of it. So there's always, no, not that I'm arguing, it's just the way I look at it. I could be totally wrong, but there's always a explanation for that, but not, you know, it's like absurd, you know, there's so many examples of people that were saying what we are saying, or they've had our opinion, or perfect examples of stories getting covered up by government, or loads of stuff. There's loads of evidence now. We live in a world of information, not just videos.
Oh yeah, you say there's loads of evidence, right? You say there's loads of evidence, and I know about so much evidence, and I think it to be true. But with all the loads of evidence, like I said before, somehow it never results in anyone being brought to justice, which is very funny how successful this worldwide deception is.
Yeah.
It's very curious how successful it is.
That's what I say. A good point, because what I've always said, right, even when I found out about the heinous crime that was being created upon humanity, not with me, because I look at it, I don't look at it as a negative. All the information, or maybe the other side, it might be false, but I logically conclude what I've read. I've come to the conclusion, you know, we're getting fucking screwed. So I can't change it. So how am I going to operate within it, the system? But there's so much evidence out there. We live in a world of information. It's like it's not very hard to come to the conclusion. You know, there's some shit going on. You know, and there's loads of examples now. And for to have discussions with people that, you know, and it's not like, oh, it's, you know, it's like it's in front of you, and you, as I say, so for people to be arguing against it is kind of, for me anyway, it's kind of strange. It either shows a naivety.
It's a defense mechanism. You know, change is uncomfortable. You know, it might even have some psychophysical effects to, you know, have your worldview shattered. You know, a lot of people would be just devastated, would have a heart attack or a stroke. You know, if they accept one thing, then that starts a domino effect, which then they might realize, oh wow, now I need to might need to change my mind about these other related topics to this one thing. And I think a lot of people sense that and do their best to avoid going down a skeptical, truth-seeking path because of how uncomfortable the change would be.
I think that exactly, but I think the best approach, even though what I believe is, I always say about because my main thing is I don't define myself as, but I believe the Earth's flat, right? But if it turned out to be a spinning ball tomorrow, and I got convinced it was, it wouldn't shock me, because I hold the belief that I don't really know the truth. It'd be arrogant for me to make a comment, because every comment, anything I talk about, is just a fucking belief, or how I see it. I could be totally wrong, and I accept that. And I think when you kind of go down that path, and just thinking, understand that anything we know about reality is just a belief kind of thing. So, but you have to hold true to your beliefs. You have to, as I say, you have to have strength. So if someone believes Earth's a globe, and they're being genuine and stuff like that, I respect that. If someone's got an opposite belief, well, fair enough, because I don't know the fucking truth, do I? Because that's my standpoint, isn't it? But
yeah, that's why I like to just stick to the words idea and think. Like I've no issue. To me, I try to stay away from like these really absolute terms. Like if you believe in something, and there's also room that you have an open mind that it could be something different than what you believe, then that means you doubt in your belief. And I think that's healthy in a sense, but I think that already it's just kind of a word to be avoided. Like as far as I operate, I will just say, as of this moment, based on what I've seen, I think the Earth is flat. Those are my thoughts. My thought as of now is that the Earth is flat, and I have thoughts, and I also have. I think the Earth could be something other than flat, and I have both of these ideas in my head, but I definitely try to stay away from the word know or believe, although I think believe is a much more acceptable word.
That's honest, but it's honest if you understand what. So that's honest when you understand what you believe, what belief, and know as a fact, the difference between that. So that's an honest way of saying it. You believe.
Right, but I mean, I just find it that most things that people believe, they also doubt, and so it makes me question why they even want to use the word believe. It's like I semi believe, I partially believe. It would be better for me, but at that point, just tell me, just share your thoughts. No need to even use the word belief or know or anything like that. Just tell me what you think about something. That's how a conversation goes. Just share your thoughts. I think this about that. I think that about that. I have several thoughts that are even contrary to. I have contrary thoughts about the same thing, and I think that's pretty much everyone's situation, where I have thoughts that contradict themselves in a sense. Although
now you've destroyed my belief in the word belief, because it is. But I always say belief, but that's right. I think. Yeah, but because I do. Yeah, because I do have evidence. Because a belief is based on, the word belief is that you think something has happened. You hold this to be true. On rather than that you think it, or with no evidence. But obviously, if Yeah, exactly. Think. And I'll start. I'm going to change that. Nice one. I'll change the way I think now. Have a nice. That's a good point. I got that. That actually, that's good to talk, man. Yeah, well done to you, man. That was nice. Yeah, cool. It's like in Danish, right? It's in Danish you say "Verde and Lerde," and that just means a guy used to quote this maybe very long ago, an old guy. When he'd make a mistake or he'd see me make a mistake or whatever, he said, "Every day's a learning day." You know,
Yeah.
and if you approach that, that's what he said, and that's a great example of what you're saying now.
That's
So I
great.
just think now. Yeah, I'm going to stop using that word actually. So
Well,
I think. Yeah.
I think it's fine in a very few limited sense of context, but when it comes to like here's how I approach like saying like coming onto Discord and like what am I here to do, right? What am I here to do? I'm here to express my thoughts on things, to share my thoughts on things, and all I want from anyone else is for them to tell me what they think about those things, for them to express their thoughts to me. As soon as someone uses words like "I know this," I just think you kind of wasted a couple seconds of my life saying that you know something to me. Now, you may know it. Like the person who says they know something, they
But you could
absolutely,
get in a conversation. You could get in a
they,
conversation. It's like the Socratic method, right? You could, when he says that, and you not take offence, but it irks you in a way because you've got your. You could ask. You could get the conversation. Oh, what do you mean by know it? Or something like that. And you can get rid of that fucking negative energy that you've got, and maybe at the same time, maybe get that guy to think about knowledge, not in a nefarious kind of way, just to change his opinion, but just to trigger that little, oh, like what you like, you always question, exactly, what your truth is, or what you think things are. You're very aware of that. Is to introduce them, right? But it's hard work, man. It's hard work. I'd rather bait them. You know what I mean? What do you
uh-huh.
mean? Yeah, I just for fun. That was just for fun. But sometimes, but if you're interested in doing that, there's ways of handling that. Because I'm totally, I'm totally with you on that. When people are convinced, and there's not such things as absolutes. In my world anyway, and I think in science, apparently in science and logic as well. There's not such a thing as an absolute. So if there's not an absolute, therefore I can never think there's a fucking absolute. So that means that you have to take in the possibility you could be fucking wrong. So it's only what you think. There you go. I've got a piano. If nobody talks, I'm going to start playing the piano. I've got a song called I've got the Ball Earth Blues, baby. So
Hello.
Bob, did you say you did the thing with the mirror earlier?
I was asking if you had tried it yet.
No, I haven't. I've been so busy, dude. It's fucking, my life's crazy.
Life is crazy, huh?
It's nonstop. It's like a Fast and the Furious movie.
That doesn't sound so bad. They get to do all these sick moves and drive all these cool cars and vehicles and stuff and do all kinds of ridiculous
without
things. Come out alive.
Without the cool cars and the hot chicks and the money and stuff, yeah.
Oh, so okay. So your life is like Fast and Furious without any of the cool stuff.
None of the cool stuff. Yeah,
None of the
just nonstop fucking action packed.
Oh, you basically what you're saying is you have a family. That's
Yeah.
that's it. All right. Maybe not.
Yeah, if that works though the way you said it, that's gonna be pretty hard to fucking it's gonna be a pretty hard fucking workaround for anyone thinking that light's traveling in straight lines and shit. Especially at that short of a distance. Like at that short of a distance, it's gotta be this close to a straight line as you're gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? A normal air.
Yeah, like not having like a bunch of stuff in between. You mean to like bend the light or whatever?
Yeah, over the course of 10 or 20 feet.
Right.
And like normal house inside of a house. Like there's nothing crazy, as long as there's nothing crazy going on. Like you're not in a sauna or something.
No, I got my air conditioning here and keeping the temperature, at least trying to have the temperature stay, below 75 or so, maybe.
Yeah, as long as there's no like ridiculous conditions in between you and like an open flame or some nutty shit. Like don't do it when your house is like in the middle of burning down or something. Guy Mick West. I don't know if it was Mick West or the other dude. I forgot his name. Who did the curve? Who was the two guys with the curved couch? Mick West and who's the other big guy?
I do not know.
What's up? Who was it? Kojo. Was that Kojo?
Walter Bislin?
Bislin, right? Bislin or Mick West. One of them dudes was doing this refraction thing inside their house. They had like book stack with some papers and a ruler, and they had like so he had a lighter at one point. He was trying to show sideways refraction. He almost damn near burned his fucking house down.
Yeah, I think that was Mick West.
Yeah, fucking dangerous, bro. Anyways, so Kocho, if the ISS is 500 kilometers away and the plane is 250 kilometers away, the plane should be what, half the size of the ISS?
I thought we did this the other day.
All right, first of all, hello. How are you doing today? Hello.
Well, I'm glad you asked, man. I gotta tell you guys an anecdote about the ISS, okay? I was at the pool last night. It's a true story. I was at the pool last night. The night had just turned to dusk. The stars came out. I was looking at them with my girlfriend and planets and stuff. And then right at my zenith was the brightest star, or whatever. It wasn't a star, obviously. It was ISS. And there's other people at the pool. And I was like showing it to my girlfriend. There's other people at the pool, and they're like, that's not a space station. That's just another plane. And I was like, you know how you can tell if that's the ISS? My girlfriend said, wait a second. When it gets about halfway across the sky, it's going to completely disappear. Go from being the brightest object in the sky to completely disappearing. And sure enough, it did that. It was a pretty cool sighting. But yeah,
Okay.
go on about the airplane, the ISS.
If the ISS is 500 kilometers away, and if the ISS is 500 kilometers away and the plane's 250 kilometers away, the plane should be half the size of the ISS, right?
Roughly, I suppose. If you're assuming they're the same size.
Well, I mean, those are the numbers we've been given, right? Roughly the same size. The plane might be a little bit smaller to even start with, so it should probably be more smaller than the ISS. All right, if the plane's even like a little bit smaller than the ISS, was a 747 like?
Yeah, they're the same size. Yeah.
So half the size, right? But that thing we saw, it was the same size.
I mean, the numbers we're using in the half the size of it. Don't you agree it's close enough to not be some sort of contradiction?
No, I do not agree to that at all. There's definitely a contradiction. Perspective dictates that it should be double the distance, half the size. If the ISS and this plane are roughly the same size, and the ISS is double the distance, it should be half the size. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're using estimated distances, we're using estimated sizes, and we're using estimations on how they look in comparison to each other.
Okay, the ISS is even. Hold on, the plane is even smaller than the ISS, so I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt when I say they're the same size. It really would work in my favor if we were to go to actual sizes. First of all, just so you know that, right?
No.
What?
So there's several reasons. The angles of the plane and the angles of the ISS.
Did what I just say not make sense? Did what I just say not
No,
make sense?
because I'm saying that we can't make a determination of something that would be that close whenever the estimations are completely, it's like the plane you could be seeing the plane with a wingspan, you could be seeing it completely side on. You can see the ISS at its smallest, angle, versus like, the full scale of it. So it's like without knowing every detail.
You're definitely going to be able to tell. Well, you're definitely going to be able to tell if you're seeing the wingspan or the the main body of it. I forget what they call it, but the main body of it or the wingspan. You're definitely going to be able to tell which one it is. I mean, that's not even a question. As far as the distance, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Do you think we would be able to see a plane farther than 250 kilometers?
So what?
Okay, first of all, you're going to be able to tell if you can see the wingspan or the main body of the plane. You're going to know which profile you're seeing of the plane, first of all. Second of all, do you think we can see a plane farther than 250 kilometers away?
250 kilometers. Yes.
You think we could?
I'm trying to put that into miles. It's 250, so it's about 0.350 miles.
Yeah, you think we're going to see a plane farther than 150 miles out?
I guess it depends on how high the plane is.
I mean, how high do 747s usually travel at? 40?
I'd say that's a good limit. You can use
30?
that limit. No, we can use the 250 kilometers. It's good.
Yeah. So if we're looking at a plane that's 250 kilometers away, and we know the ISS is 500 kilometers away, right?
I think it's 400.
Oh, is it only 400? Well, that
440 or something like that.
Dude, that fucking meme from WS that B-Ball posted said it was 500 kilometers. You guys gotta get your shit
that doesn't
straight.
sound right.
I didn't think it did either because
It
it's not a 2-for-1, and the ISS is 250 miles, right?
Well, 500 miles is, 500 kilometers is 300 miles. So
I looked it up for you guys. 254 miles, 400 kilometers.
Okay. So, but we're not going to see a plane more than 200 kilometers. What's 200 kilometers a mile? You ain't going to see a plane more than 200 kilometers away.
So you said 250, right?
Yeah, but I was giving you like a massive amount of distance, though. Like, you're not going to see a plane more than 200 kilometers away.
200 kilometers would be 122 miles. So.
Yeah, you're gonna see a plane 122 miles away. The
Good.
silhouette of it. The silhouette of it. You think? Okay, do you think you'd see it 130 miles away?
I said as much as when you had it at 250 kilometers.
Well, we need to change 250 because I was trying to use half the distance.
Oh, well, then just use 200. If we're going to do 400 ISS, use 200 kilometers.
Well, I'm saying, can you see a plane farther than? Can you see a plane at 200 kilometers?
Yes, further.
How do you know? You didn't even do the numbers.
Because I have done numbers before, and yes, you can.
No, this whole thing needs to be replicated anyways, because you were trying to say some bullshit about the zoom wasn't the same in both of those pictures. We need to know how far away the plane is exactly. And then you got to use the same zoom, same settings and everything for the plane and ISS. And then the ISS should be, you know, about half the size. It should definitely be smaller. The one I saw, they were like, the plane looked bigger. Geo did send me one though. Hold on, let me look at the one Geo sent because his was weird. His was a different one. Oh no, it's about the same. The plane's actually bigger than the one Geo posted to me too. What were you trying to say? The plane one had more zoom though? Gosha? You were trying to say the plane had more
Is there
zoom
what?
too? You were trying to say the picture, the one with the plane, it was zoomed in more?
I forget which one looked like it was zoomed in more, but yeah, one of them looks like it's more zoomed in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I'm looking at this
you can
transit
see
of a
you can see a
plane.
plane much further than 200 kilometers.
I'm looking at this transit of the plane, and it's crystal clear which side of the plane we're not confusing it with the wingspan of the plane. It's clear. You can see the smoke trail and everything. Like it's clear you're seeing the side-on profile of it because you can see the tail, the thing from the tail and shit, which direction it's going. Like you know, you're seeing the side-on view of it in this.
I would say you can see a plane from 350 kilometers away.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So given that the plane, okay, the length of the plane is 760, or sorry, a length of a 747 is 70.6 meters. The longest length on the ISS is 146 meters. Sorry, 146 feet. 44 meters. My bad, wrong length. 73 meters to 76 meters. So the plane is actually bigger. By
Let's just
3
use them as the
meters.
same size. Let's just pretend it's the same size then.
All right, yeah, it's only 3 meters. Is there a crater? Are these? Yeah.
You're gonna look at the crater.
Yeah, to see if the crater is the same size in both the pictures. This is
I got
not the
news for you,
same
dude.
side of the moon, though.
Dude, my observation that I
it is.
described last night.
Angled.
The observation that I described last night, in itself, shows to you that there's nothing to be. There's no question that it's as high as we say it is. There's no way an object lower than where the ISS is. Yeah, it was nighttime and it was being lit by the sun. But also, this endeavor, I think, like I said, because the numbers are so close, I don't think there's much to find out about. Like, there's not. there's too much room for small, um, estimations or whatever. So a small error could give you the same result. What kind of camera they were using though to see it playing like that?
About to get this Moon wallet. It's MUUN. It's a Lightning wallet. I had to get one because I got this app that pays you for steps. Like a few Satoshis. I don't even think it's like a penny a day.
Really? So how much do they pay you per step?
Dude, I do like 20,000 a day at work, and it's like it's not much. I think it's like a penny a day or something stupid. But I've been doing it for like, I don't know, a month. I got a few Satoshis. I just want to withdraw, see if it works. I've never used this Mune. I don't know if it's pronounced Moon or Mune. It's MUUN wallet. I think it's like MetaMask, but it can do like lightning transfers. It had to be a lightning wallet. It's like it's like a no wait. It's like an instant Bitcoin transaction. I think this lightning thing. I think that's what other countries are using. The countries that switch to like Bitcoin as their currency, I think they're using shit like this Lightning network that does like instant Bitcoin transfers. You'd have to, because otherwise there's no way. What's up, kiddo? You know what I'm saying? You can't be in a line at the grocery market and wait 3 hours for a Bitcoin transfer to go through. You got to use something instantly. So they made this like Lightning network that does it just. Like I got like 500 Satoshi on it. I've been using it for weeks, so it's not real. I think that's like 10 cents. It's not even a penny a day.
Yeah, we were talking about the Lightning Network the other day, actually. Have you heard the idea that the Bitcoin that's being used today is actually not the original Bitcoin, and that it's like an imposter, essentially? It's like a fake
Oh, I didn't
Bitcoin.
know that.
It's like a fake Bitcoin that the elite forked. I shouldn't even say elite. I really prefer to call them controllers, because they're not elite, but they're ones who control, or try to, that's for sure. But anyways, yeah, that basically it would basically be this idea that, when the real Bitcoin was first established, it was unhackable, et cetera. They couldn't access it. So did they fork a chain of it, create like a copy of it, and then basically started promoting their, the copied version, and dumping money into it, to make it worth, it's worth 500, it's worth 1,000, it's worth 2,000, because then all the other like coins seem to hinge upon that one as well. It's like Bitcoin is like the main on and off ramp between the fiat currency.
Yeah.
And if it works similar to the original Bitcoin, then, would people know, basically? But we were talking about Bitcoin Lightning in terms of that, because with Bitcoin Lightning, it works as like an intermediary. So now they're even controlling it more, because now they're taking, you know, they basically have to hold like a liquid amount of Bitcoin, and then they're the ones that the transfers are going through. So it would even give them more of a layer of control with Bitcoin Lightning.
Well, this is a non-custodial wallet, so like you have your coins. You know what I mean? It's not like Coinbase or something where they have your coins, or Binance or whoever. You know, there's custodial and non-custodial. And custodial is you know, they have custody of your coins, and non-custodial is they don't have custody of your coins. You do.
Right. But what do you have anything more than a secret key? And then they could, if they control the chain that it links to. But yeah, but I do know what you're saying. Yeah.
I
In
mean,
as
yeah,
much as you
if
own a
they own the
coin.
chain and shit. If they own the chain, then yeah, I mean, you basically control the whole thing.
Well, the idea I was saying there, I mean, that does stand alone in and of itself. However, there is also, have you heard about the Bitcoin SV, the Satoshi Vision version of Bitcoin?
No. Hey, no.
Some people claim and talk about that Bitcoin SV is the original one. Yeah, it's on exchanges and stuff. It's called, yeah, it's just basically like Bitcoin SV.
Is the BSV the you know, the letters for the coin? I might have seen it.
I think so. Yeah, for the some have different tickers, but yeah, I think that one is BSV on a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, some people say that Bitcoin SV is the original as well. Yeah, so there's like there's a lot of information on that.
I mean, that's definitely something that sounds like they would do. Like, all right, oh, there's a new digital currency out. It's not really worth anything. Let's make our own just in case, and we'll pump that up a little bit and get that one popular. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's sort of easier than it might initially sound for them to do it, have done it. Like, I mean, this would have been in the early days, 2000, depends on what year we're talking, but I mean, it would have been in the pretty early days. So, I mean, if Bitcoin was a thing, all they would have had to do is essentially copy it, fork it, and then copy it. Basically copy everything they could about the chain, and then fork the actual blockchain of Bitcoin, the original one, which just mirrors the actual structure of it, like the 21 million. And then, yeah, I mean, at that point, if they then started financing that one to be kind of the Bitcoin, then, yeah, so at that point, it means that the spirit of Bitcoin is still there with Bitcoin, perhaps, because it is the main one now. So it's like a conglomeration. But if they actually did fork it, then that'll be something to consider.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, is that the one you want to be holding a ton of, or holding, I suppose. But I mean, everyone makes up their mind with that. But yeah, I mean, but it is going up, like, and it's going to continue to go up. So it seems like it still represents, because I don't really see that changing. Like, I do think it's going to keep going up. I mean, it came all the way back down to this range, but like, yeah, I definitely do think. So in that way, it's still kind of the main whale, I guess, that's kind of moving everything.
Yeah. I don't even have that much in actual Bitcoin. I spread my shit out. I got a few bucks in Bitcoin, a few dollars in Doge, a few dollars in Ethereum, a few dollars in, Pancake Swap, all my little passive coins and shit. I got XRP. I just chopped it up to just tons of different coins. I don't think I have any Litecoin. I might. I got like Phantom, just a bunch of coins, Avalanche and shit. Yeah, there's a bunch of apps that claim to like hook you up for your steps, basically. So I'm just trying this one out. I'm about to do a withdrawal on it as soon as I can download this wallet. It's a hassle to get a wallet. You gotta write down a whole seed phrase and shit. Come here, high five, high five, high five, high five, high five. Here we go. But yeah, I spent like a G over the past few weeks here buying coins. Bunch of good deals out there for the altcoins. You know, if Bitcoin goes back up, this would have been a good time to buy altcoins. Like, it's not even worth it buying $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. Great. Well, all right. Let's say Bitcoin does doubles or something or triples. I mean, I guess you'd make 2-3 G's or whatever, but the altcoins be doing like 10x and shit. You know, Pancake Swap's at like $3 right now. That shit could go to 30 easy. And it makes passive income. Like, I'm all about that passive income, so.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that for the people that are trying to control things or the entities that are trying to control things, they actually need Bitcoin to go up as well. So sort of seems to be like it's carrying
it right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a conglomeration right now of like the light and the dark.
Yeah, like all the mutual, ETFs. I don't know what they did. All the big broker guys, JP Morgan and shit, all the big guys are getting crypto now. So like, yeah, these motherfuckers want it to go up too because they're holding it.
Yeah, and if they're gonna
probably
at this point, like blockchain is undoubtedly going to be the future. So it's like they just want to co-opt it and control it and lead it with the best ones of their of their chains basically. So they're going to want to bring as many people in, but they're kind of controlling it in a way right now, I think, kind of regulating it. But yeah, they're going to want more resources to go to it, and just the overall but they're just going to try to make theirs the best, as it were, try to get most people onto their chains.
Yeah, but no one's gonna go for a coin that has. Remember that thing that was like, oh, I got a new crypto. It's got an unlimited supply. It was this whole list of shit, and it was like, just kidding. That's the United States dollar. It was like a ridiculous coin you would have never got into. Like, no one's gonna go in a coin where it's like unlimited supply and we control how many get produced. You know what I mean? Like, at least Bitcoin, there's some kind of system to it and it's fair. Like, no, I don't know. I don't see people going for a government one. The government doesn't run anything good. What was the last thing they ran good? They did a great job at Hurricane Katrina. One little disaster in the country, and they're running the school system fucking great. How about healthcare? Social Security is a good one. They're running good. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme if I ever seen one. The government can't even run the money right. We're trillions of dollars. What are we, 20 trillion in debt? We're literally just
Hey, what does flare mean anyways?
Hey there, what do you say? Sorry, it was a bit quiet.
I said, what does flare mean anyway?
Means fucking fat
Name?
German, bro.
It means fat in German, you say?
It's a bad ass. No, I don't know.
I mean, it's just a combination which is not really creative. It's just a combination of Vlad and Eric, right? Which gives Fleric, so.
You know, that was my guess. I thought maybe your name is Eric and you're a flat earther.
Yeah. Obviously, though.
Yeah, that'd be a good name for a kid.
What do you guys think about the observation I told you about, or I told Jeremy about? Last night I was at the pool, and there were stars, and I was looking at the stars. And first there was no stars, the sky was clear, because it's just after sunset. But then the stars started coming out. I was looking at the stars the whole time. And then next thing I know, there was a very bright, just like there were airplanes up there. And so this one was very bright, and it was at my zenith. And I knew it was ISS because it was moving slightly faster. And somebody else at the pool, so I showed it to my girlfriend, but somebody else at the pool said that it was an airplane, it's not a space station. But then I told my girlfriend, I said, just keep watching it, and if it's an airplane, it's not going to disappear in a couple seconds. But sure enough, as you watch it go across the sky, it's I don't know how far away, but it's like halfway to the horizon, I guess, and then it goes from being very bright to completely disappearing. That's how you know it was ISS, and that was very high up. But I was just curious, what did you guys think about that observation? Other than the chance of me just viewing the ISS at my zenith. I mean, what do you think about the idea that it disappearing shows you that it's not an airplane?
I don't know about that. Could be a UFO.
Except I identified it.
Oh yeah, you got the tag numbers off the side of it.
No, but I've seen the ISS before. I didn't double check to see the schedule yesterday, but I'm certain if I did, it would have said the ISS would be at my zenith.
Which gives your position away, right?
Gives their position or my position?
It's gonna dox your ass.
Your position, though.
Oh yeah, it's not going to give my position away. It's not so accurate that you're gonna get my position away. I mean, it would have been just about the same thing for anywhere in Austin. I was just thinking about that because the moon was out last night too, and it was half lit. It was about in the same part of the sky as the ISS was. So the sun was setting in the west, and the moon was in the. It was almost at my zenith, but it wasn't at my zenith. It was like in the east, so an eastern, part. But it was in the opposite direction of where the sun had just set at. And obviously, if something's not high up like that, then after the sun sets, it's not going to be lit up. But it's only lit up because the sun has already set. For me, but not yet for objects that high.
So, Kosha, what's your explanation for why you think it just blanked out halfway through? You're saying?
Because it entered into Earth shadow. So like it was still, it's high enough that it's still able to get lit up. So it's very bright light from the sun, even though it was dark for me. But I knew that at some point, as it was going around, it was going to reach an Earth shadow and then be invisible.
Okay, and that happened at approximately what your calculations show. So that seems convincing to you that that's what it is.
Yeah, well, I didn't calculate this. This one I saw by chance, but my prediction, because like I said, somebody else at the pool was telling their girlfriend or wife or something that it was a satellite. It was just a plane, and so I was telling my girlfriend that one way we know it was ISS is because it will disappear. But like I said, the sky was clear, so if it was a light, from a plane or something, it was that bright. There's no reason that it goes from being extremely bright to just immediately disappearing.
Yeah, unless it's lit up from its own source, and then it just turns off its light at that point.
That's true. That's true. But then that's a hell of a prediction then. But I had no idea that this object lighting itself up was gonna just by chance turn off.
But they would just have that programmed into the simulation, into the model.
Oh, you're saying like this was like this? Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Like this was supposed to be the ISS. I see what you're saying.
Well, I'm not even really saying anything. I'm just kind of freewheeling thinking, but I'm just saying that your claim is that at a certain part of its quote unquote orbit, it would have reached a shadow in your position. So it would have disappeared halfway through because the light of the sun wouldn't be shining on it anymore.
Yeah, that's correct. That's
yeah. So
it's that bigger.
Right. So all they'd have to do is do this in local areas, which I'm sure is what they're doing anyways, local swaths of region, especially like over the oceans. I'm sure they're not even doing it at all. So they're only doing it over the land. So they just have to time that. Yeah, that would just, I mean, if that's how they're doing it, if they're just turning it off like that. I'm just saying, if you're convinced it actually is going around the shadow, the other side to it is that it's just something up in the sky and then it turns off at that point. But yeah, there is some more detail to that because they would have to time that in different regions. Really wouldn't be that hard to do at all. They just have to program it into their simulation. Like it's a simulated software program that's running it anyways in terms of in that viewpoint, in terms of its positioning.
Hey, what do you think about Brian Leakey's theory that it's always been up there?
Well, there is an idea that that's actually a wandering star. You've heard that? Is that what he's saying?
I don't know if I would consider it to be a wandering star, but some object that's in the sky, because it does go pretty fast to be a wandering star.
Well, but that's what some people have thought about or suggested, that it's actually like a celestial phenomenon. And then they just basically hijacked it and called it the ISS. And then they might put something in front of the sun or moon for the transits to trick people. Other than that, people don't see anything other than a light. That's one perspective. I'm not saying that's my perspective. I'm just saying that is a thing some people. I think like I think I remember David Weiss saying that actually. Do you remember? He's said that before. That idea that it's essentially like a wandering star, but even if you don't define it that way, just as a celestial phenomenon, electrical, whatever it is. Yeah.
What up with the Chinese space station though?
What are they doing with theirs?
Yeah, didn't the Chinese launch a space station as well?
Yeah, but I don't know much about it. I don't know how high it flies or how long its orbit is or anything.
But I mean, Kosho, with all the money and resources that the military has, I mean, don't you think it's very possible that they could basically have some kind of a device that is emitting light with whatever technology they're using and just make it as a like an actual there is actually something up there, but it's not a space station with humans falling around the earth in it. There's a phenomenon they're creating visually of that thing. So I guess that's my question to you. Do you think, like, what links into your mind that it actually does have people in it and they're falling around the earth? And then what in your mind links it to it being physical that you've verified?
Okay, so I'd say the people in it, I can make a concession and say that nothing about my observations that in themselves tell me that there's people in them, other than the fact that they up there are saying that they're in them. But in order for NASA to, or the government to report this observation, but to make this observation possible for me to see, and then everybody else makes it true for everybody else, all the other, everybody else's observations of it as well. I think the only way that they could do that would be to do what they're planning to do, which is put something into orbit. So I think they can do it, but only by means of them actually doing it. I know that's not really a good answer, but I can't see how they could. I don't see how they could get away with tricking this many people, especially people who make observations in the same paths. Like when we do this, I do this with people in Virginia and stuff like that, and in between and everything, we all make observations of it at the same time, exactly when we're supposed to. So yeah, I know that's not really a good answer, but.
Okay, so yeah, you feel like for yourself that you've confirmed that it's consistent.
Yeah, I believe so.
In its position, from whatever limited sightings you've had between you and people you know.
Right. Limited in the case of I haven't seen all of them, but when I track out a great circle path from its position and then I add in Coriolis, that corroborates the path it tells me it's going, and the path it tells me it's going corroborates what I myself witness, as well as at the same time people in other places along that path. So all that put together tells me that to me it would seem like it would be harder to fake this, but make it look real, than it would be just to make the real thing.
Really? So if we live in an Earth that up is up, down is down, what goes up must come down, and that there is a actual 3D physics, just like we experience on Earth, then it would not be possible, at least on a globe Earth concept, because if you're not orbiting a globe, then the whole falling around thing wouldn't even be possible. So why are you saying that that's more likely just because you see something up there? That's what you're saying?
Well, it's not necessarily more like that. I'm saying it seems easier to do than to. If what you said is true about the Earth and up and up, down is down, then to make this observation, they would need technology that I'm not aware or that I didn't even know was possible.
Yeah, I think what Gio was trying to say is that it's kind of embedded in the whole orbital mechanics thing, so that you have this conservation of the infinite energy, which keeps the station falling around the Earth, right? Because there's no friction, etc. You know?
Right. So I'm saying, so in my paradigm, it's it's just a task of putting something into orbit. In your paradigm, to make the same observation, it seems like it would require something more technologically advanced than sending something into orbit, which would include things that I'm not even aware of exist technologically. So I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying one seems easier, and the other one seems like I wouldn't be able to answer because I don't have that information if it exists.
Well, wouldn't there be, the way I often think about it, like, wouldn't there be three main ways that this could be happening? One would be that you can't float up there at all. You can't fall around anything, that just what's up is up, down is down. Perhaps there's a limit. And in that perspective, the only way you're going to keep something going up there is by, like a helium or, different technologies, drones, helicopters, all that kind of stuff, and high altitude devices and things that they could keep floating with, like the electrostatic tethering, for example. Electrostatic tethering, they use that. There's a lot of different things, but nonetheless, if in the concept of what goes up must come down, then whatever's being held up there has to be held up there. So if that's what they're claiming the ISS is, in that model, it would be that. Another concept, even over like a planar stationary Earth, could even be the idea that up there, because of the electric field, you actually do essentially float or become weightless. So in that idea, like it is still up above like a planar stationary Earth, but you actually can become weightless and then essentially start like flowing in the ether in the clockwise fashion. And then, of course, the globe idea kind of takes a little bit of that sort of quantum locking type concept a little bit, and then puts it around a sphere, and then claims that you're falling and adds a whole gravity theory. But it's like those are the three main structures. Would you agree?
So, for the record, helicopters have a ceiling of 20, 30,000 feet. They have a maximum height that they just can't generate the lift from the rotor blades because the air is too thin. And same thing with drones, by the way.
But we can rule out drones and helicopters, and I think we can also rule out balloons for the reason of, for balloons to be floating, there has to be atmosphere, and if there's an atmosphere, this thing has to be moving through it, and it has to be moving faster than an airplane, because if it were the same height as an airplane, it's still moving faster. But if it's even higher, it has to move even faster to appear to move faster than an airplane. So we can rule out the planes, the helicopter, not planes, the balloons, the helicopters, and the drone. And that leaves you said tethering, tethering, electrostatic tethering, or something like that. And you said quantum locking. And those two things are contradictory for each other. So you can't have one if you have the other, because superconductors are electrically, they have zero electrical resistance. But yeah, I guess it just leaves those two things. And I don't know, I have to think about that.
Yeah, they are different things. In a way, yeah, different conceptions. I mean, quantum locking in some ways is similar to the concept of like if the electrostatic field changes at those high altitudes to where the effect that the field usually has on things that are dense changes. Like that factor is what would change in that concept, which would kind of be in some way required for quantum locking as well. Like it seems like quantum locking, that's what it's doing. It's changing the electric field and using the superconductor technology to be able to stay in a circuit essentially around like a central nodal point.
And what's the triangulated relationship to the space station? Does this 1 degree per 60 nautical miles apply to it, or is there a different method of triangulation to it?
That would be a different method. Because it's way too close.
It's a good question, though, Coach. Have any of you guys tested that?
Yeah, that would be interesting.
The triangulation thing? You know triangulation? Because Red's Rhetoric did. he calculated the altitude of the ISS by 2 observers on the ground.
That would definitely be an interesting thing to do, or if you could post that.
Yeah, I'm not a big Red River fan. I know it's on his channel. I could probably throw it up. I've only seen 1 or 2 of his videos, and even that video I only saw half of.
I don't think any of the footage they're giving us of men that look weightless are authentic. So I don't think they are floating up there, like at all, or at least what they're what they're showing us. But I also don't think you can float up there either.
What I'm going to say is that
you can float in a zero-G airplane.
Well, there's that too. I was going to say nobody claims that they're floating though.
But in that case, you're actually falling.
Yeah,
that actually is what happens to the. It's actually falling around the Earth. Basically, it's falling but missing continually.
I understand. I understand the concept. Yeah.
Yeah, orbit mechanics. Yeah.
I just think that's kind of an offshoot, like a pseudo physical offshoot that isn't actually happening.
But in relationship to the airplane, in terms of how high you are, your distance from the bottom or the top of the airplane, you're floating within the airplane. In other words, you're 4 feet from the top, 6 feet from the bottom, and you're floating there. And the same thing happens in the ISS. You're 4 feet from the top, 6 feet from the bottom. You're floating in the ISS. Same thing.
Like I said, I would just personally refrain from using the word floating, but everything else is.
I was just repeating the term he used.
Yeah, I know that earlier. That was the only thing I was going to correct Geo on, so I would just be hypocritical. But yeah, she goes next.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you guys are getting this, I mean, obviously you probably didn't come up with it. You obviously heard it from someone else in terms of this idea that you can fall around a sphere, and it feels like you're just falling down, even though you're actually something has to equal out centrifugal and centripetal forces to somehow make you fall around a sphere, but make it seem like you're just floating weightless.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Here's the way I look at it. If you have a cannonball,
how are you convinced that that's actually happening? That's my question.
So if you have a cannonball and it's on a 100-foot platform or hill or whatever, and you put some gunpowder in it, and it shoots it straight sideways, it's going to go out a certain distance. Now you put more gunpowder on it, it's going to go out further. And if you put more and more, it'll keep going further and further. And if you keep putting more and more gunpowder in it, it'll keep going further and further over the curve. And basically, if you put enough gunpowder in it, it will literally follow the curve, and it will fall and go forward and far enough out that it will basically match the falling rate. The lateral movement will match the vertical movement, essentially. I mean, that to me is a pretty easy concept to understand.
That's called a story.
I mean, whether it's true or not, the idea is not that complicated as far as how something could fall around a sphere.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the idea of a Death Star isn't complicated either. A giant battery that powers up and fires a laser. That doesn't mean Death Stars are real or even as an idea. It's not a difficult concept. It's just retarded. That's all.
I mean, where would be examples where this is observed in reality besides the ISS, for example? Like with all orbital mechanics, right?
That's sort of the point. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, anything that you're basically, it's not really the escape velocity. You're basically trying to, again, you're trying to match the horizontal speed with the vertical drop. And if you can match that, then you have an orbit.
So what are they doing to propel something to 17,000 miles an hour to match that? Dun, dun, dun. That's where the pseudophysics comes in, because they're not doing that. You were talking about gunpowder, and I agree with you. If you take like a bullet or something and you shoot it over a distance that has a a mountain or a hill or whatever it is that curves, and you get it all right, yeah, I mean the parabolic arc of the bullet will follow some arc, and if you match that to the ground, I understand that general concept. But in that scenario, there's something you're propelling through the environment at a very fast rate of speed on Earth. And so you're taking that to link it to a concept of somehow being able to get to 17,000 miles an hour without any propelling, or to keep yourself. And this now something's keeping you going 17,000. So that's where the pseudophysics comes in my view. And now you're falling around a sphere and staying, connected to the radius indefinitely. That's where it becomes pseudophysics.
That's the whole point. Is once you get the speed, the whole ISS has to be occasionally boosted. But once you get the right speed, it's a continuous fall and miss of the Earth continually. I mean, it doesn't have to be, like I said, it has to be boosted occasionally. But the speed, you don't have to make it go faster. You just have to raise it up a little bit once in a while.
Well, if you're going to propel something that's, kind of like the image of the ones that Kosho posted with the the cannon going around the sphere. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like, so where are you making the link in your mind between shooting something over land that is curved, where you're getting that parabolic arc, to the idea that it's going around a sphere and then continually keeps going around it? Like, that's what I'm wondering. I mean, there is quantum locking, but that's not around a sphere. Like, where are you getting that part is possible, other than just basically like the narrative from the space agencies that claim it?
I don't understand. I mean, you match the speed, you get the speed to, again, I'll say it again, you match the vertical drop with the horizontal speed, and it falls around continually, minus the occasional lift that you need. I don't understand. Why is that? I don't understand why that's hard to understand. I mean, whether it's true or not, we can argue that. But I'm saying that idea is not that complicated.
Well, how do they get it up to 17,000 miles an hour?
Rocket fuel, I would imagine. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's that difficult.
So rocket fuel can get something to 17,000?
Sure, why not? What's the limit? What is the fastest it could go? What's keeping it from going fast? Why would it not be able to do that? I mean, what's the limit to how fast rocket fuel can propel you?
I mean, why can't you just... The world record is 760 miles an hour.
But I'm saying, if you have enough to continually accelerate, I mean, obviously you need enough, but there's no ceiling on how fast you can go if you have enough fuel. Now, obviously you need a lot of fuel to continually accelerate, but it's not like there's a ceiling. Once you hit 1,000 miles an hour, that's it. Can't go any faster. I mean, why can't you just keep accelerating? What's stopping you from accelerating more?
Ether drag?
Well, I guess that's one idea. But I mean, the way you phrased it, it's like you doubt that rocket fuel has enough energy in it, or enough, like it can't make you go fast enough. Rocket fuel, it is.
Well, I assume you're claiming the idea that at some high altitude outside of a sphere, that the density changes to where you could even do this. Where on Earth,
Yeah, we know it does.
All right, let's go with that for the moment. Let's just go with it. Let's just say rocket fuel gets you to 17,000. My next question would be, why does it orbit a sphere? Meaning that we can't, there's nothing on Earth in any physics that we're aware of on any level or any scale to where that happens, to where things orbit spheres. So in terms of your belief of it, is it just that you've been convinced that at a big scale it does and at every other scale it can't? So it's kind of like an unfalsifiable claim?
Why do you need, why do you need something on Earth to demonstrate this? Why isn't the ISS around the Earth demonstration? I mean, the idea that you need a demonstration on Earth literally means you need a scale model, and you can't scale all of that stuff, right? So, I mean, you have to use the Earth to do this. It's not like you can shrink it down and have an orbit around a basketball. That doesn't work.
Well, we can, like in quantum locking. That's the thing. Things do orbit around a center point on a coplanar axis, but they don't around spheres.
What's that though?
Wait, what?
What's quantum locking?
I don't know.
I've got a GIF of it, a couple GIFs, I think. You see, this one shows it pretty good.
Hey, Gio, have you seen a magnet suspended between two pieces of bismuth?
Possibly, but it's not ringing a bell directly. But I may have seen it. What does it look like?
I'll pull. It just looks like you know how you can melt bismuth at really low temperatures in a stove top pot, right? This guy, he just melts bismuth, melts a lump of bismuth, pours it out, and lets it crystallize in two separate crystallizations, and then he just attaches them to a wooden frame so that they're about an inch apart from each other, and he just sticks the magnet right between them, and the magnet is like having like what do they call it, a diamagnetic relationship with both of them. So they're both just like pushing the magnet away, but one's pushing up, one's pushing down, so it just stays right in the middle.
Huh, that sounds cool. Do you have a picture of it?
Yeah, I was watching it. I'll just go through my history. I was watching it this morning. And it's only about the first 30 seconds that are worth watching, because then the whole rest of the 10 minutes is just him building it. But that's fun for whenever you have time, if you feel like it.
So does it have like a similar structure in terms of the quantum locking? Is it like a coplanar? Because you're saying it's suspended in the middle. So does it have like a coplanar system to it? That the way the fields, that's what it sounds like. The way it's like the fields are.
Well, the quantum locking you can do with just one track and one magnet, right? It doesn't need like two barriers, right? It doesn't need It doesn't need two pieces of metal or whatever. The quantum locking, right? You just have like a really cold magnet, and does the track have to be a magnet, or like the thing it's suspended in? Is quantum locking between two magnets, or just some ferrous material? I don't know. Yeah, I got the bismuth link though.
Yeah, I mean, it uses a magnetic track and a superconductor. So I mean, in the idea of this being in any way a model of something moving above a planar surface, it would just be that the ground would act as the magnetic field, like the rocks and the different materials in the earth that would be creating like the magnetic ground.
Oh, are we talking about the ISS here then, or like the planets or anything?
Well, we were kind of talking about the ISS and then things falling around a sphere, and then we were saying how they can't Well, Extremistus was we were asking how like Extremistus, where he's coming to the idea that things are orbiting around a sphere like that, and then we were talking about it being non-reproducible, like it's unfalsifiable because they claim the Earth has to be large or whatever for it. And then he was saying, does it have to be repeatable on a small scale? Then we started talking about something like quantum locking, which is repeatable on a small scale.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, we see stuff orbiting like the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, planets around the sun. We see that.
You got a video of that?
It looks very similar to this quantum locking video I'm watching.
I mean, do I really need to show you a video of the moons orbiting around Jupiter? We all seen it.
I've looked, but it's an animation, the one I've seen.
I posted a video.
Oh, cool.
Oh man, that was rough.
It's Pluto and its moon.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's definitely Atari 2800.
The fact that it could be faked by 1980s technology doesn't mean that it was faked. You point a telescope in the right direction and take a couple pictures. This is what they saw. Or either that, or you have to claim that they were lying and it's all fake.
Well, what does that really claim to be? I mean, it's a total of like 12 pixels. So
yeah, they pointed a telescope at Pluto and took several pictures over the course of several hours, and this is what they saw.
Okay, forget Pluto, okay? Jupiter is much closer.
I mean, do you want the real-time video where they take months? Do you want to watch a 1 month long video where they take or however long it takes?
Well,
Can it be a time lapse? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, it can be a time lapse, but of course they're going to have to take a break every 8 hours with a 12-hour break or whatever, depending on the time of year when the sun's out and all.
Why?
Well, you can't see Jupiter when the sun's out above you.
If it's done from one of the satellites, one of the things we sent to Jupiter, why not? What's the problem?
You see Jupiter during the day.
Well, that's kind of my question. Like Matthew just posted this one of like the 12 pixels going around each other, and I'm not trying to like. It is funny, kind of, but I'm not trying to like call him out for that. The fact that it's like pixels like that. I mean, but the thing is like Matthew, don't you think if this were real, that they would have all kinds of high definition footage? I mean, they claim they put probes out there and they've got things going to Pluto to snap pictures of it. Wouldn't you expect that we'd have crystal clear images of this and video?
No. This is the closest they could get with the cameras they had at the time.
But I'm saying today, like if moons were all orbiting around all these planets, and we've apparently sent probes and satellites and things out there to go do, probe them and orbit around them, wouldn't we have tons of high definition footage of all close-ups of these moons and 3D, from this angle, that angle, and actually have high definition real footage of it all?
This camera, the telescope that took these pictures, did get closer to Pluto, and it took much closer images. But when it was way far away, that's when it could get like both of the moon and the planet in the same image.
Okay, and you believe that's real to you?
I believe this is real. They pointed a telescope at Pluto, and this is what the pictures they took. What's the alternative explanation? That somebody at a computer intentionally faked this and lied about it?
Well, so you think that I don't know the total number of pixels. It might be 10 to 15 pixels. You think that those pixels are light coming from the sun all the way out to Pluto, and at the distance they claim it is, bouncing off of Pluto and a little rock going around Pluto, and then someone with a telescope is picking up these blocky pixels?
Yeah, it's a remote telescope, but yes. Because that's what they say it is. And if you think it's not, then I guess you are saying they're lying about it and faking it instead.
Well, I'm not necessarily
Extremists
asking what it is or isn't. I'm more just asking you, like, if what you're, I'm not really claiming what it is, but you were saying you do think it's real. So you think that because someone claims something's real, that gives it like a head start, or does that not matter if you're trying to figure out if it's real or not?
No, obviously not. Anybody could say anything, but it's sort of a well-known claim, and it's not disputed by hardly any scientists that what they claim it is. So I guess I believe what other people say about it.
So the problem I have with the extremist video is that that's the one result I can find, and we have a major moment in the history of space where it started getting a little more credible with the masses, with the church, with the scientific community, with the astronomers. When Galileo was like, "Yo, 30 times zoom, bitches! Look at this! I just saw the moons of Jupiter." And someone's got to be able to just do this in their backyard with their 300 times telescope hooked up to a camera, or their 80 times zoom Nikon or something, right? I mean, we don't need a satellite footage to see the moons of Jupiter unless they've gotten a lot further away since Galileo's time.
Right, but the moons orbit so slowly that 12 hours, Jupiter's only up for about 12 hours at a time. And so if you want to get a longer time lapse, you have to do it from above the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's okay. We can take a video of Jupiter at night, right? Someone's done this, right? Someone has taken footage of Jupiter at night over the course of a month. Or is this something I have to do because no one's ever done this before? And if not, oh, that's strange. That's very strange. It doesn't move that much,
So you ask for it.
Fast.
I give it to you, and now you still want more.
No, I already told you this is the one result, and I explained my issues with it. I don't want more. I wanted something different from this from the start.
Are you claiming that's actual footage, Extremis? The Europa?
It's a time lapse, but yes.
Okay.
So is this like a geostationary or what kind of satellite is this that can focus on Jupiter with such a consistent view of it? I mean, this is over the course of how long, right? A month, maybe? It's just got Jupiter locked in the center of frame somehow the whole time.
I will let you investigate it.
My question is, how can you validate this, bud?
So Io has an orbital period of 42 hours, and so it goes all the way around in 42 hours. And if you limited yourself to just backyard astronomy, you could only get 12 hours at a time, so it'd kind of be jumpy. If you want to see it go all the way around, you have to be able to look at Jupiter for 42 full hours.
That's all right. I'll take a little jumpy. In fact, I mean, someone's done this, right? That's my big question. Someone's done this, right? Come on.
It's not the question about somebody doing it. The question is, how do you validate it? How can you verify this is
Yeah, I mean, just look at the 12 by 12 pixel image. I mean, what do you mean verify it?
I could give you a video of a unicorn.
One satellite has once filmed Jupiter's moons. Thank you, one satellite filming once over the course of a month. Where are all the backyard astronomers at? Where are any of the observatories? Why hasn't this been done? When I search footage of Jupiter's moons, taken from Earth, whatever, like, what do I need to search? Because someone's surely done this, right?
Those
No.
amateur astronomers have meetups. They go out and they do this in public places. You could look this up and go and join
Oh,
them.
cool. So, oh yeah, thousands of people every year doing it all the time. So someone recorded it, right, and uploaded it by now.
I'm sure. Go look for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I did. I told you. I found the same video
Yeah.
Trina sent, and he sent that because this is the best he's got, and that's pretty sad that that's the best there is out there.
No, there's a lot more. Just spend time
Oh.
looking for it.
Okay, I'll try harder.
I posted one where they took pictures over the period of 21 days, but you can see how jumpy it is. And so if you want to get something smooth, you need to be looking at Jupiter, for 40 plus hours all in a row, which you can't do from the surface of Earth because Jupiter sets every 24 hours.
Hey, that's more like it at least.
So changes color. Does it change color?
It doesn't, but you might see color variations based on the temperature, humidity, variance in the atmosphere, depending on the weather.
Here's a group in a still city. Open
Oh, yeah.
all.
Bread hooked me up. Bread just sent me a real nice YouTube channel. Not something you're gonna get when you search on Google search engine. That's been my issue. You just kind of like gotta know about these channels through other methods,
Yeah, they aren't real popular and they don't pop up in the
Yeah, that's the issue.
close to the
Good
algorithms.
footage though. It looks like this guy has a telescope and a P1000. Yeah, really good footage of Jupiter's moons. Well,
There are people
at
that
least
spend. There are people that spend a significant portion of their adult lives doing this stuff, right? I mean, they do this as a hobby. That's their 25-hour a week, pastime.
Hell yeah.
Pittsburgh has one of the oldest observatories in North America, but it's been closed since COVID, unfortunately.
But wouldn't you agree that there's a difference between the observation that's taken and then the explanation for what the observation is? Like you can observe something or take certain telescopic images and different things of the sky, but there's then a second step, which is more like philosophy based, because you can't physically verify it as to what the explanation for it is. And in the heliocentric model, of course, they claim what they think it is and have that explanation. But does that mean that explanation is true?
Well, all of science kind of builds on itself, right? And it's nothing really stands alone. But there are stuff in the night sky. We see it behave, and we see smaller planetary. We see moons. We'll call them moons that rotate around the planets that are observable.
If it's a predictive model and it predicts where Jupiter will be, where the moons will be, the alignment of the planets, they're all going to be in this line. Why would we?
It works.
Yeah, why would we not believe it? What is evidence against it working? Other than, I just don't believe it. I mean, there might be alternatives. I won't
Against
discount
what?
that.
Against what working? The movements of the sky?
Yeah, there might be alternatives, but find me something that predicts the movements accurately and, you know, consistently as the model does. I mean, I know the whole whatever, I know there is that one model where it predicts the eclipses and all that stuff, but it doesn't predict them down to the minute and down to the mile on the location.
Well, it predicts them down to the second without any heliocentric understanding. And has no problem. I mean, it's not a prediction. I wouldn't really use that term, but post-diction at best. I mean, it's just a timing. And the position on the Earth is connected to where under the sky. So yeah, that's all been done on a geocentric stationary Earth model since the dawn of time.
Is there some sort of connection between things being predictable and therefore things being true for some reason? For example, is it possible that it could be predictable because it's been reverse engineered and observed over years and millennia, and people taking notes and sharing those notes and other people observing them and building upon that? Is it possible that that's why it's predictable and not because they've constructed an entire mathematical system around it?
That would be true if we just had the same old predictions they had for hundreds of years, but now
Yes.
we have much more accurate and precise predictions, which were never possible until just recently.
If you predict all the motions of the planet, and this is all the planets that we have, sure, you can say, okay, we can reverse engineer it and we can monitor it, and you know, in 2 years it'll be here. But Neptune specifically wasn't known about. They noticed some weird oscillations or movements with Uranus, said, hey, there's probably another planet out there. Let's look over here for the other planet, and bam, there's another planet that we didn't previously know about.
What would be considered weird, right? All right, so we're in a situation that we're trying to figure out what's going on in the sky, right? So what would be considered a weird movement? What we're trying to do is to decipher what is going on in the sky. To say that something is weird is to imply that we know what everything else is, but this particular one is weird.
So specifically, the orbit of actually Mercury too, but Neptune was off by I don't know, 30, 40, you know, some degree of arc seconds. In other words, Uranus should be over here. It's a little bit off to where we think it will be based on orbital mechanics. Maybe there is something causing its orbit to perturb or be out of alignment with what we expect based on its out of alignment movement. In other words, it's off by 20 arc seconds or whatever the distance is. It's off by this much. We think there's a missing planet beyond it, and it actually might have this mass and be in this location. And they guessed pretty good.
Is it possible? This is just a possibility, right? That these things in the sky, that they're not orbiting, that they are doing some sort of coming and going, right? But since we can observe them doing the going around, right? We can't like go out on a God point of view and watch these things actually rotate, right? So we have to assume that when they go, when they come, that they're making some sort of orbit. Is it possible that we're assuming that this is what's happening up there?
Yeah, completely, because that's how the astronomical coordinate system or the celestial sphere works. Sure.
Well, say that that's how it works it would be an assumption, because again, other than observing, I don't see how we can actually verify these things. What you're saying is what we're saying is what the sky does, right? But there's a difference between us observing what the sky is doing and declaring why it's doing what it's doing.
We don't know about this planet. Never seen this planet before. Don't know it exists. There is a little bit of a wobble in another planet we do know exists. based on the amount of that wobble, we predict another planet in a specific location. We look for that planet in the location predicted and find that planet. I don't understand why that isn't literally evidence, or I wouldn't say proof, but it's definitely, if we predict it's there, we look for it, and we find it based on the model. Why is that not evidence and just a quote lucky guess?
Can we explore? Can we explore why?
Okay. Hold on, Matrix. So the same thing was predicted by another system, right? The Bode's law. You know about that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Bode's law is like a mathematical, you can call it algorithm, technique, chart, whatever. But it's a real simple, just sequence of numbers that's very accurate in describing the location of the planets. And it was invented before, I forget which one, Uranus perhaps, was discovered. But they looked in the place that Bode's law, which is literally just a system of number sequences, pretty much. And, oh, look, well, that means Bode's law must be true because it had predictive powers that turned out right. Now, is there reason to doubt it? Of course there is. Just because something gets a lucky guess, you know.
Look at the prediction, the whole prediction thing, right? Like, I don't know if you guys heard about this guy that wrote about dinosaurs and was talking about dinosaurs before they even ever discovered a dinosaur bone, right? They were saying that he predicted supposedly dinosaurs, but I don't think, bro. I think what some people want to call prediction is just some sort of pattern recognition system developing thing that they do, and then they say, "Oh, this is a prediction," when they've already been observing these things. So what Extremis is saying, okay, it's possible. It's possible that the people doing it recently didn't know about it, but I guarantee you, if people have been observing the sky, this mystery planet has already been documented and talked about. So possibly they didn't predict anything. They simply read some literature from the past, and they fucking numbered it, systematically wrote it down, and made some sort of system and that correlated whatever literature they've already read from before.
There is no evidence whatsoever to confirm your speculation. That is just speculation.
Dude, it's most of it is speculation.
Speculation.
So what? What's wrong with speculation?
You're making it up. There's no evidence. There's no evidence to support it.
First of all, I am not making anything up, but it's simply a conclusion I have drawn from multiple sources. From multiple sources of information, I have drawn my own conclusion. So if you want to consider making it up, everything that you know, everything that you claim to be smart of, somebody made it up, genius.
Well,
regardless, the planets don't follow Bode's law strictly. It's because Bode's law is estimation.
Bode's law is literally just like a number pattern, and it says it was published based on nothing besides just being a number pattern, and correctly predicted not only the location of the asteroid belt before it was discovered, but also Uranus. So that Bode's law's got two, and fluctuations and whatever gets Neptune. That's 2-1. Bode's law wins.
The planets. Most orbital systems will loosely follow Bode's law, but none of them follow it strict enough to be able to use it to be able to use that to say that you can use that to predict where the planets are. You can use them to predict where orbital bodies may end up, and it's gonna tend towards that. But like for instance, like we're talking about Neptune, it doesn't predict where Neptune's gonna be. If you used Bode's law to predict where Neptune's gonna be based off of Uranus and Jupiter, or I'm sorry, Saturn and Jupiter and Uranus, you get kind of close, but you wouldn't really hit the mark.
So is it possible that they have to develop these different systems, right? Different systems. And because these things are possibly not orbiting, right? Maybe they're doing something else entirely, and we're just supposing that they're orbiting.
They sure behave like they're orbiting.
How would you, like, realistically? This is an honest question. How would you even be able to know, right? Because unless you're like literally staring at the sky 24/7, which I doubt, right? Because we're adults and we have other shit to do. So how is it that if you're one of these people that stare at the sky, right? You have these things documented positions and all of that. Yeah, of course, you might be able to make a claim. But how does the regular man is able to say, yeah, man, this thing is making an orbit, right? All we see this shit is in a position one day, the next day is in another position, right? But we don't really know if the whole thing is a giant orbit. I think we're just presupposing that because it supposedly fit this mathematical system we've conjured.
That's sort of the point. There are people that actually whose job it is to do that, so that an average guy doesn't have to sit there and stare at the sky all the time.
There are people whose their day job is the nighttime work of doing these studies, and they make very, very accurate observations. They predicted that Neptune would be in a certain spot. They couldn't find it at first because it turns out that some of the measurements were wrong. They had to go back and do them again. And when they went back and did them again, all of a sudden they were able to find it. But some of the input that they used, it turned out like one of the astronomical observatories was off. It was making faulty measurements, and they had to go back and they figured out that it was faulty, and then they went back and fixed it, and all of a sudden they were able to find it.
So how does one even know when a measurement is faulty, right? Like how does one develop some form of margin of error that is observable between something being exact and something being partially off?
Kind of like when you work on your car and the timing's off. You just see that something isn't working right here. We expect a certain reading from our telescope in Argentina.
Oh, purely observation is what we're talking about here, right? Purely observation.
But
do you understand how that might be flawed? Just because hypothetically in this situation we don't really know what the sky's doing. I get that the globe has a story already, right, about what the sky is and what it's doing. But in the alternative, we don't really know what the sky is doing, right? So this is where both of those ideas conflict. This is why we're asking these questions.
Yeah. So the astronomers were making measurements. They had the very delicate, very accurate observations and high power telescopes searching, but it turned out that something was off. Their numbers weren't adding up. They weren't being consistent. They weren't getting consistent readings, and it turned out some of the gears that were being used to help the telescope track were off, and it wasn't staying. The telescope was pointing at the wrong part of the sky, but just a small amount. But they figured it out, and they fixed it, and shortly thereafter, they were able to find the missing planet. But it is complicated. It is not easy. There's a very small margin of error. But just as with anything else, if you're a wood carver and you're doing a job and it seems like it's off a bit, you go back and you look at your tool and you realize your tool is misaligned. Oh crap! Okay, I can fix this. I'll fix the tool. Now all of a sudden, I'm making my wood carvings are good again. Just like any other profession. Sometimes the tool's off, and when you figure out the tool's off, you go back and you do it again.
Are you just kind of freewheeling right now, or are you talking about anything specific?
I'm talking about when they were searching for Neptune, and the story I've heard and the story I've read is that one of the there was a astronomical observations that were being done from Argentina, so like the national whatever observatory, and they were contributing, but their observations were wrong. They weren't comfortable with what they were getting. That it turns out that their telescope wasn't tracking properly and wasn't pointing the right part of the sky, and they couldn't figure out what they were doing wrong. And somebody went back and looked at the gears, and the gears had been misaligned. And it was a very delicate thing. They fixed it, and all of a sudden, they started seeing what they expected, and they realized, it's just a delicate thing. It's like I said, if you're a woodworker and you set your tool wrong, you're doing it wrong.
So how does it go from working? How does the equipment go from working, at least correctly, to just completely not working? Like, I don't understand. Like, unless this guy just completely decided to do something else entirely, how is it that the mechanisms all of a sudden don't match?
I can't help you with that. I just know the
what's the claim,
basic
though?
story, not the detailed story. It's just part of what was the search, and it wasn't an easy search, and it was painstaking, and they had to sharpen their pencils and do the math over and over and over again.
All right. So how did, in your understanding, or if we have any citation for this, how did the gear problem that they had somehow, you said it had to do with the discovery of Neptune, or which one? Is that what you're talking about?
I think it was Neptune, and they just there was some.
Neptune, the wandering stars work like clockwork. Like, they're in frequencies, they're very consistent. They're so accurate that we know the degree position of all of them down to the second. Literally, they're calculated in minutes, seconds, and degrees. I should say them the other way around: seconds, minutes, degrees. So 60 degrees, and in each minute, and 30 degrees in each sign, splitting the sky into 12 sections. So what I'm saying is that the cycle of Neptune, whether it might be at 14 degrees of Scorpio, and then it's at 15 degrees of Scorpio, and then it's at 16, and then there's a minutes and seconds within that as well. And when it goes retrograde, it'll track the other direction in the zodiac, and so on. So what are you saying? Are you claiming that movement somehow had some wiggle within gears? That I'm just trying to ask what you're actually claiming. Like, what
they weren't pointing the telescope where they wanted to point it. They thought they were, but because the gears were off and they were being inaccurate in their positioning. Could you imagine how difficult it would be, to find that part of the sky where Neptune is right now?
Well, do you know what an orrery is? Orrery? I know it's kind of a strange word. It's like O-R, like the way it's spelled. It's basically
orrery.
Yeah.
But
I think what you're trying to say,
it's just mistakes are made.
I think what you're trying to say is the gear ratio was off. So they were at a wrong place. They didn't have enough teeth in the gear to cover every specific point. That would be the ratio, not the gear messed up, but the gear ratio off.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt, Gio.
No. I appreciate the feedback, because I don't know the specific details. I remember hearing this at a lecture some years ago.
Yeah, that's
it was more of, look, it's easy to make mistakes whenever you're trying to observe something that difficult to observe.
Yeah, it's the same way with the mounts that go by themselves for your telescope. You can change the gear ratio and change the speed at which it goes and how far it advances for each tooth. What's up? If you're moving a 1/4 inch with every tooth, then you're passing a large amount of sky where you really want to be moving in millimeters or less. You could be skipping over sky just because your gear ratio is too big, and as it's moving on a powered gear, it's missing portions of the sky.
I want to understand the context a little more. This device, was it working? Was there any time that it was working correctly?
Well, the thing is that a lot of this was known to the Babylonians or the Chaldeans and Mesopotamians long before we ever did this. They've been mapping the skies, and even the Native Americans mapped the skies and wrote pictures, drew pictures on their cave walls. So this stuff, when he says it's a post-diction, there's somewhat truth there because we've observed so many things that we know it's going to happen again because we know there's cycles. Now, we might not be exactly perfect on, it's going to happen at this moment and give this totality path and all that, but we know it happens in cycles. So it's not really prediction that it's going to happen. We already know it's going to happen.
So they're going to find another planet at some point.
They occur in cycles. And honestly,
that we don't predict them as much as we used to before because they keep on changing the calendars on us and adding more months and subtracting and putting more days in months. Is it possible that's why we can no longer track it like we used to before?
Well, I would say if the universe is expanding, we shouldn't be finding new stars, but known stars should be disappearing, and that's what we should be experiencing. If there's expansion.
I wanted to address Steel Sue just because I didn't want to do this earlier, but you said that you may have saw that in a lecture or something. I think you might be confusing two different phenomena because I might be wrong, but Neptune was found was predicted purely by math and the perturbation. Yeah. But the error in the years of the telescope, that was another planet that had been predicted. So they predicted there to be another planet based on another perturbation. But after a long time, after 100 years, they basically realized that the measurement was an error. Like there was an error with the gears. And so that they were trying to find something that wasn't there. But I'm not sure if
in other words,
it's been a long time since I heard that.
Yeah, so in other words, that hesitation or the perturbation was from drag in the gear system.
Something wrong with the gears, that's right. But the thing with Neptune and the old Mesopotamians, whoever, it only became possible to ever see Neptune in the 1600s, and the orbital period of Neptune is 165 years. So it's not very possible for it to be a post-diction in any way because it wasn't possible to have been seen before that.
Due to.
There's distance because you can only see it through a telescope.
Well, yeah, and we didn't really have high powered telescopes till recently. What was a high powered telescope in the past is no better than my fucking rifle scope now. It's good for about 3,000 yards. And that's my cheap one.
Which begs the question of how is it that they possibly made any sort of like calculations or observations if their fucking visuals were shit back then? Doesn't make any sense.
They didn't make calculations or predictions except for things that you can see with your naked eye up until the telescope was invented.
Man, is Chaz a glober or a flat earther? What is Chaz?
I believe Chaz is a glober, but I've never spoken with him.
Glober doesn't talk to a glober? What the hell? We're going to have McToons over there, and Roland My Boaters is going to moderate it for any flat earthers that want to come over when we do it.
This is the biggest telescope I've ever looked through. If I posted it properly here.
Okay, you look anywhere with that telescope?
Oh, I don't own it. They have open times where they invite people up and they'll like point it at Saturn or something like that. It's a research observatory that's run by Pitt, but they have open nights where people can come in and they'll say, it all depends what's visible because Pittsburgh we don't always have clear skies, but they'll
no,
they'll point it at some of the major planets, and you can see them phenomenally well. It's unbelievable, the detail, and that telescope there is 100 years old, believe it or not.
It's an amazing experience. Seeing it through a telescope that big.
Yeah, I go to the observatory here in Michigan. We got pretty clear skies, except for when we're getting lake effect. I live in the country. I got a 12-inch reflector.
This is 47 feet focal length, 30-inch diameter.
Yeah.
So
it's an,
yeah.
So
it's an
Steel City,
observatory.
Yeah, like what do you feel like from what you've seen convinced you that it's like spheres out in a vacuum rather than some sort of luminiferous light in the field above you?
The incredible detail that you can see in the planet and the planet Saturn with the rings and the moon transiting in front of it. It's just, it's unbelievable. It's
You saw that with that telescope you posted, or a different?
Yeah, with that
I
telescope.
believe they're all lit up by the same sun as Earth is lit up.
Certainly
That's what I'm
fits.
saying. Like that's what I'm saying. Like where did it convince you that that was actually sunlight bouncing off that, and that it's actually like a sphere? If that's what you believe, that it's like a sphere out in a heliocentric, kind of vacuum.
It certainly appears to be a sphere. It rotates, and you can see the surface features change as it rotates. Obviously, I'm not standing there for 12 hours and watching it rotate, but you can.
Did you ever observe Jupiter and its moons during one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when sorry.
The best planet to view is Saturn, just because of the rings, because it just looks so freaking phenomenal.
I'll be honest, I never did see. I never saw Saturn do a big one like that, but seeing Jupiter do one of those it's a real experience. Like seeing the texture, it's almost like it's right in front of you. You can touch it.
I think Saturn is the number one. Like everybody likes Saturn.
Well, because it's kind of stands up by itself. There's nothing else really like it.
Do you think from what you've seen that if you weren't told that the Earth was a sphere and that it was in, like this kind of, solar system of spheres as they claim it in, if they didn't tell you that, do you think that just from observing what you've observed that you would come to that conclusion?
I would come to the conclusion that what I was looking at was a sphere. Certainly. Like I said, if you can tell it's rotating, you can see the features of the planet change over time. So it's clearly rotating. You can see items transit in front of it. So it has, what we call moons. Saturn has rings that you can, with a powerful telescope, you can even see like the gaps between the rings. It's not like one solid ring. So it's really kind of mind-boggling.
It's kind of a mathematical principle, law, if you want to call it, that any object that appears to be a circle from every direction makes circular shadows. Only spheres can do that.
And it's positioned
they can only do
in a
that.
place.
They can only do that and project a round shadow onto a flat surface. So that's an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen those kind of details on a smaller telescope, and it's neat. But then whenever you see it, like in that, I think it's like the biggest telescope on the East Coast of the United States. Whenever you see it in that telescope, it's like driving a Ferrari and then going back to your Ford.
Let me ask you a question. Is like the orientation of Saturn every different when you look at it? Like this time you're looking from above the rings and you see the top of them. Now on this day of the year, I can see the bottom of the rings. or on this day it's tilted as far as the rings go on my site, like from the bottom left to the top right, or sometimes it's, you know, is it ever different?
Yeah.
Yeah, the orientation is different. I don't want to give the impression that I'm up there every Friday night looking through this thing, because I'm not.
Just ever.
Yeah,
Just ever.
yeah. I mean, but yeah, it is different. I mean, you don't see the same thing twice typically, or the exact same thing, you know. But
yeah, we
There's a
got
guy.
a pretty big telescope at University of Michigan and one at MSU, but we're not on the East Coast, but Michigan, we're close.
they have a second telescope. I'm going to grab a picture of that they actually let you move it.
My bad.
No, the biggest telescope is, you know, that's the one that they set up for you, and hey, come over here, look here, and you get to see through it. They have a third telescope that you can't get to because it's getting there isn't safe. They don't have it's like a catwalk, and they don't want to take chances on people falling. But then they have this third telescope, which is bigger than any amateur telescope, but it isn't super big. And this one you can actually, sometimes they'll allow you to actually like move it yourself.
Yeah, we got some big telescopes. We got a lot of observatories in Michigan. You can go to one of our many universities, or you can just go to Detroit, Grand Rapids, Kellogg Community College. They got a large one.
Hey, but Michael, I hear you say you had a 12-incher?
Yeah.
Your scope? Oh, wow, man. That's
Mine's
impressive.
good. Orion Galaxy Quest 12-inch reflector.
That's pretty cool, dude.
Yeah, you should have seen it's bigger than my daughter, where it was when I got it. She was 12 years old and she was trying to pick this tube up. I was like, dude, quit before you break our shit, you know? Because it's bigger than her. But I had a smaller one when I was a kid, and I got to looking at the reflectors. I was like, no, we got to get one of these. These are better. So, because I'm in the country, you know, and the closest neighbor to me is a couple 100 acres on either side. And across the road, they're blocked by trees. So I don't have a lot of, you know, overexposure to the light. Don't have a lot of background light. So I can see the dark rift at night. I can go out and smoke me a hooter and lay down on the ground and look at a beautiful sky. Like tonight, it's clear as hell.
You get some crazy observations.
Yeah, I liked that's. I mean, I'm always checking it out when I'm fishing, because for me, if I'm going fishing, it's either
I'm jealous right now.
At night for catfish, or I start at 4 o'clock in the morning and fish to about 9, 10. I like to fish. If you can't tell, I'll get up and go to fish and then go to work. But it's calm, it's serene, and like I said, you get a beautiful view of the sky out here. It's kind of like hunting. You feel in touch with nature, you know.
What do you think they are up there, Mike?
I don't know, but I don't see any similarities between what's up there and what's down here. I mean, if I thought like that, I'd look around and say, well, there's a bunch of fucking trees and there's a bunch of squirrels. Earth must be a tree and we must be big ass squirrels with no hair. Right?
Yeah.
To logically infer that which we see up there is what we live on, we'd have to see similarities between the two. And since we lack the frame of reference to say what moves, the sky or the ground, is the earth curved? Locally, when you observe it, it looks flat. So we lack a frame of reference to see curvature. Although a lot of people will tell you, oh, I've seen it out of a plane. And I've jumped out of planes at very high heights. So I went into the desert in Desert Storm, you know, boots first from a parachute. And I didn't see any curvature. But of course, I don't leave out the fact that there's a lot of clouds. There's a lot of weather, and my horizon is only about 3 miles out, even though I'm still thousands of feet in the air, you know. You only have a view 360 degree view that extends to the limit of your eyesight. It's really that simple.
Did you have to time your landing?
Yes.
Did you have to time your landing so that so you were with the spin of the Earth and you could start running and try to, make sure you
No.
didn't have the spin of the Earth knock you down?
No, I
It
was
was just perfectly
trying to make
stationary
sure.
below you, wasn't it?
Look,
Let
I
me
was
guess.
trying to
It
make
was perfectly
yeah,
stationary.
I was trying to make sure my boots hit where all the other boots hit, so my boots weren't alone. That's it. That's all I was worried about. Landing with everybody else.
You said Jake Gyllenhaal wasn't there?
Who?
Jake Gyllenhaal?
It's a reference to Jarhead, the movie Jarhead.
No, he wasn't there, man. I watched some of Jarhead, but I don't really like Jarhead. It's a little too surreal for me.
Oh yeah, it kind of is depressing a little bit because like there was that scene where that dude, they're watching like those home videos, and that dude's wife is banging his neighbor.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was a little too surreal for me. And when dudes started playing with dead bodies, that is
Oh, yeah.
something you can see at war, and there's people like that, and it's just it's a trigger. I try to avoid triggers, so it's like Platoon and Full Metal Jacket. I tried to watch them, but I couldn't get through the whole movie. But it's just because of where I've been. I mean,
Understandable.
I'm not trying to go back there physically or mentally.
My girl was in the army. She was actually a drill instructor, but then she actually went to Iraq in the surge in like 2009.
Oh, you got a bossy woman then, huh? An instructor.
Oh,
Yeah.
from what Coach has told us, she's a trained killer.
She said, "Clean it up."
Yeah.
I said, "Do it now."
I used to have to do push-ups when I was late. I was always late. I still am actually.
Oh man, that's part of readiness training, man. She was giving you readiness training, like, bitch. When I say here, be here at 0100, you're here at 0100, not 0101 and not 00012. On the dot.
She's calling me downstairs right now.
A few push-ups aren't that bad. I used to have to run 10 miles when I fucked up with my full sack, my rucksack and full gear. Tried doing that in desert training in California. Sweat more water out than you can put in an hour. My kids just think they know what work is. They work hard, though. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't call that real work anyway. I wouldn't promote anybody to give their children away to service. At 18 years old, you're just a gullible child. You'll believe whatever they tell you. And it's auto response training, so they beat it in your head. Every soldier in this world's MK Ultra. It's instant. What's the definition of discipline? The instant and willful obedience to all orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance. Sir. Instant and willful obedience to all orders. Understand that you don't think. You get thought for. You could go home from war and somebody touch you in the wrong way that you perceive as a threat, and your automatic training kicks in. Next thing you know, that guy's dead. You're in prison. It's happened to veterans. Some guys go mad. Some guys go.
It's true. Some people have like PTSD that's connected to that, and following those orders and different experiences they've had to where, yeah, like they could snap and do the same thing. Once they're back, like in the regular kind of civilian world, but at that point, they're not really under the, legality allowance within the military. They're actually just, in the regular system. And then, that can happen. It's kind of sad because they were trained to do that. They just did it in the wrong time, the wrong place.
Yeah, the judge tells them you should have thought before you did that, but the government trained them to not think because that could be your life in war. If you had to stop to think.
So then do you think the military, like that kind of training, is an extension of like a lot of this other programming, like even getting down to the Earth's sphere and all this other stuff, like that. It's kind of all like a system of like indoctrination, almost like MK Ultra.
Do I think?
MK Ultra.
No, I compared it to MK Ultra because it is psychological training. They tear you down and build you back up in their shape, their fashion, the way they want you to be. You're just an automaton, a robot. You automatically respond. Left face. Everybody in the room that's military did a left face. About face. I don't have to say, you, Mike Smith, do about face. I yell about face and the whole fucking compound does it. Attention, the whole compound comes to attention. Like a bunch of little robots. It's automatic response training. And it is psychological. You're not supposed to think, question, nothing. You're just supposed to do. Kill on demand.
That's the Marines, though, of course. In the Navy, it's not so.
Well, yeah, in the Navy, you got to respond to get your vessel where you're going. In the Marines, it could be your ass.
Yeah.
A millisecond can be your life or somebody else's. It's you or them, and that's the mindset they put you in.
So for those of you,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, for those of you guys that have gone through that, like, what is different now in your life that, like, would you still do that now, or what was different then? Was it just age that you were more willing to go along with it, or would you go along with it today?
I had more testosterone as a young man, and less now, and I have more humility now. So life is more valuable to me now. No, I think really, I think if we should defend our own borders, our own land, and that's it. They're not a threat to us unless they're right here on our border trying to take our lives, try to take our land. So we shouldn't be going to other nations and going over there and saying they're the enemy, because they're not. They're not in our land. We're in theirs. We're insurgents. That makes us the enemy.
Yeah.
I think life is more valuable, and we shouldn't give our children up to war, to a government that's going to train them to be a little murderous automaton.
So after you got out of the military services, do you have any privileges over and above the citizens?
Meaning,
like any extra privileges?
I mean, I have access to people who are still in service, so I'm sure I could get knowledge that a lot of citizens couldn't get.
So what do you think about? What do you think about a president who's been impeached? Do you think he should still be able to be called the president and treated just like a president?
No. While he's on trial, when the impeachment hearings are going on, he should just be a bystander, and the vice president should be there. You can't have a questionable commander in chief. Not if you believe in honesty, integrity, valor, or core virtues. I have family that's still in service. They'll be lifelong service. And they're just twisted about what's going on about right now. I got a cousin that's a naval admiral, and he's in Kuwait right now. We've been insurgents there since 91 Desert Storm. We never left. And we were doing Gulf War drills long before that. It's 2022, and it's all over oil. The Kuwaitis, they agreed to the petrodollar. They said, if you want to buy, Arab oil, you got to convert your money to American money and then buy our oil with American money. Can't buy it with silver and gold. All those other people that we invaded and we killed them, they were willing to sell oil for gold or silver. So we took them out. It's all about oil. It was about oil when we were there. The people that were against Kuwait, We burnt their oil wells. We set all of them ablaze. If it's not about oil, why would we burn up the oil of the competition of the people, our supplier? Doesn't make sense unless it's an economic thing. Then it makes total sense. You burn up all their oil, there's no competition. You and the Arabs get rich, American money and Arab oil, Saudi oil. What? Now, the rest of the world right now is wanting to break away from the petrodollar and go back to the gold standard. What are they going to do? What's going to happen? Hyperinflation. Why? Because we're still on petro. And the rest of the world is going back to gold and silver. They're gonna do what we done. You know, we sent economic hitmen into countries. We'd crush their country, and then we'd give them back the money to start it again as long as they let a central bank come back in. We'd get them on that American money system, be on the petrodollar. But the whole world's banding together like we would rather be on the gold and silver standard. We can't get screwed that way by these rich bankers. So we'll just have to see what happens here in America. Because it was a corporation, but, you know, Trump signed it that decorporatized the US of A. The US of A is no longer a corporation. Did anybody here know that? And what's going on right now is a battle to reinstate the corporation versus the union. People think something changed with Roe versus Wade. It didn't change. Because here's the thing, it was federally legal abortion, yeah, but it was still up to the states whether or not they want to accept it. Just like marijuana. It's legal for marijuana in some states, illegal in others. It's always been the same way for abortion. Some women in some states had to go to states where it wasn't illegal to get an abortion. So now, once again, it's up to the states. Nothing changed. But they got a bunch of idiots fighting on the internet over it. Nothing's changed. It's up to the state you live in. That's the way it's supposed to be by the Constitution. There's no room for there's no provisions for a federal authority in the Constitution of America. You got people here still waiting for QAnon to give them their savior message. What the hell, man? Sit and do nothing. Wait on the savior rather than save yourself. I'd say prepare for what's coming. There's going to be food shortages, a drought, probably a depression. Learn how to get food without going to Myers and Kroger's. Learn how to get something to drink that's healthy for you without going to the grocery store or the gas station. I live on a farm. It won't be much of a difference for me. I'm right in the center of an Amish community. I'll just barter with my neighbors for what I don't grow, what I don't make. And I'll defend the farm. That won't be hard. Is Larry in here? I can't unmute you, Larry. I don't have authority in here. Geo, can you unmute Larry or hook Larry up?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, he's unmuted. So do you think abortion should be like specifically not allowed, or do you think it should be allowed but you just don't support it, or like what's
I really don't have a stance on that other than it shouldn't be illegal to do. It should be based on circumstance, and maybe you have to go to court. There's certain circumstances where it is the righteous thing to do, and I don't argue with that, but there's extremes of both sides. I just see how they're using it to divide the nation. They're trying to bring about revolt. They want us to revolt. I don't have a position. Other than whether it should be legal or illegal, it should be based on circumstance. That's all I'm saying. Because there are extreme circumstances, right? So, and it should be between, you know, the male who gave seed and the woman who hosts the gestation. Not just one person, but two. Now, unless that man's a rapist, then we should abort his ass. But that's just my opinion. I mean, if we started aborting rapists, you know, they wouldn't be able to reproduce now, would they? But truthfully.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts is that I know people might feel otherwise, but well, people certainly do. But just the age-old question, like, it is the woman's body. You know, it's in the woman's body, but you know, is it still part of her, so she can do what she wants with her body? You know, that's the interesting component of it.
It is, but that leaves out the male input because it would be flesh of my flesh and blood of my blood too if I was the sperm donor. And they say, "Oh,
Yeah.
you're just a sperm donor," but that's my DNA in there. That's my flesh and blood.
Yep.
So we could have the other extreme to where, you know, I got some woman pregnant and now she's went out on drugs, is a drug addict, and just wants to kill my baby so she can keep doing drugs. And would you champion her? Let her kill my kid just so she can keep doing drugs? Kill herself? I mean, there's extremes on both sides, but that's why it should be circumstantial, you know, it should be based on circumstance.
Yeah, those can be a lot of tough situations that can happen like that. Yeah, and I know what you mean. It's it seems like the law as it, like, you know, the actual way that it's run in society doesn't really seem to give hardly any say
Justice?
to the man. Yeah.
Yeah, no justice. That's because the law and justice have nothing to do with each other. They're not mutual. Lady Liberty.
It's like if
Look
the
at
woman has the baby, if the woman has the baby, then the man, you know, isn't around. The man then has to pay child support. But then if she just aborts it, she doesn't have to pay anything to the man.
Yeah, but the man can get one woman pregnant, and then she's pregnant, right? She can only get pregnant once, and then the man every day he can go and get a woman pregnant for the next 9 months. How many women can he get pregnant in 9 months?
Listen, not all men can get laid by a different woman every day. That's just a false dichotomy.
Yeah, what I'm saying is he can throw his sperm around every day and get a woman, potentially get a woman pregnant every day. So it's just chucking his seed around. That's all it is. I don't see why he has such a big claim. Why anyone would say that a man has such a big claim to the seed.
That's why I would say it's circumstantial.
Yeah, it's all about the woman. I think that's the divine feminine. If her body decides to let that creation happen, that's what it is, and then it should be her choice. And there's no point in having a baby in the world with the selfishness of a man saying that's my baby. You can't have a child without a family.
Well, it doesn't have to always be selfishness in the circumstance I put forward, like she's just a drug addict killing herself and the kid. That's not selfishness. That's love for your child and your bloodline and your heir. That just paints a picture that all men are selfish and all men just go around skeeting everywhere, and this just isn't true.
Yeah, but if there's no love involved, it has to be a three-way love. You're the woman, the man, and the child.
It doesn't have to be a three-way love. If either parent is willing to love that child, that's enough. You can suffice. I'm a single father right now. My children are happy. And it's from my circumstance that I can say drug addiction, there's extremes on both sides. But the only way you can rule out the man is if you don't care and you don't want somebody to tie you down to a kid. That's my opinion. It takes two. There's not just one there. It takes two.
What do the Amish think of it, of abortion?
Honestly, I don't pester them with that. That's all part of a Luciferian society, and it deviates you from the true path. So they wouldn't even play party to this question. They're not of the world. They're in the world. They don't care what the outside thinks. That's why they get a Rumspringer. All right, you're 18, boy. Go out there and check out the world. If you like it, keep your fucking ass there. If you don't, come back. You can be Amish. Because they're about life. They live life. They enjoy life, even though they live a hard life. Not all of them live hard.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say I wish I had that choice.
To be Amish or not?
Well, to be either Amish and go check out the world when you're 18, or to be 18 and go to live with the Amish and see about it.
Is that Hank?
Yeah, bro. That's what they call me sometimes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Rock on. Hank got up to me. Fuck them. I'm Mike Smith, and if they don't like it, fuck them.
Yeah, I found some stuff in the Bible about not having any personas, no special titles.
Yeah. Cool.
So I
Now
finally caught on.
Now I don't have to worry about slipping and calling you Larry. Like Judas, I accidentally called Judas by name. He gets mad as hell. What are you out? You out working, Larry?
Not working.
You got that Roger beep on your microphone. What? Talking on the CV?
No, that's the pizza's popping up on the screen, I guess.
Oh. Yeah, I just think that's a more complex discussion, and they try to make it simple, and there's extremes on both sides. There's more people involved than there act like is involved, and one side's got to be selfish, and the other side's got to retain all the authority, which I say is selfish to a real man. I mean, so yeah, if some piece of shit invades your life and gives you a baby you didn't want, that's one thing. But when maybe you laid down with a man in deceit.
So, Michael White, before earlier on, you said that the reason why that the Wade versus whatever that they're trying to make the people revolt. Who are they, and why would they want to do that? In your opinion?
Who overturned the Wade versus Roe? The government. So the politicians, the government, they want us to revolt because they can't. There's more of us than them. Even if they brought the military in here, they rely on all their weapons. But we're insurgents in our own land, so they'd have to fight fourth generation warfare to beat us. You know, when I was in the military, we used to do these research to see how we'd fare, the military would fare against our own citizens, and we always found out we'd lose every time. We'd lose. They'll kill us all, you know. Then they'll kill all the politicians. So they want us to fight against each other, so they don't have to because they can't beat us, and they know this. They do studies on this. They do them every 3 years. So the reason they cause division is because they couldn't beat us, and if we ourselves whittle down the population by fighting over things like race, when there's only one race, the human race, homosexual, trans, this person's rights, that person's rights, everybody wants special rights instead of rights and liberties that apply to all people like America was based on. then we kill each other off. When our numbers are low enough, they can just come in and take over again and gain control.
So I wanted to post something. I'm not sure where to post it at. I'm not really familiar with this place. I guess Livestream voice text seems to be a good place. All right, here we go. So yeah, situational divide. So basically, if you were in the government and you're outnumbered like 10,000 to 1 or something ridiculous, 100,000 to 1. I don't know what the actual numbers are, but there's a lot more of us than them. Like, you wouldn't want to go door to door in Texas confiscating guns. You probably have a life expectancy of about 10 houses, right? If you're lucky, because, you know, people ain't trying to get. The most insulting thing you can do is say, give me your gun, right? Because if someone asks you, now if they say, let me see your gun, it looks cool, they're going to unload it and hand it to you, right? They're going to hand you an unloaded weapon, right? But give me your gun, bullets and everything, fuck you. Like, that's basically what they're saying. They're saying, fuck your life, you don't matter to me, give me everything you got right now. Like, that is a big no-no. When the North defeated the South, they didn't take their pistols. They took their long arms, but they didn't take their pistols. So even a defeated army gets to keep their pistol, right? Because they weren't trying to genocide it. When someone says, give me your pistol, they're trying to genocide your ass. I kill the chat.
No, you didn't kill the chat for me. I had a PDF on one of them researches about the military against the citizens in the United States, and I'm trying to find the PDF.
If I were to take out Texas,
Oh yeah,
I would starve them into submission, let them fight each other, and then when everything is gone, their ammo, everything, their reserves, then I would infiltrate the land.
Yep.
Yeah, like in a smaller country like New Zealand, nobody has guns. And so do you think we're just sitting ducks?
I think it'd be harder for you to win, but no.
So why do you think the American government have got a vendetta against the people? Why are they so out to get you guys?
Oh, we've only caught them lying over and over and over again. We've only caught them going to war for no good reason at all. They've been busted. It's why would we, a better question is why would we trust them?
At what stage do you think that trust was lost?
A long time ago.
Vietnam?
I'd say for some people long before Vietnam, but for a lot of other people, that Vietnam was the straw that broke the back. our government's done some shifty shit, and we've caught them every time. So for us, it's not a question of why wouldn't we trust our government. The question would be, why would you think they give two shits about you?
It's supposed to be governed by the consent of the people. That's how it's supposed to be. So if we're not giving our consent, well, then they become illegitimate. Because the only thing that makes them legitimate is the fact that we give consent to say, hey, you know what? I don't really want to go out in the middle of the night and chase down like burglars and gunmen. So I'm going to, subsidize this outside, right? I'll pay for policemen to chase burglars and gunmen. And, I really don't want to put out fires in the middle of the night either. So, we'll pay some firefighters to handle this and that for us, right? So we got people for that, right? And it's like, we asked the government to do this, and they're like, okay, well, I'm going to do this, 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 and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and, send China some oil, right? Because that's going to help the economy, right? Right, guys? That's what you asked for, right?
What do you think about Biden lowering the flag half-mast for that murderer from Japan, the ex-president?
Well, they're all in whatever clubs together, so not surprised that they're
tipping their hat. That's tipping their hats. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all part of their network. Yeah.
So true.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it. That's why I wasn't going to speak. I was going to let someone else speak.
Well, the ex-president died. He got shot in the back, and he's a murderer. He's a war criminal, and but and he's done stuff to he's killed Americans, and Biden lowered the flag for him.
We all know that the company that received the oil, baby Joe Biden or Joe Biden's son, is invested in that company. We all know that the big guy gets 10% or whatever, right? So it's basically one guy selling out the entire country for a chump change, right? But people don't realize that, we're voting with our ballot, right? But the corporations, they're voting with dollars. So which one's worth more? Right? If people realize that, they had the right to lobby their government, I'm quite sure quite a few people would get together and say, you know what? Like, why don't we send, this much money to this much politician, and as a group, like, we can purchase our liberty just like corporations purchase our tyranny. Like the whole thing about marijuana being illegal, right? Marijuana? You mean the natural plant that grows outside? Like, yeah, that one. Like, we should have done fix this a long time ago. And when Harry Anslinger first started campaigning, we should have started putting money up and campaigning, but we didn't know what he was doing, right? Because we called it hemp or cannabis, and he was talking about marijuana. We're like, yeah, that marijuana sounds bad. And then after he got the shit passed, we were like, wait a minute, marijuana is hemp? What the fuck? And it's been going on this whole time. But it all boils down to, if you can put, Everclear in your car and run your car off of alcohol, right? We don't want you doing that, so we'll make booze illegal. right? Oh, we can't keep booze illegal, so let's make the marijuana illegal because it produces 10 times as much oxygen and as much paper for every square mile compared to trees, right? It's like, oh, okay, now that the marijuana's gone, global warming, and it's your fault, right? You're the one that caused the climate to change, even though we're the ones that eradicated marijuana from the ecosystem all over the world, right? Do you see how the shit is like, they caused the problem, they have a solution pre-planned. Problem, reaction, solution. It's called the Hegelian dialectic.
When was marijuana eradicated?
Society. I can't say for deep in the forest, but marijuana is eradicated in the 30s and 40s, I believe. What's the last time you've seen a nice big marijuana plant growing downtown near the square? Somewhere in the other states have marijuana. God bless Michigan. They got their marijuana and their guns.
So Howard, do you agree with any plants being against the law?
Well, there's some things that could prove detrimental. Like marijuana is not one of them. I think marijuana is far less dangerous and detrimental than alcohol. But opium, on the other hand, is proven to be very detrimental to society in general. I mean, you can't even go now, and I mean, if you've got a broken bone, they'll work around trying to prescribe you opiates now because of all the problems that opiates have caused. So, it's just, and I don't know, I think you should be able to grow marijuana in your backyard if you want to, but poppies is another issue.
My son had an ingrown toenail. We didn't know what it was. So we took him to the doctor, and they told us it was an ingrown toenail. So they prescribed him hydrocodone for an ingrown toenail.
Yeah, that's just crazy what they're doing with that. But isn't there like a difference too, Howard, between like if you were to use the poppy seeds and make an extraction or drink a tea with it, that would be like a much more natural form of the opiate versus all these synthetic drugs. Because yeah, like they're giving them for just everything these days, and then people get addicted to it. But my understanding is that those synthetic versions are, even though they might both fall into the category of opiates, but they're dramatically differently molecularly than what comes from the plant naturally.
Yeah, but they're all designed to mimic the opium, which is the natural form of it, which is highly physiologically addictive. Even if you're not an addict, if you take it on a regular basis, your body becomes dependent upon it, and you'll get dope sick if you don't have it. I mean, it could still be a problem.
So you brought that up because you think that opiates or poppy should be illegal.
The opiates, why?
Are you saying that's the reason that they should be illegal?
Well, I mean, I think opium would be an issue, detrimental to society because of people taking it and getting addicted, and it'll ruin you. it'll just flat out ruin your life. But you know, smoking pot, I don't think does. You know, I mean, I guess some people would smoke enough pot and stay so high that they were dysfunctional, but in general, no, they're people just smoke it and get high and it's all good, you know. But opium, on the other hand, will ruin you. It'll kill you. You know, I mean, in more ways than one.
I've been working for 20 years, and I've been smoking pot most of the time, except for like 1 month out of the year. And I'm a productive member of society.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah. I
have
mean, no,
any
I've got friends
accidents.
that smoke it daily. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they don't. I mean, they'll get high, but I know some other people that are just fucking stoners, and it may be that they're just non-productive, lazy people, but they stay really high all the fucking time, you know. And that's different than getting high. I wouldn't mind. I drive a big truck, and I wouldn't think that it would be detrimental to me to take a hit or two and be high and drive the big truck. I couldn't get stoned and drive it. That would be dangerous. I mean, so it's just a matter of being careful with it, you know.
I've done it. Drove a 30-ton dump for 20 some years stoned, but
Yeah.
asphalt will throw your back out. I got bad vertebrae. They give me 120 Percocets a month. I don't think I've ever taken more than 10 a month. You know, yeah. And I prefer to smoke marijuana and just try to forget I'm hurting. But there are days that it's nice to have that. So, but like you said, those people that get prescribed them that take as prescribed, I don't take as prescribed. They say take it every 3 hours. Screw that. Take it when you can't deal with the pain no more.
Yeah.
So your body doesn't become addicted to it. Because you're right. I've seen people. I got friends that come out here like, oh, you got Percocets you don't eat? Let me get some. They're twitching and shit like an alcoholic that shakes when he wakes up until he gets a beer.
Yeah.
And I usually end up feeling sorry for him, you know. I'm like, well, you know, I do got 12 of those bottles in the damn, you know. I give them to my kid. He'll sell them to his young friends and build another hot rod. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm not eating 120 a month. I'd rather smoke a half pound of weed, you know. And I was never a pothead. I was a Marine. I wasn't a pothead in school. I started smoking pot and eating edibles as an alternative to obituates, you know, or derivatives of opium or morphine. I mean, don't get me wrong. When my back really hurts, dude, I feel real good when I eat a couple Percocets and then pop a muscle relaxer. I'm done worrying about my hurting back, but I don't want to live like that every day.
Right.
I can't do it.
Yeah. Howard, have you seen some of those like driving studies that people on cannabis, like they're actually like in some of the studies? I mean, obviously, if you're really really high, especially on on an indica that tends to make you more sleepy, obviously that can not be good and all that stuff. You got to be alert. So something like the sativas that keep people more kind of mind active. But have you seen some of those like studies they've done where people are actually like more cautious, like they drive slower?
Yeah.
They get
Oh,
to
yeah.
stoplights sooner.
Dude,
Yeah.
Listen, when I'm not high and I'm driving the gravel train or the big ass dump truck, I'm like, oh yeah, whatever. I'll do fucking 70, 80 down the highway. But when I'm stoned, I'm like, whoa, this truck is so fucking big. I'm paranoid. You know, I'm like, then I don't get tickets. But usually, man, if I'm not high, I'm like, oh, fuck it, I own this motherfucker. I'm going to get a ticket. Because when you do highways, if you get the load there and it's not within 350 to 330 degrees, you can't drop it on the highway. You got to redirect that somewhere else, or you're just going to lose the money you spent on 30 tons of asphalt. To drop it on the state highway here in Michigan, it has to be 330 degrees. If it's 329, you're fucked because they're dickheads.
That reminds me of like a video game. You got to get it there on time.
Oh my God. I felt like that high, Gio. I have. We got 5 minutes to make it to the fucking dungeon into the master and beat the beast, or we're losing money, man.
You're just
a long way to go and a short time to get there. Doing the thing that can't be done.
Right. And let's put this in perspective. See, I'm a cheap, greedy bastard. I own the company, but I'm still driving the dump truck. Are you with me? I mean, I got 15, 20 dump trucks on the highway build, sometimes up to 25 dump trucks, but I will drive one of them just to save $1 for the company. I mean, otherwise I'm just sitting at home staring at the livestock and watching the crops grow. That shit gets old. I'd rather pay somebody else to do that. I've never liked boring work. I like work where you're just don't have time to think, where you have to concentrate. Boys like menial labor. There's a lot of that in asphalt, believe me you. Of course, the way my back is at 50 years old, I'm wishing I could go back and rethink that. Lord.
So, Michael, I got to tell you, being in 24/7, from time to time, somebody will come in there and they'll be like, "Man, I used to be in here months ago. Where's Michael?" I'll be like, "Oh, you know, he's around. He's just not here." So people still asking for you, bro.
They can find me. Tell them to look on Discord. Flat Earth Realities on Discord. I got it out there in the public. They can come hang out. I'm not picky. A lot of people, that were there left because they didn't want to get in drama. And I'm like, the only drama just got left behind. But, if you can't hang out and just be who you are, I don't know. I don't sit over there and talk about people. Geo doesn't sit here and talk about them people. I got a life to live, man, Actually, I'm way more laid back person now. Less drama. The target's not on my back no more. I enjoy it. My server, we have civil conversations, and if we don't, I correct that. I don't ban people. I just shut them up for a minute. Geo does the same thing. That's why I come over here just to say, hey, look, me and Geo pretty much do it the same way. We'll sit back and listen to everybody else talk. Just make them be civil to a degree. I mean, you can get heated if you want, but once you start insulting each other's mamas and all that crap, then it's time to make you guys chill out. Or go back to whatever, restate the argument. Start from the beginning or something. I got time for hate or drama.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm just there for the new people that come in, the newbies, try to make sure that they don't get treated like crap. Try to give them a chance to take in some information. And for me, it's all about the new people. As far as, as far as, me being a mod or, mods, I'm not really worried about all that shit. Like, the only thing I care about is, like, new people coming in that want to ask the questions. And I just want to make sure that someone says, hey, that's a troll question. Kick them out of here. Like, no, that's a normal question, bro. Calm down. So I just want new people to hear the debate or hear the arguments. It's not really about, the old people.
Yeah, but you're a good guy, Larry. We all know that. I knew that before you told me that.
Well, I could argue against that, but I won't.
Well, under the right circumstances, you're a good guy. What's up, El Bruca?
Elbow
TV. Hey, you know that pee drinker kid? He made a rap video, man. It's kind of all right.
I wish he'd piss off, though.
Oh, well, yeah, he's annoying when he's trolling you, but when when he's actually has an honest conversation, he's a decent guy.
Yeah, I don't got anything against him personally. It's not like I don't like the guy. And I certainly don't give a fuck what he does with his own urine. That's none of my business. I just wish that he didn't make it my business. Like,
right. I'm with you. That's cool and all. I just don't need to hear about it.
What type of shock absorbers do you think they have on the floor of the ISS? Because I was thinking, like, you know how they're running on those treadmills and they're jumping up and down doing weights? Wouldn't that put the trajectory of the ISS like way off?
Here,
Just
I'm gonna give you the Glover answer. I don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist. But I think
really
it
good
would.
engineering.
Yeah, I would agree with you though. It's momentum, right? Equal Newton's second law, right? Equal and opposite.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you're inside of a system, equal and opposites are taken care of.
Equal and opposites taken care of on an elliptical orbit in free fall. How so?
Like if you're inside of a boat, for instance, and you just run back and forth,
The water
both
pushes back on you. That's right. There's water. The weight of the body of water you're on, it pushes back on you due to the buoyant force, right? What's the buoyant force? What's the buoyant force for the ISS in space? What absorbs the shock wave you send when you jump? I can divert your boat off course by throwing my weight around, right?
Well, Kosho, if I jump off, let's say, the ceiling, right, and I don't land on the floor, I land on the wall, some of that is going to be absorbed in a counter direction, but I would have to every single time jump off the ceiling and land on the floor, or jump off the floor and land on the ceiling, or jump off the wall and land on the wall for what you're saying to be true. But if I jump off the ceiling and land on the wall, well, that's going to change the trajectory, especially if we're talking about microgravity. One person could kick the whole thing and move its trajectory.
Let's do the tensor equation. Where's Cyrus when you need him? He
Yeah,
loves
and what about
tensors.
all that space junk that's hitting into it as well? Wouldn't that throw it off course? They'd have to have like rudders to keep it on course. Otherwise, it'd be out to the moon at this point.
But where would the rudders get dragged from?
Yeah, they don't have rudders.
Yeah, the rudders wouldn't work. No air resistance, no drag.
I guess I meant
Hasn't that thing been falling for like 20 years?
More like thrusters.
Yeah.
So the ISS has been falling for 20 years.
Yep.
Whatever happened to soda, Kusho? You got a soda over there in the cooler somewhere, man? I asked you last time you walked around it. What happened to soda? You converted her and then threw her away on a heliocentric globe?
Oh yeah, she goes to school in San Marcos. Sorry, somebody was calling me.
Oh, she's going to college now? That's cool.
I think she was just trolling you guys though.
Oh yeah, I never took her seriously. She was just bored and needed people to talk to. I don't have a problem with that though. I mean, I'm a father. My kids troll me, dude. It's no biggie.
How many kids you have?
I have 3 children, a son, a daughter, and another daughter. I got a 17-year-old, a 26-year-old, and a 30-year-old. The daughters are the youngest. My son is the oldest. They're good kids.
Two of them out of the house, one still in.
Do I what?
How many are still in the house?
How many still live on the family estate? All 3.
Yeah. Huh?
they're going to start their families here, just like my grandfather. I grew up with Grandma Great and Grandpa Great here, and Grandma and Grandpa and Mom and Dad. Even my mom's parents moved here because that's the way my grandfather, my dad's dad, wanted it.
That's a great situation.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to see 4 or 5 generations here on my farm. The whole family hangs out here, but we got 340 acres, so.
That is awesome. So how many houses, like each family gonna have their own area?
No, there's separate areas in the house. The house is like 5 houses made into one. My grandfather used to go around to the countryside and see dilapidated houses. You'll have a situation where a farm buys the land next door, but they don't use the house next door. And my grandfather would go up and say, "Hey, I'll give you 10 grand for that house, and we'll move it over to our farm piece by piece, and we'll build it next to our house and connect it to our house." So I got like 4 sections upstairs that separate upstairs. There's like 8 staircases in this house. It's big. Most people would call it a mansion, but I say it's a collection of Victorian homes, all placed right together. He used to do the same thing with barns. So my man castle is 8 barns made into basically a classic auto restoration factory.
So 32 minutes hours, so it's just like 2 hours ago. And Extremes has posted a thing about Jupiter and the eclipses, and I'm just wondering where's the umbra and penumbra on these eclipses? Because if the solar eclipse does umbra and penumbra on Earth, where is it on Jupiter to be exact?
That's a hell of a question. Over.
It's a new one to me.
Me too.
I'm like, damn, Hank finally got me with a new one, man. 6 freaking years I ain't heard nothing new. Well, maybe 4. I mean, honestly, there's very few new topics covered. 6 going on 7 years, and you're still arguing the same crap. Nobody concedes, nobody moves on. One side says, it is the way it's stated. The other side says, but that doesn't go into the heart of the premise. That doesn't even go into the foundational ideology that this was built off of. And the other side says, but we don't need to cover that. Like when we're talking about the construction of a house, we don't need to cover the foundation. Leave that alone or you'll knock down my house of cards. Personally, I want to kick the foundation stone and catch the capstone.
I don't think I actually quite heard what Hank said. Was he saying the umbra and penumbra on the movement of the moons in front of Jupiter? That idea? Or
Yeah.
Did I not hear it right? Yeah. Where's the umbra and penumbra?
I know. It's a good question. I never thought to ask that question about those moons. But people always say they see them. I see these moons orbiting. Why is gravity so selective? How come Earth doesn't get rings? Why is Saturn so? What's so majestic about she gets rings, but we don't? Got a flat disc ring. Why didn't gravity make that disc into a sphere yet?
Are those considered eclipses? Like when the moon passes in front of what they claim another planet, do they call those eclipses in their model?
So it's a solar eclipse for Jupiter. if you're asking about the video. Now, I don't know if that footage is legit, but they're claiming it is, I'm sure, right? And if it is legit, there should be an umbra and penumbra just like on Earth, right? Because they're saying that the reason that the totality shadow of the moon on Earth during a solar eclipse is only 100 miles in diameter is because of the umbra and penumbra. So I like to ask them, people like Kosho, why isn't it happening here on Jupiter?
He's calculating an answer right now.
Well, that big ass telescope that they fire off into deep space, why don't they have it facing Earth on its way out instead of the other direction?
Yeah, I'm cooking right now. I didn't hear the question.
You want me to ask it again?
Look, Hank, there's a 3-way solar eclipse on Jupiter.
Yep.
I'm with you though. Where's it at? It's just black spot.
Hey, what's your question? What's your question?
So where's the umbra and penumbra on the eclipses on Jupiter at 32 minutes after the hour 2 hours ago?
Okay, so you're expecting there to be one?
Well, if there's one on Earth, because it's so far away, right? And that means that Jupiter is even further away, then there should be an even bigger umbra and penumbra, right?
You would think so. Be a logical
I
inference.
wouldn't think so.
Why not?
You
What's
wouldn't think
different
so.
in their circumstances?
Our moon is far away enough that it orbits once in a month. Those moons you're looking at, they orbit once in a day or two.
So it's
What's
moving
that do to the shadow?
too fast. It moves too fast to project a shadow.
Now, the speed that it's moving determines the distance. So if it's moving around a massive object like Jupiter that fast, that means it's fairly close to Jupiter.
That's not a good enough answer for me, but I guess, you probably could have got some people who can't fog a mirror to believe you. That's the goal, right? It doesn't have to be true. It just has to be somewhat believable.
Try this in your room. Get a ball, move it close to the wall. See if you get an umbra and penumbra. Then find out how far away you have to be until you get one. And realize that you can't be close to an object to get an umbra and penumbra.
It sounds like Jupiter's further away. So we'll have more of an umbra and penumbra.
Well, the thing is, the moon is pretty damn close to the Earth, and we still get one.
Yeah, but Jupiter's huge, and they orbit once in less than 2 days. So that tells you that they're much closer.
So Jupiter's moons are too close, and how come Jupiter's immense gravitational well, that's more gravitation than all the other planets combined, doesn't suck the moons up into the orbit, into the planet?
That's what I was going to
It's moving fast enough.
Yeah. The fact that they're orbiting Jupiter tells you that it is doing that.
How come they're not being sucked in?
Because they're moving fast enough.
So now they're moving fast.
So inertia is more powerful than the force of gravity, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm making meatballs right now. No, the force of gravity is what's causing them to orbit. And they're orbiting so fast that they're going to be really close, but they're orbiting fast enough to continue to orbit. So they're being sucked in all the time.
Sounds like a galactic juggling act.
Yeah, because I believe there was a guy that once said inertia was the second most powerful force in the universe next to gravity. Said gravity was more powerful than inertia, but we're told speed and inert forces keep gravity overpower gravity and keep you in a Goldilocks zone.
No, they're not working opposed to each other. They're working together. The orbit, I mean, that gravity is what's pulling it inward.
Yeah, but that doesn't really cover what I said, that inertia is second to gravity, and gravity is more powerful than inertia. So inert forces alone, or the speed of the orbit, couldn't maintain it.
I don't think inertia is a. Are you saying inertia is a force?
It is a force by physics, yes. Inert forces. Inertia. What, did you only take physics in high school? I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. Just asking.
No, I've got college physics. I just never heard inertia referred to as a force.
But yet you took college physics. First year college
Yeah.
physics, dude. Inertia is one of the forces.
Isn't that a G-force? Right?
I'm not too sure about that, but that's inertia is a gravitational force.
If you're driving along the car and you're going around a corner and your body is pulled to one side, that's inertia, yeah?
That's centrifugal.
That's centrifugal force.
Yeah, yeah. Centrifugal force is an inert force. It's an example of inertia, but it's still labeled centrifugal force.
So let's say that, we got some football players, right? And the ball snapped and they're about to try to attempt a field goal kick. Like, if I'm the running back, I got a little more inertia than the tackle, right? So the tackle is a force to be reckoned with, right? Because he's in motion, but I'm more of a force to be reckoned with. And I know that's in layman's terms.
Yeah.
But it's kind of showing you the idea that if you're in motion, it's a force, right?
Yeah. When you're in motion, it's a property of matter in motion that causes it to resist change in velocity or direction. That's inertia. But if gravity's pulling it down, inertia, because it's a body in motion, is making it resist it, but gravity's more powerful, and inertia is second to that. And then we see the scales of these, megascopic versus milloscopic. It's logical to say that it wouldn't be able to resist it and maintain a Goldilocks orbit.
Would maintain a Goldilocks orbit?
I said I didn't believe it would. Gravity is stronger than inert forces or inertia. So inertia would attempt to resist gravity, but because this large-ass planet has a greater gravity well than that small-ass moon, the inert force would just get overwhelmed and get its pockets ran. So, in other words, the planet would take its shoes, its shirt, its clothes, and send it walking down the street butt naked. Run your shit, punk.
Run them, Jewel.
Well, That's it. That's if inertia is a stronger force than gravity, and that's if you're looking at gravity as a Newtonian ideal gravity, where it is a force, instead of an Einsteinian relative view of it, where it's a consequence. Time's dilating, and that's why inertia keeps winning, huh? You still got 2 seconds on the clock every time it dilates. Burst in 10. A lot of this depends on Newtonian physics, though, even though it was overwritten, and you know, a lot of people say, well, no, they work together. Well, they don't. The theory of universal gravitation doesn't even equate out properly to describe a push and pull from the entire universe. That's why we can't do a 3-body equation to an absolution. I can give you an answer, but it's pretty much guesswork. And we call that science.
Chill out, Michio Kaku. You forgot the leaps of logic. It's not science yet. Sorry, guys. Sometimes the poor kids from Japan might tell the truth from time to time. Sorry, I took the size of the moon away from you guys. Sorry about that. I know that you really wanted to believe that everybody that can see the partial eclipse, right, that was the actual size of the moon, but no, it would only make sense that if you could see the total eclipse, that ring of shadow would be the totality. Everybody that sees partial, well, anybody can see partial, right? As long as you're on the right side of the ball Earth, you know, speaking in your model. But if you want to see the whole thing blocked out, well, you'd have to be right under the whole shadow, not a piece of it.
I've been there. I've seen a total eclipse.
I think a lot of people have.
Yeah.
So that means if you were within 100 miles diameter, within 100 miles away, they missed it. Like the people that were like an hour to your south or to your west, they missed it. They completely missed the total eclipse, right?
Sure.
So I'm saying that's the actual size of the moon, is the shadow on the ground. Because I was watching. Or are you claiming that there's an umbra and penumbra?
Absolutely. I've been in it.
You've been in the penumbra.
Yeah, sure enough.
So that's when you see it's like partially blocked out. So what makes you think that's the whole?
That's where it just seems to be getting kind of dark. It was real odd. I was at the fuel pumps and I was like, man, you know, and we were expecting it, but I was with my buddy. I got on radio. I said, this looks weird outside, doesn't it? And he says, yeah. He said, it's like a shade of color has been taken away. And of course you couldn't see it by looking at the sun. We had a welding lens, but yeah, we could see the moon starting to move across it. And it was actually getting darker, even though the sun was shining. It was really strange. But yeah, we parked on the shoulder down there and watched it, you know, go to a total eclipse, and we stayed there till it peaked back out. And there afterward, you know, it just like it was kind of, the color kind of came back in everything as it passed. It was pretty cool looking.
Yeah, no doubt. But I'm claiming that the diameter of the total eclipse would be the actual shadow from the moon. And I think it's the penumbra. I'm not sure because there's, multiple umbras apparently. But the way I understand it, how would the moon magnify the shadow, right? Because that's what it appears to be doing. And I know that's like not the correct terms, but I'm trying to describe it using English as best I can. But here, let me just post so you can see what I'm talking about. I'll just post it in the voice chat.
Yeah, that image that Michael posted there, it describes it pretty much spot on.
So this light's not traveling at 90 degrees, parallel columns from the sun, then that takes away Aristosthenes. Because you can't have both. The light can't be traveling at 90 degrees from the sun except for when there's an eclipse. And then the light starts refracting around the moon even though there's no atmosphere. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Can't have
don't
both
think
ways.
it's because light is light refracting around the moon. I don't think that's what that's talking about.
You see what I'm posted? I've never seen video evidence of this. Just a CGI from the satellites. Never seen a video. Like if someone was during an eclipse on a very tall mountain looking over some plains, the flats, you could probably get a video of it, as it moves. But I'm yet to see this video.
Yo, Howard.
Hey
Yeah, bro.
man, what's up, Nate? You
Chilling, man. How you doing?
doing good? Looking for the end of the day, about an hour away.
What do you mean by the end of the day?
I got about 80 miles to where I'm parking for the night.
Okay. Do you have like a set time? Oh, okay. I'm guessing you decide to stop driving based on the destination. Like you're not headed towards your final destination right now, right?
Yeah, I've got my run is dedicated, so I do the same thing every week, and I've got all my spots. I know where I need to get done tomorrow, what I need to get done. So
That's what's up. Nice.
that's where I go.
Nice, man. You ever have to like drive cross borders, or it's all within the country?
No, it's all within the country. I go to the border to pick up copper, but they bring it in. They'll another outfit will bring it across the border, and then I'll load it right there at the warehouse.
All right. It doesn't ever get too lonely on the road. I thought it'd be the trucker, but it's just you alone on the road a lot, man.
Yeah, it's just me. When I first started, it was really rough, but I've gotten used to it, and I stay on Discord most all the time, so there's always at least somebody talking if I'm not talking to somebody, and it keeps it really makes the trip, more bearable to have people to talk to.
No, definitely. I hear you. Yeah. You must not have been doing this for that long then. Like how long?
No, I've been trucking for about 7 years.
Okay. Yeah. That's about Discord time, yeah. And if not Discord, YouTube time, right?
Yep. But it all started with Jose, and he would do his things on Google Meets or I guess Meets is what he does it on. Seemed like he did it on
Google
another platform to start with.
and
But
Google Hangouts and stuff like that.
Hangouts, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember there was a time when no one on Discord was talking about flat Earth, Like you had your red pill servers, your conspiracy servers, politics and religion, but flat Earth wasn't a thing on Discord. It was mainly on, the YouTube chats and whatnot, the Google Hangouts or Google Meets things, and then I would say around 2019, all of a sudden you start seeing all of these flat Earth servers on Discord.
Yeah.
And then 2020, it really blew up. Everyone had a server.
Yeah, the original 24/7, and then of course Jim's. I'm not sure when he started his, but it was somewhere around 2018, I think.
Yeah, 2018, 2019. Yeah, definitely. Now everyone's on Discord. It's pretty interesting, man. But what got you into flat Earth? Like, were you already looking into conspiracies?
No, not at all. Not at all. But I'll never forget. It was Orphan Red. Somehow one of her videos popped up and she was talking about Doppler shift or something, some crazy stuff.
So it was like a random
YouTube. Yeah, it just popped up. And the Non Sequitur show.
Yeah. So she was talking about Doppler shift and how that changes the color of the atmosphere.
Well, it was that, and then she was talking about something about the camera, if you weren't there to observe it, all you would get is an interference pattern or something like that. Like, how do these cameras work if there's no one there to observe the imagery? It was crazy. I was like, what in the fuck is wrong with her? But
She's
yeah,
talking about the double slit experiment, but I don't think she knows what she's talking about.
yeah, no, she was talking about photography and that taking pictures. And if there was no one there to observe it, you would get an interference pattern on the film rather than an image. And it didn't make any sense whatsoever. But that's what she was saying. And yeah, I'll never forget that. I thought this bitch is crazy. But
Yeah, I don't have a problem with her personally, but the stuff that she talks about, like the Mandela effect, I don't agree with hardly anything that comes out of that woman's mouth.
oh, she's a huge troll. She doesn't believe any of the stuff that she says. She's just doing it for views, you know, and her disposition, the way she acts, so dingy and laughy, giggly all the time. That's all for show.
Yeah, she's an actress, bro. She's been in films.
So
Oh, has
I'm
she?
guessing you were watching like a video on cars, and then this random thing was just in the recommendation, right? It's something like that.
Yeah. It just popped up. I don't even know if it popped up on
That's
a
the algorithm.
recommendation or what, but yeah, it just popped up and I clicked on it, and then I'm sure that video recommended the non sequitur show, and at that time it was Red's Rhetoric and all that bunch.
Oh,
And then FTFE came from that, and I can't stand to watch FTFE at all. But
yeah, no one.
But you know, it was just a succession that led me, and then I remember watching FTFE interviewed Jose as he had just flipped from flat to globe, and I watched that interview, and then that interview took me to his stream, and the rest is history.
Yeah, and now you like, you went further and further.
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that YouTube intentionally does that. That's how they, like the way the YouTube algorithm works. I was discussing this with some children the other evening. But basically, what YouTube does is they create a profile based on, the viewing habits of everybody.
Yeah, your mic went to shit, man.
Listen,
I
the
can't hear
YouTube
you.
profile has 10 default virtual profiles that it's created, right? There's one for mothers, there's one for fathers, there's one for kids, there's one for teenagers, there's one for single female adults, one for single male adults, yada yada yada, And
Right.
what YouTube usually tries to do is, Howard will log in, Howard's watching his videos, and YouTube will try and take a guess, which base profile do I think speaks to Howard? Because YouTube doesn't know Howard from a grain of sand, right? It just
Right.
knows Howard's viewing preferences. So what it's going to do on the site is it's going to recommend the things it feels you match up with best in relation to the base profiles it has. So it notices how it likes watching stuff about trucks, cars, and science, and it sees that the base profiles that enjoy these things are adult males and fathers, whatnot. So it's going to recommend things it feels that base profile might enjoy watching. It's going to keep that profile on YouTube as long as possible. Because YouTube is competing with other video streaming services. It doesn't want you logging out of YouTube and going to go watch something else. It wants to keep you on YouTube. So it's going to throw out these recommendations that keep you on YouTube as long as possible. And unfortunately, the algorithm has realized the things that keep people on YouTube the longest are these conspiracy videos. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but that's just how the algorithm works. So I mean,
Yeah,
definitely
wants to hug you up and be your friend.
Do a rant on What do you think?
Nate, your mic went to shit, man. Can't hear you.
Yo, could you guys hear what I was saying?
Yeah, just barely. I was
Hello?
having a lot of trouble hearing.
My bad, my bad. I didn't realize that my phone connected to my headsets automatically. My bad. But you got the gist of it, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what I
All
say.
right.
Yeah, YouTube wants to hug you up and be your friend
Yeah, yeah.
and
And it'll throw
give you what you
whatever it
want.
can throw at you. Yeah. Well, not necessarily give you what you want. It gives you what it thinks you want. You
Right,
might
right.
have never had any interest in flat Earth, but YouTube thinks flat Earth will keep you on YouTube longer than a Justin Timberlake music video, you know, for example.
Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
you were a 15-year-old girl and your viewing preferences match the virtual profile of a 15-year-old girl, YouTube would think, you know, maybe we should recommend a Justin Timberlake music video instead of Flat Earth. That'll keep this person on YouTube for long.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So now you have countries like China where, because you know they have like their own version of YouTube. I just forgot what it's called, but it works almost just like YouTube, where they've put in these crazy restrictions. You know, the algorithm, instead of just recommending what it feels will keep you on the platform the longest, it intentionally recommends educational material. You know, if you want to find things non-educational, you got to search for it yourself. But you know, on the recommendation side, it'll just be educational stuff. What it also does is if you're watching a video that's 5 hours long, every 10 minutes, it'll pause the video and there'll be like a notice asking you, don't you want to go outside and do something else? Don't you want to take a break? Don't you want to go drink some water, you know, take a nap, go play outside, stuff like that. And then what they've also done is they have like this parental lock feature for kids where YouTube for them works like a store. It's open from 5 in the morning, or let's say 8, 9 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon, and then it closes. So as a kid, you can't use YouTube after 5 in the afternoon. You know, like the store's
Huh.
closed for you. Only adults can carry on using. It's pretty interesting.
I guess these kids that know that lie about their age.
They could try. They could try, definitely. Yeah. I'm sure there must be some thing that makes you have to verify you're actually an adult, you know? Because you know they have that social credit system, meaning everybody is tracked. You know, like if you were born, you were put into the system, and I'm sure YouTube feeds into that. So if you put in your name, it'll already know how old you are when you were born, yada yada yada. So you might have to put in a fake person's name, or I don't know. I don't know. But I know over there they basically already have going what we fear. You know, this whole the government knows your every move, everyone's chipped kind of thing. And it doesn't, I don't know, doesn't seem to be that bad. You know, I don't know.
So can you guys check out what I just posted? It's the hydrogen gas balloon used by the Union Army Balloon Corps for aerial reconnaissance. So they had cameras in the Civil War, and they had hydrogen gas balloons. So basically, they've had satellite footage, you know, quote unquote, high altitude footage since, you know, the 1860s. So has technology increased since then?
I would say yes, because if you take a high altitude balloon high enough, it's going to start floating, you know. It's going to be a point where
Right.
it's heavier than the air around it, you know. So its range of elevation is limited, right? And we can send things higher than that. I don't know.
So you know about Robert Simmons and his claim to creating the blue marble and the Goddard Space Agency. You familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so he said that. Bye. Have a good night. he said that it was strips of imagery or strips of data, right? That he kind of wrapped flat data around a ball, and he kind of filled in the gaps and everything. So, do you guys believe Epic is like a real? Is Epic satellite? Is that a real image of the Earth from 1,000,000 miles away?
Yeah, it's a real image, but it's just like what do you define a real image as? Like an image you can take with your phone?
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, your phone is all smartphones today have digital cameras, right? Are they taking real images?
Yeah, it's a snapshot.
Okay, but it's a digital image. It's not like a chemical Polaroid. No, it's digital.
Exactly.
The camera lens has a sensor, and it catches the visual information in pixels, red, blue, and green, and it turns that into an image. It's digital. That's why any picture taken with a camera can easily be digitally manipulated, right? But if you have like a Polaroid image, it's hard to edit that on like digital software, you know? So with these satellites, some of them are taking digital images, some of them are taking real images, some of them are taking composites, but they're all real images, or I don't know, man. It's I guess it depends what you see as real.
So if I look at the Epic, where the moon's boundary is between the moon and the Earth as it crosses, you can see a little bit of the green screen there. So I don't really think that that's real. I think it's obviously fake somehow.
Okay, then I would agree with you that if this image was being taken with the green screen behind it and everything, then it's a real image of a fake moon or of a fake Earth. Yeah. Then I would agree
So-
that's not real.
Right. So Robert Simmons says that his blue marble is photoshopped because, quote, it has to be. So he's telling you that we're not going high enough anymore to get like a picture of the Earth, because no one's been in deep space since 1972, right? Everybody else has been in low Earth orbit. And they say that, they sent satellites, out like Voyager, and they turned around and they saw like the blue dot on the sunbeam, right? But I mean, there's no way for me to verify if that's an authentic picture, because when you're dealing with authentic versus counterfeit, you have to have an original, in your hand to compare it to the counterfeit. And none of us have ever actually seen, what does the Earth look like from space? So no one's ever seen like the original. We just have to take their word for it that the Earth that they provided in their Apollo missions, like that's what it actually looks like. But all the other images that we see of the Earth, like Australia has all these like different colors, right? It's like, what color is Australia actually,
Yeah. So firstly, yeah, I'm sure the Blue Marble guy said he photoshopped it because he had to. But number one, we should look into the type of photoshopping he did, and number two, we should understand what he means when he said he had to. I don't think him saying he had to means that we've never been to space or something like that. Also, yeah, sure. I hear what you're saying, but we have more than one image of Earth from space, and not all of them were composites. Not all of them needed to be photoshopped, and if Australia changes color in pictures, so what? To say Australia doesn't have an actual true color, that's a hard thing to say. It has a changing geography, a change in surface. The color Australia has today might have been different from the color it had when it was going through the forest fires. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. What if we had taken a picture of Australia then? With all the smoke and the fire, it would have been a totally different color. Would any of you have accepted the color of Australia in that picture? You see what I'm saying? So a lot of things could change.
That's logical.
The color
Could be
of a piece of
different,
land.
2 different seasons.
Yeah,
Right? I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like, but how do you verify it? Like, if I give you $100 bill, if you're an American, right? You've seen $100 bills before. It would take you like 2 seconds to hold it up to the light and see if it's authentic or not. But if you've never seen one, like say I went back to you back in like 1992 and I handed you that $100 bill, you'd never seen one before. And I said, hey, I'm a time traveler. My name's Larry. You know, I met you in the future, but I came back in time to show you this $100 bill, and I need you to tell me for certain, is it an authentic $100 bill? You'd be like, what is this strip? Is that some kind of reflective? You know, then you'd be like, what is this other strip over here? And then, is that a face on the right side? You'd be saying, I don't know, bro, because I've never seen the original $100 bill until just now. Right,
Yeah,
and then I
but,
would ask
you
you,
know,
how do you know it's a $100 bill? You've never seen one before.
Yeah. But this is the thing now. If you came back into the past with the $100 bill from the future, the $100 bill I have in my hand in the past is just as authentic. And it's even more real than the one you brought from the future. But to go along with your hypothetical, what I would do is I would ask you about this $100 bill, right? You would need to explain to me, what are these new additional security features on your $100 bill that make it authentic? Or if you come in from the future, along with the $100 bill, could you come with the bill or the piece of law from the future, from the American government or the Federal Reserve in your future, that says these are the mechanisms or the security features on this $100 bill that make it authentic? And then I would compare what your legislation says to what's on the $100 bill. Now, obviously, there's no way I can verify all of this 100% unless I go back to the future with you. There would be a point where I would have to trust what you were saying, you know?
Right. Seen the authentic. That's my point exactly. Yeah, thanks for not fighting with me on that one, because I never. So when I talk to people and we can't get past like the first, like it's just a thought experiment. Just relax, bro. But you did good so far. So yeah. So my thing is that I can't say for certain what they're doing in space, if they are in space. Is it balloons, or is the ISS literally falling for 20 years without landing? Like, how would I know, right? Here on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, there are things we could do to try and verify these things for ourselves, but an element of trust does come into play. You know, we could definitely try and get a chart from NASA saying, you know, this is the path the ISS has taken. We could try and, you know, look at time and day or whatever and see, you know, is ISS passing my part of the sky at this specific time? Would I be able to see it? And you could go outside and you could see a black dot crossing the sky. And for most people, that would be good enough. But for the extremely skeptical, such as yourself, that isn't enough, right? Because in your head, that black dot could still be anything. You know, it could have been a coincidence. You can do this 100 times, and even if you see that black dot all 100 times, it doesn't 100% tell you that is the ISS, you know? So the only way you'd be able to prove it 100%, not just have evidence to support this stance, but to prove it, would be to go onto the ISS yourself. But, you know, for most people, such levels of proof aren't needed. You know, people are generally trusting of other people.
That's the problem, kind of, though, isn't it?
Why is that a problem?
Well, if you just generally trust it, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's fine if people want to trust it. That's fine. I'm just saying, like, if you don't have to prove, like, decisively that it's fake. Like, I mean, by going onto it, how would that prove it's fake, right? That would prove it's real if you're going onto it, right?
Are you trying to prove it's fake?
I
Or are
thought
you
you said
trying
the
to
only way to
validate?
prove.
Yeah, to prove it's real. I'm not trying to prove it's fake.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
most
but
people
that's
wouldn't be,
but yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Most people don't try and prove things. You know, we just try and get evidence to support a specific stance of bias. But if you wanted, you know, so for most people, we're not trying to prove things 100% for ourselves. You know, we want to gain evidence for our bias, and then there'll be a bit of trust. But if you don't trust people, you would need to prove everything 100% for yourself. And that means you would need to experience everything for yourself, which is a bit, I don't know.
Well, it's not like you don't trust people in general. I mean, these people, you yourself have talked about how sketchy some of the stuff NASA's done is. So, that those people are hard to trust, but I think they do it poorly on purpose. So I don't think it's very easy to
But when I
see that they're
say,
doing it's fake, right?
yeah, when I call NASA out as sketchy, what I call out is how they're interpreting the information. I don't deny that they've collected this data and they feel this is what the data is saying. I just sometimes feel, maybe it's being misinterpreted. Maybe we don't have enough data to go along with that assertion.
I thought you said the moon landings were sketchy.
Yes, there was a time I believed the moon landings were sketchy, but I was a big conspiracy theorist. I was a kid, Dave. I was doing a lot of drugs. I was watching a lot of YouTube conspiracies. I wasn't taking school seriously.
You were a lot more enlightened.
But yeah, maybe. But I was able to verify it for myself. That's why I don't hold that position anymore.
Are there any conspiracies that are true?
Yeah, the government or someone's government killed Bob Marley. That's a conspiracy I still believe to be very true. Bob Marley was assassinated. He didn't get a cut on his toe and then died from cancer. No. He was taken out.
So what I'm asking is that are there rich and powerful people that get together and agree to break laws and jump through certain legal loopholes in order to consolidate wealth and power?
Yes, but that's not a conspiracy. We all know about that. It's on our news. That's not a secret, though. We know that powerful people make decisions and take actions that help solidify their power. They want to stay in power. That's not a secret, right?
But that's all a conspiracy is.
Oh no, a conspiracy is two or more people.
It's a secret. Yeah.
No. A conspiracy in legalese terms is two or more people getting together to plan a crime. So like if somebody came in here and said, hey, let's go steal some boats and go to Antarctica, and one other person said, yeah, that's a crime. Yeah, let's do that. That would be a crime. Like even if it was joking, like it would be a crime. So there was an American politician who was anti-gun in California. I think it was an Asian guy, right? Well, he got caught running guns into the country, right? And he got convicted of conspiracy. So conspiracy theory is a weaponized word, just like assault rifle. Like there's no such thing as an assault rifle. That's a man-made term, right? It's made up to demonize the rifle, just like conspiracy theory is made to demonize the theory. Because the biggest conspiracy theorist in your town is working at the sheriff's office right now, and he's got desk after desk of pile-up of people who are conspiring to commit fraud, people who are conspiring to commit burglaries, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, when you put it that way, I agree with you. Yes, that is the job of a detective or a lawyer to try and figure out a conspiracy. But what I was just alluding to is that a conspiracy is just a secret that a certain group of people are trying to keep from other people. So there's a plot or plan they have going on that they want to keep secret. But we know that is what's happening at the higher levels. It's not a secret. It's on the news. These things get exposed, in due time. It's not that much of a secret that the powers that be conspire to maintain the power they have.
What conspiracies have been exposed?
MK Ultra, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, Panama Papers, all of these things, There's so many, Dave. There's so many conspiracies that have been exposed.
Right.
It's
so then
crazy.
why does it surprise you that the moon landing might be a lie?
It doesn't surprise me. Like I told you, I used to believe in the conspiracy. It's just that I verified it for myself. So I don't really hold that position that it's a lie anymore, I do think someone's been to the moon. I don't know who, I don't know when, but someone's been there.
Well, that's because you verified the signal that you bounced off the moon.
Yeah. And for me, that's enough. For you, it might not be. I understand. You would want to go to the moon yourself and see if those retroreflections are there.
Go to the moon myself.
Or how would you verify it, Dave? Like, wouldn't that be the proof you want?
I don't need to,
You want to
dude.
go to
I
the
don't need to. I think it's deeper than that. I think they did it fake on purpose, dude. That's what I'm at. Like the conspiracy we're talking about. I mean, let me ask you this: if like, let's
No,
say
but
Sandy,
I mean,
let's just
Dave,
say,
my
like,
question is,
it's
how
Sandy
would you
Hook.
verify we've been to the moon? How would you do it?
I don't think there is any ways to do that.
Oh, okay. So you think it can't be done?
Look, let me say something.
Well,
Right
yeah,
here.
I mean, you have to go back to 1979 or whatever, right? And you can't. How are you supposed to?
69. 69. Right. I just want to ask you guys real fast, and this is for everybody. Have you ever considered that maybe NASA is the propaganda arm of the U.S. military-industrial complex?
Absolutely. But it's all a propaganda arm. I mean, like, think about like Sandy Hook. Let's take Sandy Hook, for instance. Okay, so let's say nobody died, right? It was all just a show, right? And we were told the kids died. We were told the teachers died. It was all just put in, and it's completely legal to lie to the people in the news now, right? That's totally legal because of the Smith-Moon Act, right, being repealed. So would you consider that a conspiracy? Because it's totally legal. And even the people involved, they're not even doing anything wrong in their minds because they're in their minds, they're probably convinced that it's preventing crimes of the sort in the future. Because if people are convinced that this happened, even though it didn't, then we'll have better gun laws and it'll prevent those kind of crimes. That's what they're thinking, right? Would you consider that a conspiracy, or would you consider that just propaganda for the good of the people?
I kind of feel like y'all are kind of mixing up conspiring to commit a crime and conspiracy theory up. I think they're two different things.
Yeah, the conspiracy and the conspiracy theory on.
My question is, if Sandy Hook was truly just, a story, and it was told, and it played on people's emotions, but the justification is it's for their own good because it'll prevent these types of crimes in the future. Is that a conspiracy or not?
That is a conspiracy theory because you are looking for a
No,
conspiracy.
I'm not talking about the theory.
Yeah.
I'm saying, let's say it was true. Would it be a conspiracy?
If it was true, if what you were saying is true, then yes, that would be a conspiracy. But because there's no proof that what you're saying is true, it's just a conspiracy theory.
Oh, there's all kinds.
Looking for a conspiracy.
There's all kinds of proof that that's true. But regardless of that, it's totally legal. It's totally legal to do that. It's totally legal to lie to people on TV and in the news. It's totally legal to lie to people in the news now. So it's not really a conspiracy. It's just
I would rather just try to keep it on like the moon and NASA and stuff like that rather than talk about the children that died.
Yeah,
Lane, I hate to say this, brother. We know it's an emotional topic, but if you look at the numbers,
it's just that'll get us in trouble, man. This is live on YouTube.
Oh, this is live? Oh.
Yeah, it's considered disinformation.
Yeah, we're live on YouTube.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Might need to delete this one.
I think
we're okay at this point.
We've talked about Sandy Hook. We've talked about Sandy Hook on here many times. I don't know. I think the vax stuff is off the table at this point. As far as I know, I don't know. Gio's here.
Okay, but yeah, I hear you, Dave. But that would just be a conspiracy theory till you have some sort of evidence that this is actually.
I'm saying it's not even. No, my argument is not a conspiracy. It's totally legal on the up and up, and that's exactly what they are allowed to do. And they are allowed to lie to you in the news. Look up the Smith-Moon Act. That's my point.
Okay. So the news is allowed to lie to us. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well,
propaganda.
I think the
news does lie to us.
Like cops, the government, they're all allowed to lie to us. It's only a crime if you swear in and then lie. So lying is legal, right? You just can't lie to
I don't know.
Congress.
Don't
Lie.
news agencies get called to task and fined if they report a story that isn't true?
No, all they have to do is redact it on Friday night when nobody's watching the news, and they're considered
Yeah,
legit.
but behind the scenes, there's a fine taking place, right? That's
No.
why they have to redact the story. No, okay.
No. They're allowed to lie to you Monday through Friday, and then Friday night. Oops, all that stuff we said about Russiagate, there was no evidence about that. Sorry.
Yeah, and
I
I
don't
think
know, man.
the point was
There
they do
must be some professional body governing journalists. You know? I
part
don't
of the
know if
reason I
it's
brought
just
that up, Nate, is because you were bringing up earlier that a lot of the stuff on YouTube people generate towards is the conspiracy stuff or whatever, right? It's like it gets views, right? Well, same for the news, right? Bad news gets views, right? And it's partly that, but it's it's totally legal to do it, and it's totally. I think they do it poorly and make it obviously fake on purpose, just like NASA does, or just like because it generates the interest. Think of all the flat earthers are watching NASA stuff, and they never would have before because they're trying to find the obvious mistakes that are made and argue with people about the obvious mistakes that are made. I mean, all this generation of views for NASA wouldn't even be a thing if it all looked real. If it was all they don't even have to show us anything. They could just take the money and just say, we're doing it. Yeah, we're doing it. It's top secret. They could just say it's top secret. Never show us a thing. They don't have to prove a thing.
I don't know about all of that, Dave. The way I see it, all flat earthers have been exposed to the same 20 fake moon landing documentaries, and I would say most flat earthers were already into the moon landing conspiracy before the flat earth conspiracy. They were already into conspiracy. I don't think for anybody flat earth would have been where they started off with conspiracies.
I think it's deeper than what you might be considering, is what I'm saying. And like these fake shootings and stuff, I think they make them obviously fake on purpose to bait people into making it. Back when it was like not okay to talk about any of the stuff when it just happened, it was baiting YouTubers to make a video about it, so they would have a reason to censor because of the sensitivity of it for the children, like you guys were saying. Like that created the reason to censor and the justification for censoring. So that's part of the other reason they do it poorly on purpose. We're being masturbated.
Right. Is every single mass shooting fake and set up, or you?
I'm not
you
saying
think
every
it's only
single
some?
one of them, but I haven't seen one
Some
that
of them.
I haven't seen one that's been reported internationally and made a big deal of that I think looks really real. I mean, if you're
Reported
skeptical
internationally? What do you mean? Everything that happens here is reported internationally, bro. Like
Well,
whenever
no,
a story happens here, I have
was
my family in Europe and the Middle East asking me about it. Like our news is the world's news, Dave.
right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but the ones that don't get reported, like ones that are just locally reported rather than like, on every major
Like
news station. The
what
ones that
shooting? What shooting
I don't know about
today
mass shootings.
only gets
I don't know about.
locally reported?
I don't know. There's lots of shootings that don't get reported, right?
When a white guy kills a white guy.
Yeah, when a black guy kills a black guy.
Okay. Good point. Good point.
Something
Yeah.
politically, like, if it's got an agenda behind it, if it's about gun control. I mean, you had that Virginia shooting, that one with the reporter. Her boyfriend was on TV like 20 minutes after the fact, holding up signs that were made about, like the gun control laws. And he was talking more about the gun control laws than the girlfriend he just lost. I mean, it was so pitiful, including her father. I mean, it was just so blatant. And I think blatant on purpose. And then they also get away with it because they also they ease their conscience by making it blatantly poorly done on purpose. Because then it's like, well, if you believe that, then we don't feel so bad because it's obviously fake. And I feel it's the same thing with the ISS and the same thing with a lot of the moon or a lot of the NASA shit.
He's like laughing and cutting up and joking around, and then he gets in front of the microphone and he puts himself in like a different state of mind, right? So he goes from laughing to cutting up to, I just today lost, one of my.
He has like a whole breathing exercise. I mean, there's
he put himself in a trance.
Yeah. Oh, well, today my daughter, and then I want to forgive the shooter. And come on, it's bad. So bad. I mean, if you guys still think that these shootings are all on the up and up, and you guys haven't been looking.
Yeah, I don't claim to know exactly what happened on these events on 9/11, but I'll put it to you like this. When Sandy Hook happened, it wasn't worth creating all those criminals overnight by signing legislation that's unconstitutional. It wasn't worth it. When 9/11 happened, it wasn't worth 500,000 dead children in Iraq. I don't care how expensive those buildings were. What was it, Larry Silverstein? He got, double the money, double the pleasure for those buildings. And, it's really sad that those people lost their lives, but was it worth, 500,000 dead children in Iraq alone? Not to mention all the other countries that we've invaded since 9/11. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't nowhere near worth. And then, was it worth you giving your consent for the blood of those children? Oh, certainly not. Certainly not. You giving your consent for the blood of the innocent. Jesus Christ, tell me that you guys don't give your consent for the blood of the innocent because, 6 or 7 buildings got knocked down by 2 airplanes.
I don't know if you can hear me right now. Left lane's things lighting up. We can't hear you if you're trying to talk left lane. By the way,
she's
Larry.
picking up.
Okay.
She's picking up my truck noise.
Hey, Larry, did you see that you were talking about the helium balloons for satellites? Did you see all those posts that I put in there? The high altitude drone planes and all the different military viewing from afar, from a high. There's a whole list of them in there. Just scroll up a little bit. I mean, there's the Airbus, lighter than air, eyes in the sky, high altitude, long operation, the Halo project, the HAPS project, the HALE project, the LAV project. I mean, all these things are just eyes in the sky. It has nothing to do with satellites.
See, the guy with the accent, he's right. Well, I was looking into other things before I came across the flat earth. But also, certain things that was like on the mainstream media, made me ask questions too. So, I remember, some sort of NASA blimp got untethered, and they had to go, chase it down and bring it back and tether it back to the ground. And I remember thinking, the fuck? Why would they need, a blimp if we got satellites? And then I remember that Malaysian flight that went down, and all airplanes have transponders. And yeah, GPS goes one way, but a transponder sends that GPS signal out, right? So they lost a plane? What? How could you lose a plane over the ocean? And then there was that flight that got shot down in the beginning of the Ukraine conflict. The flight that was shot down allegedly by the Russians. The Russians provided satellite imagery that looked like it was made by a first grader with some rulers. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is supposed to be satellite imagery? Looks like my son made it. What the fuck is this bullshit? So all these things I was already known about, and then I heard about the flat earth, they started coming back to my memory. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. And that doesn't make any sense. And then the more I looked into it, there's no sense involved. You can't see the curvature. According to Professor Dave, you can't measure it from the surface of the Earth. So the only place we can see it from is space. None of us are going to space. So none of us are ever going to see it. So it doesn't make the visual sense. We can't feel it. Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. We know that nature abhors a vacuum, but allegedly there's a place where there's a near perfect vacuum. That doesn't make any sense. But there's lumpy gas in the said vacuum, like Jupiter, just a big ball of gas just sitting there, not expanding, right? But wait a minute, now you're telling me there's a vacuum with like gas lumps in it? That doesn't make any sense, right? And then you're telling me that, there's this thing called the Casimir effect and the 0 point energy and the vacuum catastrophe. And gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, so they had to make dark matter. Not only dark matter, but also black holes. So you're telling me gravity's so fucked up that they needed dark matter and black holes to make it work? That doesn't make any sense. And I could keep going, but I'm hogging the mic.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. A lot of this stuff doesn't make sense to you, but that doesn't mean it doesn't make sense to other people. And you could always try and do more to have it make sense. But basically, what I want to say is just because it doesn't make sense doesn't mean it's not true. I mean, to some people, this stuff does make sense. So there's that. And then I was listening. It's just I was busy doing something. I'm sorry, but just to respond to what Dave said. Yeah, who knows? You guys might feel when the father's crying because his daughter was killed somewhere that he's pretending. Some of us feel he's being genuine. It's just how you interpret the evidence presented. But if you wanted to prove it 100%, then you would have to be in the killer's shoes, in the shooter's shoes. That's the only way you would ever know 100% if this is a conspiracy or not.
Well, there was a
But
law
most of us, we
passed in
just work with
Connecticut.
the evidence presented, and we trust the cops involved and the police report generated.
There was a law passed, something along the lines of, if children are deceased in Connecticut, that there couldn't be an open casket. And the guy who was the coroner, he was the same coroner for JFK in Dallas when JFK was killed. Same guy. See, I'm not a coincidence theorist. You guys are all coincidence theorists.
But what's the significance of that? It being JFK's coroner?
Well, do you think it was kind of funny that JFK died in Dallas? Do you understand how jurisdiction works?
Yeah. Is it jurisdictions for coroners?
Yeah, the federal government can't steal a body just because he's the president. That was Dallas's body. You can't just take it to another place. That's a crime.
Is it? Okay. I don't know. I've seen that happen so many times where someone got shot and then their body gets taken to a forensics lab in Jersey. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that sort of thing happens where they ship it out to somewhere where they can get the forensics done, right? But you can't just Jersey can't just come steal the body and be like, that's my cousin Ed. Or the federal government can't come and steal the body and be like, top secret, information. That's illegal. You can't do that.
What should they have done then?
JFK's body should have stayed in Dallas until there was proper arrangements, until there was autopsies done, right? There's a certain, what's it called? Line of possession that things have to go through. There's certain legal loopholes.
Chain of evidence.
Yeah, chain of evidence, right. So when they took his body, right, they broke the chain of evidence. So yeah, there's supposed to be certain things that you have to go through. Because, the laws don't just apply to us. It also applies to the government too, right? Cops can't just get drunk and try and kill somebody. Or can they?
I don't know, but maybe there's a separate piece of law when it comes to assassination of presidents, maybe, that their body needs to be handled in a different way. Because maybe if they had to take the normal channels, it would have taken too long. Maybe they felt we need to get this autopsy done ASAP. You know, and if we had to wait, you know, maybe it was a weekend. The autopsy guy might have been away because it was a weekend. It was a holiday or something or whatever. You know, maybe the guy was on holiday. They would have to wait till the Monday. I don't know, man. I'm just hypothesizing the same way you are.
Right,
You know?
I get it. I'm not
I
making
don't
any
know.
like claims,
And
right? But I know that
maybe
Johnson got sworn in, and when Johnson got sworn in, they did the Immigration Act and the Welfare Act right after the other, and those two things together, not good, not good.
What?
The Welfare Act of like '64 and the Immigration Act of '65. Maybe I got the numbers backwards, but right after that, yeah, we did the welfare and the immigration reform. So we basically opened up the, you know, whole United States to, you know, just about anybody that wanted to come over here, and we're offering them like free shit.
How did we go from autopsy on the president to immigration?
The point he's trying to make, Howard, is that that's why they killed JFK. So when they brought in the next president, he could pass these acts. But I don't think the acts necessarily work like that. You know, I think maybe that is what happened. I don't know, but I know from the Immigration Act, that act, it wasn't enabled to just allow anybody to come in. It was that so that people had an easy way to get in. You know, because before that act, you had a lot of people just coming in and they wouldn't get proper registration. You know, they wouldn't take the proper formal steps because there wasn't really that strong or formalized process. So it was to the point where I think before World War II, 90% of our immigrants were Jews and Italians, you know, white people from Europe. But because they didn't have proper there wasn't a proper process in order for them to get proper citizenship. A lot of them, you know, for long periods of time were stayed as illegals, and they had to buy their citizenship once they accumulated enough money, you know? So I think the act was brought in to eliminate the crime associated with all of, because that's what led to the rise of, you know, the Jewish and the Italian mafia, right? So I think the Immigration Act was brought in to have stronger control over these illegals just running amok, committing all of these crimes. Maybe he didn't get the job done. I don't know, but from my understanding, that's the whole intention behind the act.
Like Kennedy was sick. We all know that he was very ill, and I don't know if maybe he grew a conscience and decided to take on the Federal Reserve and secret societies. I'm sure we've all heard the speech that got Kennedy killed. You know, secrecy in an open democracy is repugnant. You know, that one.
But don't you think Kennedy was a part of it? Like, don't you think that in order for Kennedy to become president, he needed these people to lobby for him?
I think he started out being a part of it, but I think he got sick and grew a conscience. Some people say that it was all fake, and Jackie like pulled the thing that made it look like it blew his head off. Some people say Jackie killed him. Some people say that she was, you know, like basically it doesn't matter what different conspiracy theory people say. Like this dude got his head blown off by a guy who never stood trial. But if you ask any teacher in school, they'll tell you that John F. Kennedy was killed by Lee Harvey Oswald. But in the United States, we have these, you know, due process that says that he's still innocent to this day. But they teach that bullshit in schools, right? And then, you know, this thing about Jack Rubenstein killing Oswald, nobody wants to call him Rubenstein. Everybody calls him Ruby, right? Because he changed his name, right?
Yeah, but do you get my point though? It's not a conspiracy that there are power interests at play. It's not a conspiracy that that presidents, when they run for the presidential seat, they are lobbied by certain groups, and then the groups that don't lobby them would obviously be in opposition against them, and they wouldn't, you know, they would lobby for their preferred candidate. So we all know that when presidents get into
into the presidency, they have enemies. You know, they are people that don't like them. They're people that want to get rid of them. The theory comes in now when we start speculating who these people are. It was the government that killed Kennedy. It was the mafia. It was the Jews. It was the Cubans. You know, that's where the conspiracy theory element comes into play. But we all know every president's life is at risk. That's why they have the security detail they have. You know, people don't all like the current president we have now. You know, his life is always in
His
danger.
approval
Whenever
rating
you
is at 15%. 15%
yeah,
approval rating right now.
yeah.
Dude, I've seen so much
Shit.
like racism from the left right now because, you know, you got people like Candace Owens and other people like her that are part of a minority, but they're like conservatives. Like, dude, Democrats are the real racists, bro.
Because they hate on
And
Candace
I'm not,
Owens.
yeah, they call her all kinds of things. But anyway, I'm not a Republican. I've never been a Republican or a Democrat. I've always been a libertarian, almost anarchist, but I think that you people are too stupid to have an actual anarchy. No offense.
Yeah, I would agree with you. You know, if the government went away, I don't think people are well equipped to run a country. You know.
They govern themselves like ants. What do ants do? They fucking work their ass off, right? And they,
Yeah,
you know,
but ants
provide for
ants
the
have
community.
ants have a very strong social agreement, and they work like a hive mind. Ants and bees, they all work towards one goal. I don't think all of us on the ground have a hive mind, and I don't think we all working towards one goal. We all have our individual wants and needs, you know, and that could get in the way of us cooperating together. But ants don't have that. No ant has an individual want that doesn't align up with the collective wants and needs, you know.
But anyway, I'm a libertarian. I wish that I was governing myself, living off the land. I don't know how, right? Because I'm too domesticated. And just like all animals that are domesticated, right? Their brains get smaller, their heads get smaller, their fangs, you know, just like a pig, right? You take a pig out of the wild, and it's got boar and razor sharp teeth, and you know, after a while in captivity, it goes pink and soft and cutie and cuddly, right? But you put it back out in the wild, then like it becomes like a wild boar again. Like I think we're all too heavily domesticated and dependent on the government. And if you look at what Stalin did in Ukraine, the Holodomor, where they killed like 9 million Christian Ukrainians back in the day, it was because they were self-sufficient, right? They were living off the land and they couldn't be governed because they were ungovernable. So what they do, they pass laws. Anyone caught taking food from the cities, you know, the food that they grew themselves, had to all go to the city. And anybody caught gleaming what the machines had dropped on the ground, it was a death penalty. So after a while, people started eating each other, and a lot of people starved to death, but it was because Stalin couldn't govern the ungovernable without starving them to death. And I think if you look at how many like food processing centers have went up in flames recently, I think we're about to repeat.
Okay.
Bill Gates just bought up a whole bunch of farmland. Usually his model for economic success is take something that can be very cheaply copied and mass produced for little to no money, and then get like a virus, right, for that thing, and then sell the antidote, and all these things can be cheaply copied for little to no money. Well, he's done that with, you know, software and other things that I'm not going to mention, not allowed to talk about, right? And he's buying up farmland. So why would he buy farmland? Well, he's trying to get one of those numbers close to zero, right? Which numbers? Well, the carbon, right? Because, you know, you're carbon. I don't know if you realize that, but you're carbon. Your body is made of carbon. So either carbon emissions, right? Like you can't be breathing up all the rich man's air, can you? No. Can't have that, right? Because, you know, climate change. If the climate changes, that would be bad, right?
It'll be bad for humans, yeah. Maybe not for the rest of the world, but for us, definitely. I'll be right
Yes, the
back.
ocean. Go ahead. As the oceans rise, you know, we could go live in Antarctica, right? Because, you know, if the global warming thing is real, we live in Antarctica. If not, right, and it's global cooling, you know, whichever one they need at the time, right, then we can go live in the Sahara, right? Either way, we win. The climate changes. Because, you know, I would love to get some of that clean water from Antarctica, right? All those resources down there. All they would have to do is open it up. So what are they going to do with all the lithium batteries that's coming out of all these Teslas? You can't just, you know, throw it in a dump pile somewhere and forget about it, right? So what are they going to do?
I don't know, Hank.
I mean, you can't just put lithium in people's water supply, right? That would make them
Yeah.
calm and docile, easily to control, right?
Only if they were, trying to dumb a person and calm a person down. Fluorine too, right? Fluoride too. Isn't that in the minnow
Yeah,
studies?
so because Hitler used it, right? So it must be good. So put it in the drinking water so that everybody's like got a lower IQ.
It made the minnows like stop hiding and start swimming out into the deeper water where the bigger fish were. So I'd say that. Don't they put that shit in Prozac?
Dude, lithium and fluoride is in a lot of medications. Yeah. Yeah. That stuff is probably not good for you. If it wasn't good for the Jews, it's probably not good for you. Good to see you, Gren. You know, always admire your search for truth, and you gave me a lot of good information on vaccines. Shit, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say Dr. John Bergman. Yeah, I really appreciate the knowledge that you shared with me, bro.
Thank you so much, dude. Long time. We've been out here a long time messing around with this information.
So these anti-flat earthers, you know the type I'm talking about. You know, these people that'll say, "No, fluoride's good for you. Fluoride is the best," right? These type of people that I'm talking about.
Just
You
call
know
them
what I'm talking
ballers.
about.
Easier.
Okay, ballers. Yeah. So these balling type, you know, that argue with us over everything. So their new tactic is like to be friendly with us. So they say, don't argue the facts. Be friendly with them and try to trick them into being friendly. So just so you know, that's what their new tactic is.
Oh, I know. I always sense that with Kosho. Start throwing jabs right away. They still aren't friendly with me yet. I don't know what that's all about.
It's only for the flat earthers. But I've noticed a lot of that friendly bullshit. Because you know me, I'm not very friendly. Like most of
Right.
the time, I don't really give a fuck about you. Now, you've shared a lot of good information, so I'm going to be friendly with you because anyone who's seeking the truth, right, they're on the right side. But normally, like other people that are not seeking truth, I'm not very friendly at all.
Oh yeah. Well, you can feel it off the resonance. You know how they resonate. I mean,
Yeah.
you can feel how a person's like either for real, like has some genuine, interest in your ideas or whatever, and might try to work with them, or if they're just trying to play with you or something, like they think they're being smart and cocky. I love that shit. I just immediately respond like a, you know what I mean, like a naturally. I want to push that away, you know.
It's one thing when you resonate with the truth and the people that are just like against the truth. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? And I get it. You know, people believe whatever they want to believe. That's not the type I'm talking about. I'm not talking about normies.
Yeah, you're talking about those diehard, they want to win against a particular type of person they think they're talking to. They want to shame you, or like they want to knock you down for thinking outside of the box, or thinking that there's an alternative idea to the security blanket of their physics, or worldview, or whatever it is.
It's like, how dare you question the official 9/11 Commission report? Like, it was originally headed by Henry Kissinger, the angel of death. Well, you should trust him. He's been in the White House for the past 50 years.
I know
Like,
that's
what?
the weirdest part of their. I don't understand that trust for that specific guy specifically. After the history of, I mean, you know how much is written on him, and how,
Oh, yeah.
it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I was telling everybody earlier, I don't pretend to go around and get it happened on 9/11, but was it worth like 500,000 dead children in Iraq alone? It's like, no, it wasn't. And more importantly, was it worth your consent for those dead children?
Mm-mm. But that
Hell no.
Julia Albright, what was her name?
Yeah, she said it was worth it. We think it
Yeah.
was worth it. So I'd hate to be there standing next to you on Judgment Day when that shit comes back around.
Those are the kind of things that make me wish there really, really was it. Like I wish I could believe there was a God. Like, oh, I hope you guys are right. For those kind of people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Because there
Hope
has
the
to be some
religious
sort of
folks are right,
justice
and
for
so
that
is one
shit.
of them. And that's not going to be tolerated because they're getting away with that shit open. As far as in this realm, for some reason, a lot of like docile people. Yeah.
Their peers are getting away with it. Yeah, man, I know me and you don't agree on everything. That shit don't matter. If you're seeking the truth and you're spreading truth, but kudos to you and the horse you came in on. Godspeed.
I avoid the arguments with the people who are also seeking other truth. You know what I mean? That are all outside the alternative. I try to avoid the like flat Earth, round Earth argument when I'm with a bunch of flat Earthers because that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to prove you wrong and talk about the flat Earth. I'll wait patiently until somebody else brings up another good topic, and then I'll just weigh in on that shit. Because I like the other ideas and stuff. Or when one of the ballers
You're being
tries to tell
alternative
you,
close. Sorry, go ahead.
one of those ballers that try to tell you, this is all locked in and there's no way around it. And I love to just throw their own physics in their face, and it sucks because it's like they can't go, you're a dumb flat earther. You know what I mean? Like, actually, I'm using your own guys. We're talking about your own physics right here.
So I heard something recently. I think you'll love. So this guy LPP Fusion. I'm sure you know who Eric Lerner is. Thank you. So he said that what they do is they allow people to post like, I can see the emperor's knees, right? Some other guy might say, well, I see the emperor's behind, and the other guy might say, I see the emperor's nipples. But they're not allowed to like put in the journals that the emperor has proposed, right? Talking about the Big Bang and gravity and all that other stuff. It's obviously absurd.
Exactly. That's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with Eric Lerner, I think we would be right up your alley. LPP Fusion is the YouTube channel. He talks about the helium crisis and that there's way too much helium in creation or in the universe, as you would say, for there to be like any sort of Big Bang. So he wrote books like back in the early 90s that the Big Bang is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, man. Of course it is. When you look at the esotropy maps, I can't even say it now. That from the coronal, I mean, what's it called?
Axis of evil.
The CMB, whatever, right? The cosmic
Yeah.
microwave
Yeah.
background. Yeah. You can actually see the continents on Earth, from Earth on, as if they're reflections of the Earth's oceans, with those empty spots being the continents. It's hilarious. Like when I noticed that, when someone pointed it out and then put them in color, I was like, "Holy shit!" I mean, it's ridiculous that they are actually right there. They're a little distorted, but they're there. Anyway, yeah, and it's like you've heard of, what's his name? Fucking Pierre Marie Robitaille. He did he fixed the MRI machine, like doubled the resolution by adjusting a Kirchhoff's law, the thermal emission or whatever. And he was just saying that there was a little problem with expecting a black body, and because it doesn't exist and blah blah blah. So he just went on and he fixed all this, noise, signal to noise ratio through understanding light polarity and magnetism and everything, and spectroscopy. And then he just applied that same physics to the esotropy maps from they're trying to detect the CMB, right? And he's like, well, there's your problem. You're expecting this to be at this value when that value doesn't exist, so you can dial in your resolution. And then it's like, and here are your continents. So it's interesting, to say the least. He does have a Nobel Prize, partial, shares a Nobel Prize for his work and everything. So of course he has Laureate's disease, right? Because he's applying now he's a woo scientist because he's applying his successful idea to another, not area in physics. It's the same area in physics. It's just a different area in the just, it's the same shit. It's just a different area physically. It's not in physics, but physically it's a different area. So he's still dealing with spectroscopy and fucking electromagnetic waves and the things that he was still dealing with there. That's it's all the same shit.
Orthodoxy has to go. There shouldn't be any kind of orthodoxy in science. Every time it should be like, oh, really? Let me see. Show me. Right? Instead of germs, no, you're going to die in an insane asylum with a basic infection that you could cure with brandy. Like, no, there's no germs. There's no way that we're killing those women. Right? We're good doctors. It's like the housewives, they're a bunch of idiots. It's like, well, what about this information right here? That's a correlation. Maybe we should investigate. No, die in insane asylum, right? Because you're crazy.
What if it's a 1-to-1 correlation? It still doesn't equal causation. Well, can we look into it? There's no need.
Yeah. Are women's lives at stake and babies' lives at stake? There's like some sort of flesh-eating bacteria with the corpses. No, we shouldn't look into that. Let's just say this guy's crazy and put him away.
Yeah. Well, they've got, they've got quite a bit. I think 70 different, organizations with, certified physicians, and then that are trying to recall the minestrone, all the minestrones from Cornbread 19.
Cornbread.
Yep, gotcha. I've never heard it said that way, but automatically know what you're talking about.
I know. Well, we warned everyone we would have to talk like this 10 years ago. And they laughed at us, They're not going to cut off what you're saying. They're not going to shut you down monetarily for saying stuff. It's a free country. And then it turned into, well, I mean, they have the right to if they want to. I mean, it's their corporation and their company. And then, you know what I mean? And then well, first it was like, well, the marketers when advertisers don't want to be a part of that, so they can demonetize you and blah, blah, blah. It's like, so what? So, but then actually block you from being able to say a thing. I mean, that, here we are, dude.
So I was doing some research and debating last night, and I come across this thing where it's like 150 sources cited between the similarities between traumatic brain injury and the autism spectrum. There's like 150 different people are saying, hey, some of these seem to be the same mechanisms, some of the same, like, possibly underlying causes, some of the same
Right.
treatments, but these are two totally different things, right? Because
Yeah, but they look the same
autism only
under the scalpel. They look the same on the brain, though.
autism only happens in the belly, right?
Where the delivery
That's what they're
system.
claiming now.
What'd you say, in the middle?
The autism only occurs during pregnancy. It doesn't ever occur afterwards. That's what they're saying now. So you can't develop autism, is what they're saying. You can develop a TBI, traumatic brain injury.
They're just trying to cover their asses because that's some straight nonsense. So many people have seen their bright-eyed kid at the age of almost 2 go and get their first serious rounds of minestrone and then come back a dead-eyed slowpoke with neurological problems. And then they said, no, that's just autism. And like, oh, really? It doesn't onset until about 2. Remember that when it was like, oh, no, it doesn't really show itself sometimes. Yeah. We just misdiagnosed it. Oh, really? That had the whole English language tenuously grasped and now it can't focus on a damn thing? That's normal? Oh, seizures are normal too, by the way. Oh, that's just normal. They'll stop having those. Like, none of my unminestrone kids ever had them. That wasn't normal.
So you wouldn't happen to have any of the inserts that show that encephalitis is a rare side effect, would you?
A rare direct effect. You mean rare, unless we're speaking in terms of minestrone induced, then it's not so rare. Like naturally rare compared to that, yes.
If you have any evidence like that, I love debating this sort of thing because I'm never going to stop when it comes to the minestrone thing. I'm going to wage war against it till the day I die.
Absolutely. I'm pulling brownies out right now. Oh, you know my it used to be real easy for me to just go and grab stuff. I had it organized in the since I haven't been using my home computer, I had it organized in the Discord server. But they snatched it up. It was like too much of a library of information that comes from their own sources that they said is misinformation. I'm like, well, I can agree with you. A lot of it was misinformation, but which one was misinformation? Because they're all from the same sources, right? They're just conflicting information. Like one day there's this many, and the next day there's that many. One day they say this, and the next day it was shown that it was that. So conflicts. So they get mad and took down my server. What, baby? Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know that you're not a religious guy, but it's not a religious thing. It's morally wrong to take pieces of DNA and what they do with it, what they've under deposition admitted to doing with it.
Oh, I
Human
mean,
DNA.
not being religious, it's I find it frightfully invasive. Like see, I don't there's to me this is my one life, right? And I don't want anybody doing anything to my bloodline and my family and all that, right? Because that's you know what I mean? Like for me it's like there's not a lot of religious stuff to it except for the the similarities that we kind of align on that value or that of not being interfered with by other men. If nature wants to do it, let nature do it. That's then and you're the same. Like if God wants to do it, let God fucking do it. But the man, stay out of it. Don't try to don't try to tell me something's good for me if I can't see clearly that it's good for me. It should be like saying, it should be like I should be able to see with it should be extremely obvious that if it's going to be mandatory, that it should be extremely obvious that it's helping in any way. It was never extremely obvious in any way. Like it actually was showing the more someone was so-called helped with this so-called minestrone, whatever we want to call it, right? The people with 3 minestrones or more were the ones that were doing the worst and having the most new bakeries popping up. And those most fed countries. I don't know how to have this fucking discussion, dude. It's so fucking tough. But the whole thing is a goddamn bullshit lie.
So I've seen a statistic recently that 70% of the people at the CDC that caught the cerveza bug were already administered to.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they also admitted that the populations or whatever, and 79% of them were already so-called fully protected, and they have the highest new rates too. It's almost as if it itself is what is causing the spread. Like those people tried to tell us in the beginning, those little spike sugar powdered sugars that they produce. Well, they might, they're pathogenic themselves. So, and they might easily be spread to others. And then antibodies you build to those cause, those antibodies that you build to those also look like foreign invaders to your body again, and your body tries to also then fight those until it finally balances itself out, and you end up fighting like 3 bullshit, antibodies that your body had to make and then fight. And if you're not careful, you fuck around and get a cytokine storm where it can't stop that chain reaction. And then just antibodies fighting antibodies, and all your healthy cells are being attacked.
Well, I remember just trying to tell people that fasting for 3 days, like a few months ago, like resets or rejuvenates your immune system. And they were like, that's a bunch of bullshit. Right. And then I couldn't find the actual word reset. So one study said rejuvenate, one study said kicks it into high gear, but I couldn't find one that says reset. So they were like, you're wrong. You're in here pushing fake news because fasting doesn't reset your immune system. I'm like, you people are fucking morons.
Yeah.
Like,
it's all about tearing the argument up into little pieces and then arguing against the pieces, not at the whole. Oh, you spelled that wrong. You don't even know how to spell it.
they're like lawyers, man. They're word nerds.
Grammarzilla.
Man, I just can't understand these people. Like, I really can't, like, comprehend, like, what makes them tick. Like, and sometimes I wonder, like, are they working for a big farm, or are we dealing with, like,
Well,
people that are
some of them
deployed?
are, right? We talked to, several of those assholes over in the other one. They're doctors and shit. They do. Some of them work in the minestrone industry. We are talking to a shield den over there. Like, it's a definite positive. That's why they're allowed to talk. You know how we have to do all this code talk and bullshit? They don't have to do that over there. They have no worries. You can post all kinds of shit over there about it. My server got taken down, and I don't even have people over there doing all that arguing. Like, I literally never use my voice chat, except maybe a couple different times, but weird.
Yeah, my boss was talking to me. So, like, I'm reminded of this quote. I can't remember who said it, but it said World War III will be an information war with no lines drawn between civilian and military participation. So, like I was saying, like, sometimes I feel like I'm surrounded by agents. Like, we can't prove it, right? But like you said, these doctors are agents, just like lawyers or members of the bar, right?
Oh, yeah. They're in an elite club, and they have plus, a lot of it has to do with the money, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you got a lot of bills, it's easy to turn a blind eye to shit when you're getting money.
Right. If you ever heard, like, I had, like, deleted, human DNA in my kitchen, you would never, like, eat any kind of food that I would be baking, right? So it's kind of like that. Like, I don't want to eat anything that, the the modern era or Pfizer or whatever is cooking. Like, I don't want any of that. And what would be the difference between eating it or just, bypassing your stomach acid and just, directly into your. Ugh.
Yeah. Fucking skip your mucous membranes, and don't make the actual long term protection I'm not cool with it, man. I think there's obviously another reason. You got Klaus Schwab talking about it. You know, you're not going to be safe unless you're all minestronied. Like what? How's that going to make you safe if I'm minestronied? It don't make no sense, man. This shit don't do nothing for transmission. Remember? I mean, and then how's it going to make me safe? Because the more minestrone I get, the more sicker my population gets. So how's that even fucking follow?
I thought when Fauci said that questioning me is questioning science, like at that point, that dude should have been tarred and feathered. Metaphorically speaking, I don't want to see the old guy, endure any burns or anything like that. But it should have been like, oh, you're science now? Like everybody should have been like turning their back to this dude every time he's talking. Like every person he ever met after that walked up, tried to shake their hand. It should have been like, look at my ass, dude. Look at the hair on the back of my neck. But no one ever should have took that guy seriously again.
Do you hear what the lawyer representing the whistleblower for Pfizer is saying Pfizer's defense was in court? Well, okay, so we did those things, and which was like falsely certified things, committed fraud, all this other stuff, dude, for the trials. It's legit now. They really did fuck up a lot of shit, and they falsified a lot of information. There's no if they did or not, but their defense is, well, the government and certain high officials in the government knew we were doing it, and they said it was okay. So we're not to be in trouble? No. Now there's a new set of allegations coming out. I mean, now we get to, depose that, because that's new allegations, now new crimes. Those are, you know what I mean? So this shit ain't over. It's like just getting started. And there's been a halt for, the production and distribution, not an official one by the manufacturers or anything, but an ask for one to get a congressional Senate hearing and all this kind of stuff. So basically, like, asking for a recall.
Dude, we're still trying to convince everybody that Trump grabbed the steering wheel, or Johnny Depp is like, pay attention to his micro expressions as she testifies. Like all the stuff that isn't important. What about Ghislaine Maxwell? Can we get that list? Like, what about, the supply chain shortages or the economy? Like, oh, that's Russia's fault.
That veto list, right? That we heard about, and then it just disappeared out of everybody's minds. Yeah. Seriously, man. Meanwhile, the kid fuckers and the, excuse me, French, and the, I just don't want to, get his channel hot or anything, but that's just murder in my opinion,
Dude, if this place was just, there would be decks of cards, with people's like information. Like, this guy likes to take long jogs down Long Beach, California, like usually between 45th and 67th Street. We should have a deck of cards with all the Ghislaine Maxwell lists, but we don't have none of that.
That's funny. I mean, they would definitely have to think twice about their actions at that point, at least.
So I know that you remember the naturopathic doctors,
Oh yeah,
falling on some bullets, stuff like that. Right. And I don't know if you remember the banker thing that happened maybe a few years before or after that. Maybe before.
Tripped on the phone cord. 6 times?
Yeah, yeah, that sort of thing. But it's like if we had that list, that would have to happen. But we don't have the list, so
I'd
we
like
got
to put.
all.
I'd like to use the real judicial system and put some, you know, pick a couple of good, judges to really take care of business. I mean, those guys could be breaking rocks for the next 50 years. Feeling hopeless and shit. It'd be too easy to just get rid of them that fast. I mean, look how many people's lives have you know what I mean? Like, everybody wants to throw a rock. If one person gets to cut this guy's lights off, that won't be fair to everybody. Everybody wants a little piece of this.
I'm for the rule of law too. I'm not really the vigilante type, even though some of my ancestors were. But
well, when I was younger,
the point is, that would have been better justice than what we got.
Yeah, it would be. And I don't know if I'm right or not. I just know that I'm just a little bit more cautious about ending other people's lights.
Well, I mean, we know everything there is to know about Amber Turd, but what do we know about Ghislaine Maxwell? I mean, that sort of thing should be, the people should be like in an uproar over that. And the fact that they're not, shows how like well the fluoride is working or whatever.
Right.
Because usually when it comes to people who,
What about that senator
still,
lady, dude? That senator lady who's like, in my opinion, a clear affirmative action hire, and she's on the beach doing freaking, just twerking upside down, standing on her head.
oh, I saw that. Yeah.
And then somebody was like in the comments saying, "Do you think that's really responsible for someone representing, to behaving like that, sexualizing?" And she's like, "Oh, those people are just racist." No, I would have said that to like any old white man who was doing that shit too. I guarantee it. Right? I'd have been like, "Dude, that's totally inappropriate. What the fuck is wrong with you?" You know?
So right now
I
there's a
don't know how
new
that's
senator
They're
from
trying to
South
use.
Texas. Right? Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was ranting, dude. I'm just noticing how they're trying to like curb the mentality of the youth. They're thinking that every time somebody does something incorrect or misbehaves and they're of a color, then it's just, if someone says anything, it's just racist or something. So it's like a free pass to do whatever the fuck you want to do outside of the.
So the word has lost its potency, right? If you call me a racist now, I'm gonna be like, okay, whatever. But back in the day, I would be like, no, I'm not racist. I got black friends, right? But apparently that's racist, right? So
Right.
nowadays, I'm just like, I don't even believe in races. I'm a Bible thumper. There's one race, the human race. It's like, that's what makes you racist. No, you like peddling the racist shit like white people have privilege because they're superior and black people are inferior. That's the racist bullshit. Democrats are the real racists.
Right. I mean, there are racist laws on the books, right? But they're affirmative action laws, right? Those are racist. So it's like, I mean, nobody else is getting a special hand, Nobody else is being treated like they can't do it on their own. I mean, a lot of people in the black community think that's fucking insulting. Not the youth that have been conditioned by media to think that, every white person was a slave owner from that none of us ever did shit to help them out. That's kind of the mentality you get out of some groups, not all of them. It's not obvious. People aren't all the same, but you get these large groups that end up making more noise than the underrepresented groups. So it just reflects badly on the whole population for real. Not enough people speaking out against it from their own side, making enough noise, because who wants to make the black kids angry, right?
So you know how they always have this false dichotomy, these people, the type that I'm speaking about. When you point out how like affirmative action, right, is like a good thing, right? The way that it's set up here in America, they're like, yeah, that's a good thing. I agree with you, yeah. And then you show them like the affirmative action in South Africa, but the only thing is that it's not pro-minority, it's pro-majority, right? So when you show people, you know, that are like this, they don't see the contradiction in their thinking. And that's when you know you're dealing with like an NPC. It's not even worth having a conversation.
Yeah. There's nothing real gonna happen out of that except for some like agitation.
Yeah, but I've never really believed in races. It took me a long time to figure out that black people were different. And you know how I figured it out? Their names. Like their names were like Shaniqua. I was like, why are their names like that? It's like, well, I figured out later that, you know, they're from a different like ethnicity, a different, you know, tribe. It's like, oh, that's why their names are like that. So like I don't think I've ever been racist a day in my life. Now, prejudice is different. Like if you get beat up by a bunch of Asians while walking through an alley in, you know, Chinatown, you might avoid alleys in Chinatown. So I could say that I've been prejudiced before because everybody prejudges situations. That's how humans work. But I've never believed in racist because growing up Christian, you know, we sung a song, they are precious in His sight, red and yellow, black and white. You know, so I was raised Christian. I never really believed in races. Like it was never like on my agenda. And I really think that all this racism stems from the pseudoscience back in the day with Darwin and evolution and the science of racism.
Right. This eugenics shit. The you know, Bill Gates holds the torch today, right? Passing it on down. I gotta hop out of here. I'll see you guys. It was good talking at you again.
Yeah, you too. I'll see you around.
All right.
Projected racism, the real racism. What if the anti-fascist groups are fascists? What if the anti-racists were the real racists? What if NASA was the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex? What if conspiracy theorists got it right sometimes? What if the government lies to you just because they can? Look, it's okay if you guys believe in NASA and you trust your government stuff, but me and George Carlin, we're in the corner with doubt. That's where I'm at. I'm in the corner with doubt. Me and George Carlin, we're here and we're looking at these assholes and going, I don't think they're telling the truth. These guys seem like a bunch of assholes. So you guys can, be on the side with Brandon or whatever, and let's go Brandon. But me and George Carlin, we like to look at things differently. Gio, thanks for having me. Peace to you, bro. Peace to everybody else. Reckonar. Get to the job.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, beautiful.
Are you talking? Hello? Hello? The fuck?
Hello. Hello. Nate, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. I think there's a delay. I'm not sure. Penso. Penso.
Nate?
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. Hold on, I'm just gonna close. I've just swapped over to my phone.
Yeah, you sound
Hold on, I'm gonna reboot my computer.
okay.
Put
All
it on
right,
the
cool.
phone. I'm on the phone at the moment. But anyway, as I was saying, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in the Golden Country. I hope everything is going well for everyone here and out there in the World Wide Web's world.
Yeah.
On this
Sounds cool.
beautiful, beautiful, God-given, natural planar horizon Earth. Some of you out there may still be a little bit confused, but stick around. I'm sure that we can clear up any questions that we have for you. We all unite as one. We are one big family, one big happy family. That is for sure. Come
Yeah.
in and
Yeah, so what's happening with the flat Earth community, man?
what do you mean? What's happening? Hold on. I'm just gonna jump back over to my computer. Hold on 2 seconds, buddy. We'll see if this works. 2 seconds.
Okay.
Boom. Am I there? You got
Yeah, I
me?
can hear you. Perfect.
Beautiful. Um sorry, what was your question, buddy? Happening with
Well, what's happening with the flat Earth community, man? Like, there's been a lot of
well
infighting.
well the globe Earth is crumbling around before us, Nate. Like you can hear. Like it's causing tremors, right? It's fracturing the globe Earth.
No, but I'm talking
And
about the flat Earth community.
yeah, exactly. Like the flat Earth community, like the globe side of it, obviously is they're worried, they're concerned, they're trying to cling on with everything, and I think they're actually projecting a lot of their concerns onto us, actually.
But no, I mean this is a real concern, Ben. So I'm even joking. I just came from Gems, and
What?
Merle and Jin were at each other's throats, And
No.
I've heard Johnny B and Pete fighting a lot lately, and it just seems that there's a lot of infighting within the community. I don't know.
Well,
You and Rakia, there's like a lot of beef going on. Like, what's happening?
oh no, me and Rakia don't have a beef. We don't have a beef. At all. Not at
I
all. So don't bring me and Rakia into whatever little
I
underhanded bloody
hear you.
plans
I
that
hear
you're
you kicked
trying to
him out
play.
the server. I don't know,
I didn't
man. But
get out of
okay.
town.
No.
You don't even know, you troublemaker. I did not. No, I can't believe you would tarnish my name like that. Can't believe you would tarnish my name like that. But yeah, no,
I
but
don't know,
what's
man.
happening? Well, what's
I don't
happening
know.
over at
Merle and Jin,
Gems? I've got
Merle and Jin
no
were at
idea.
each
But
other. It was crazy.
well, see, I suppose this is what happens when you are in I don't know, surround yourself with something. You know what? I don't want to say anything bad about that server over there, but the energy's not good. The energy's not good. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
I don't think, but I don't want to say anything.
So it's because of the energy. But I mean, even here in Geos the other day, Right the Hand and Witsit were going at it, you know? And he was attacking all the flat earthers. It's, I don't know. It's,
No. Well, look,
no.
you know, I think at the end of the day, people are going to be people, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right. And just because I play footy for the Hawthorn Football Club does not mean I have to like all the members on my team. Right. But individually, they all do a job. Right. They play an important role. They may play a little bit differently. They may have a little bit of a different style, but they all have their
Like a common
their
goal.
role. Yeah, a common goal. So, you know, the statistics and surveys show that the flat Earth is growing exponentially, getting out of control almost. Right? So we are almost at that critical mass number where we won't have to worry anymore. We will see worry. We will see worry, and right, that's when you want to talk about things crumbling. Right, that's when you will see in real time the globe crumbling, which it basically already is, Nate. Let's be quite frank. Right, the globe is crumbling. Right, you are clinging on, which is understandable, right? Because we all have dreams and fantasies and wishes and hopes and desires, and you know, when something is taken from you, right, or your eyes are opened, right? At first, you're a bit of a disbeliever. It's like little kids. It's like little kids when they're growing up, and some little kids, unfortunately, you know, find out, you know, from maybe one of their school friends that Santa Claus isn't real. Okay. And then when they come home that night and they're all sad, and they've got the little tears, you know, streaming down their cute little chubby cheeks, and you go up to little Johnny, what's wrong, Daddy?
So that's what's happening with the flat Earth right
Somebody
now.
told me. No, that's exactly what's happened to the globe Earth. This is you. I'm describing you, Nate. Right? Like you're in a corner. You know, you come in here. You know, you shed a tear occasionally. I hear it. You know, I can hear you dabbing the corners of your eyes with your little monogrammed handkerchief. You know, just to dry up those tears. And but yeah, slowly it you know, you can rely on your friends to get you through it. No, you can. Right? You can lean on them. They'll give you support, all the support you need. Right? Your parents, on the other hand, may not quite want you to know it because Christmas is just around the corner, and they want you to still have one more Christmas. So little Johnny,
I've never celebrated Christmas in my life.
yeah, well, look, you know, that is what it is, right?
Yeah,
But
but I get the point you need. Yeah,
exactly. You do. Like it's just one more Christmas, one more bar mitzvah, one more whatever it is, right? Just one more. So you know, we'll let you have one more, but then you know, in that time, you can come over and we'll embrace you. We will welcome you. We will comfort you. We will make your fall graceful
and easy, Nate. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry.
Well, it's good knowing that if I ever do become a flat earther, an alternate reality, there's a friendly welcome waiting for me.
Oh, definitely. All the
Yeah.
time.
But
All the time.
on to more pressing matters. How was your weekend, James? So, you do anything fun?
Yes. We had date night last night.
You and the missus?
Yeah.
Noise,
100%.
noise.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
happens
yeah,
on
yeah.
date night?
We went out and for dinner to a beautiful Thai restaurant.
Oh,
It was
nice.
it was spectacular actually. And then we went to the movies and saw the latest Jurassic Park, which was
Oh, nice.
which was all right. Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah. A lot of
Then
CGI and fakery, but
oh yeah, which is cool because you can spot it so easily, you can pick it. So
yeah.
and then on our way home, we called into a little lookout on the way home and just looked out across the ocean there and
Oh,
admired
wow.
the night sky. We listened to some tunes on the radio,
Oh,
which was okay, and
that's really nice. Jason.
saw a few shooting stars as well. The night was so crystal clear last night. It was magnificent.
Oh, wow.
So it was really good night actually.
Yeah, she
Really
must
good
have like broken it off to you good when you got home. Huh? That's wow. I'm teasing, but no, that's that sounds spectacular, man. So that sounds like a really
Yeah.
good night. Yeah.
No, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Nice.
And then this morning just been in the garden.
Oh, nice. What are you growing?
Just getting just getting all the garden beds all prepped for the spring to plant all our spring crops.
Okay. What kind of crops do you guys
Yeah,
got?
so, oh God, we'll have everything going, mate. We'll have you name it, we'll have it. Spring onions, capsicums, watermelons, pumpkins, all our herbs and tomatoes naturally. Do lots of tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, Roma tomatoes. What else does she have going there? Oh, I don't know. The boss, she has all the bits and bobs ready to go.
She's in charge of it.
Oh yeah. I'm just the labor, mate. I've got to move all the soil and till all the soil and whatnot. Put the irrigation system in, get all that updated, move slightly because it wasn't quite as efficient as I wanted it last year. So I've put in a soaker system this year. So instead of a spray irrigation, I've put in a soaker system. So
I see.
yeah, much.
Well, why not
much
try
more.
use like is the soaker system the same as like a drip system where it's a constant drip as opposed to
Pretty
sprinkling or
much.
like spraying? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
pretty much. But you the soaker system I've got buried. So it's just a little bit more efficient than the soaker system.
Okay.
Just a bit more because water is precious here. So you want to watch every single drop. So part of the garden beds we did a drip system put in place, and there were others that had the spray system. But I've just decided just to do the whole thing, in the soaker system. So I've got dug up some trenches, put a lot of aggregate in them, put some it's like a calico almost in the trench first, then put the aggregate in it, whatnot, and the water will just drip in there and then feed deeply into the roots and stuff. So that there's a less chance of less gets evaporated. Not less chance of evaporation, less. So as it's evaporating up through the soil, the roots get more time to do what they want to do with the water.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
What about yours? How's your weekend been? Good.
Well, yeah, it's been chill, man. Just just been kicking with the baby moms. We've just really been at home,
Okay.
eating, watching a lot of stuff. We're just really waiting for this baby to come, and I can't move around a lot because we passed the 38-week mark. So between now and next week Friday, like this baby could come anytime. So I just gotta kind of be at home a lot right now.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, in case the water breaks, out of rush out.
Yeah.
So no, just been at home watching movies. Watch some good movies. I don't know if you've seen that movie Into the Wild.
No.
You should check it out, Benson. I think you would like it. It's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, really?
I watched that, and then there was this other movie we watched, Layer Cake. Like a British gangster crime movie. I think you would also like that as well. It's pretty smart, really good writing, nice dialogue,
Okay.
really good story. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, what's interesting?
Oh well, Into the Wild, directed by Sean
Yeah.
Penn. He is an excellent director. He's excellent.
I didn't even know he directed the movie. That's
Yeah, no. He has a
I know him more as an actor. Okay.
Cool. I shall put it on the
watch
to
list.
watch. Yeah, definitely, mate. Yeah.
Pretty good movie.
Oh, it's a sad film. Oh.
Yeah, it's got a very sad ending. Like we both choked up a little bit at the end. It's a bit sad towards the end, but it's a bit. It's inspiring, man. It's a really inspiring movie.
Ah, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll probably win some brownie points suggesting that one. I will.
Oh, to the missus?
Yeah.
Yeah, she would like it as well. Yeah, she would love it as well, man.
No, this one. No, because usually, I'm an action kind of thriller kind of guy. So now, if I suggest something that is heartfelt type of thing, it has like a real storyline, I'm gonna level up, Nate. I'll level
Nice. I'm guessing Jurassic Park was your idea.
Well, it was the best of a bad bunch that was on offer.
Oh, what were the other options?
Well, the week before we saw Top Gun. So we saw that the week before, and then the other ones were the Minions and Elvis, and I can't remember what the other one was that was on offer. But they were all rubbish, to be quite honest with you. The other choices, like Top Gun, was all right the week before when we went and saw that. It wasn't bad, but it was very
I'm surprised you guys didn't decide to see Elvis.
Why?
You not a fan?
Nah, not particularly. No, I never
Of
have
the
been.
King? Wow.
Yeah, no, he was overrated, really, in my opinion.
Fair. And your missus isn't a fan either?
No.
Yeah, I mean, we don't bother going to the cinema anymore either for that exact reason. There's nothing good out there anymore. So we kind of in this thing where we're trying to go through old movies we watched as a kid or good movies we might have missed from the past,
And it's not
movies
that cheap anymore to go to the movies. Like for the boss and I to go to the movies, once you bought your tickets and maybe, I don't know,
Yeah.
some popcorn and a drink. There's $50 right there. $50,
Yeah.
right? Boom.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now, if the film's okay, all right, like it's a good film. So, but if the film's crap, which so many are, I hate wasting money. I hate, you just feel ripped off. It's like if you go out to dinner to a restaurant and you finish the meal and it's you feel as though, well, if I feel as though I could have cooked it, I feel ripped off. That is for sure. Or if I feel as though I could have done a better job, it's just
Yo, Banso, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Hello, Banso.
Hello.
Bandy.
What? Hold on.
Gio, can you hear me? Hello.
Can hear. You there, Nate?
Hello. Can you guys hear
Hello?
me?
Nate, you there?
Yeah, Banso, what happened?
I thought it was me. I jumped back on the phone. Hold on.
Okay, I mean, you just stopped talking. I don't know if it was you and me. It's hard to tell. We need someone else to confirm.
Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Anywho, but yeah, I totally agree with you, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, me having a 7-year-old, whenever I take her to the cinema, I got to bring her friends along. That's popcorn, candy, and like a Slurpee for all of them, you know?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
they watch a Disney movie, and all of those movies are in 3D. So you got to pay for the 3D glasses. It's crazy. And then after that, they're going to want to go eat, you know, get pizza or something. And
Yeah. Yeah, bloody well. Go $250 later. It's just like
yeah.
that.
Exactly. Jeez. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, but no,
Yeah.
those were the movies we watched. So I think today we're gonna find something else. I don't know what though. So let's see what's on today.
So what's news in the globe Earth world? Anything?
I don't
What
know. Everyone's
ching's
just talking about that prime minister that got shot.
what prime minister that got shot?
The one in Japan.
Oh,
Or the
really?
ex-prime minister. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he's
He was shot. Yeah, killed over the weekend. Assassinated. Yeah. Shot twice.
well, he was an ex-prime minister, so
Yeah, he was the ex-prime minister, Shinzo Abe.
oh, okay then. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, and it was apparently like the whole nation is mourning because everyone loved this guy. You know, like he was universally loved over there. And it was a small gathering. I think he was just speaking to like a local community, and some dude shot him twice. His like, you know, it was so unexpected that his security detail didn't even know how to react to it because it just doesn't happen over there. They're not prepared for things like that, especially someone so universally loved, you know. So it's a bit of a, I think it's a bit of a shock in Japan.
Mm.
Yeah, like that. That's what my cousin over there is telling me. She's telling me that, like, you know, it's like everyone's sad and it's a bit weird over there right now.
It's pretty when you're talking about security details and things.
Mm.
It's pretty crazy to see the difference in security levels with, say, I don't know, the Australian Prime Minister or English Prime Minister, Japanese, even the the Russian, Chinese presidents, and then you compare that sort of security detail to the security that goes around the American president, which is just absolutely insane, insanely over the top. It's crazy.
But I think it's like that for all. I would say security detail could be used as a metric to determine the kind of relationship that the head of a country has with its people. The more security that person needs, the more of a strained relationship they have. I mean, I've seen Putin's motorcades. Like, it's to the point where they send out a whole fake motorcade. You know, they'll send out a motorcade and he's not even in the car. That's how crazy it is with the Putin. He's in a fucking bus going the other direction, you know, and no one even knows it. That's how crazy this thing, you know. If you look at Japan and countries like Norway, Finland, I know that there are cases where their premier has been seen taking public transport. Like I know in Norway, before do you remember a few years ago there was that whole incident that happened in Norway on that island with the shooter?
In Norway.
Yeah, there was, you know, kids were on an island, and then the shooter took a ferry to the island, and because they're all trapped on the island, he just walked around like offering people.
Yes.
So, but before that happened, the Norwegian prime minister would take public transport to and from work. You would be on the bus or on the train with ordinary people. After that happened, they felt it was a bit too risky,
Yeah, fair enough.
so they got him his own private transport. But that just shows that it's a situation where the people have no beef with their leader. You know, they're on the same footing, common goal. They have no problem being on the train with him and treating him like a normal human being. You know, he's not polarizing. Imagine, I don't know what it's like in Australia, but does your premier have a good rapport with most of the people? Are they a polarizing figure?
Oh, well, yeah. Politics is always polarizing at the end of the day, but and they do have security, definitely, but it is
It's not
fairly
crazy.
light. It's fairly light. When you compare, like, you know, Russian and American security, which I just find, like, you know, over the top. You know, when you see, well, like you said, with Putin with the motorcades, and also too with the American president, and you see the motorcades and the amount of security that surrounds them is just crazy, absolutely crazy. Like, I remember, and I haven't really watched them in detail, but I remember this person broke down the Trump inauguration, and, you know, when he's, you know, going down the streets and all that sort of stuff, and you've got you know, 100 security guys, you know, walking beside the cars and all that sort of stuff, and all of them are wearing like false arms, right? You know, got these false mannequin arms in their jackets and stuff, and it's just like,
What?
yeah, there's a classic one. Well, not all of them, maybe, but there's a bald guy, and he is clearly got a false arm on, where, you know, the arm
So what's it
doesn't
for?
move. Well,
Is it
because
to hide the arm?
underneath his jacket, with his free arm, he's obviously holding onto a gun or something, right? Ready to pull it out, but because of the circumstances, as you know, being the inauguration type of thing, they want it to be happy and joyful. They don't want to show the armory, do they? They want to kind of conceal it, so it's not so in your face. But yeah, you know, just the amount of security that surrounds the president is, like, you know, the Russian or the American president is insane, really, insanely over the top.
It is. I mean, and I mean, I don't know if it's the people themselves, or maybe because they're presidents of those specific countries, but they end up being polarizing figures. You know, I would say it doesn't matter who you are. If you're the president of America, there's someone out there plotting against your life. You know.
So what
just
happens?
because of that position?
what happens when you then become ex-president? So like what happens with people like Bush, Obama, Clinton, these sorts of people, the Reagans, when they're then ex-president, what's the security like around them? Because I notice they don't call them ex-president. They always have the title president.
President,
Even
yeah,
when
we still
yeah.
refer to them as Mr. President. Yeah,
Yeah.
they still have some sort of security detail around their private lodge, definitely.
Yep.
There's some sort of fund that pays for it. They have
Right.
security, all of that. It's like a benefit,
Yep.
Yeah. So no, yeah, definitely. I don't know if they have the choice to opt out. Like if they decide I don't want that sort of security,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, maybe they can. I'm not sure if they actually have a choice. I think it comes with being president. The understanding that once you leave office, you're still gonna have all of these things around you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that is the case. Yeah, I guess that's.
So what's how's Trump going over there? Is it looking like he's going to be running? Or I think I was reading an article the other day where the Republicans are basically not going to endorse him for the next election. Is that correct? Or you don't
I'm not
really
sure.
know?
I don't follow politics too closely. What I do know is there doesn't seem to be a real candidate on the side of the Republicans, and I think
No?
Trump sees that hole. They don't have a strong front runner. They don't have a surefire person. They still got to decide amongst themselves who it is that's going to lead the party going forward in the next presidential elections. Like on the side of the Democrats, they know, either Biden's going to do another term or it's going to be Kamala Harris. It's a known sure thing.
Yep.
I think with Republicans, they're still trying to figure out what they're going to do, and I think Trump is trying his best to take advantage of that. But it does seem a lot of.
I was going to say, wasn't that the case when Trump first ran? There wasn't a clear candidate. Yeah.
Yes, and that's how he
Yeah.
got in the first time. But it seems that him trying to do the same move the second time, they're not too willing to go along with him because a lot of them felt, especially on January 6th or whatever, that he set them up. Like a lot of people feel on that day Trump kind of betrayed the party.
Really?
So right after, like before that happened and right after that happened, everyone's views on Trump flipped. Like a lot of people don't trust him now.
That January. So they still hold. Well, a lot of people, I suppose, because it's the way it's been spun. A lot of people still hold Trump responsible for.
Everyone does. Everyone on both sides. Yeah, they blame
Really?
Trump for that happening. On the Republican side, they feel Trump sent out a false message. He kind of sent out the idea that, listen, if you guys come and storm the Capitol, I'll protect you. I'll back you. But when it happened, he kind of, separated himself from them, demonized them, And on the other side, they feel Trump egged them on to storm the Capitol. Like he gave them direct orders to do it. So, everyone's blaming him for it.
Did he actually say storm the Capitol, or did he just say rock up and show everyone your voice? Like, did he actually come out and say, come on?
Yeah, that's what he said. Rock up and show your voice. But, that's open to interpret.
Well, it is open to interpretation. Definitely.
Yeah. So some people, some
agree
people
with
feel Trump should have defended and stood up for the people that stormed the Capitol. And because he didn't, the whole party turned against him. They turned against him. They turned against Mike Pence because Mike Pence strongly and openly, criticized the people that did it. He openly said, "You guys aren't part of the party. What you did was wrong." Yada yada yada. Trump was a bit wishy-washy. How he's always been his whole presidency.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they felt
And,
because he's still being wishy-washy, he's not coming out and saying, "I'm happy with what you guys did." You know, we can't trust you.
and wasn't it also Mike Pence when he actually came out and said the election is lost? You know, Biden is the new president. Like up until that moment, it sort of kind of seemed still a little bit up in the air in regards to this voter fraud scandal that was going around. Like they were still holding on to that they may be able to get Trump over the line if they could expose this voter fraud. And then Pence came out and said, "Well, yeah, too bad, so sad. Biden's the president."
The president, yeah, basically.
Yeah, yeah. So he wouldn't have been too popular with Trump for doing that.
Definitely, he decided not to continue the challenge anymore.
So is Pence not a candidate for the next election? Like, is he just like gone away? Has he?
I don't think he would get enough support from within the party. Like I
No?
said, they feel him and Trump. You know, I mean, even if he was elected by the party as a front runner, I don't think he would get the vote, the popular vote among people. You know.
Mm.
Yeah, so I don't think they would bother with him. You know, I think is it the GOP? Is that the Republican Party or whatever? They're doing a lot of reconstruction because you know it's the way they are viewed right now in the world. You know, it's not the best look. They're seen as racist and conservative and old-fashioned, this, that, and the third. So they got to figure out what are they going to do in a very, very progressive world. You know, already now this whole Roe v. Wade things, it was their judges that got that thrown out, and you've seen the reaction to it, right? It's not what you know, it's not what the majority of people wanted, but because it was a decision left up to judges who align with one party, there's a lot of backlash.
Yeah,
You know,
that's been
so
a very interesting decision, that Roe v. Wade.
yeah.
And it has made ripples, you know, throughout the world. Actually, that you know it has been a talking point. I know, you know, last week during the week we had a you know some neighbours over and we had a, you know, a quick barbie. You know, it wasn't a late night or anything like that. You know, it was just, you know, just come over for dinner and cooked up some fish and stuff. And anyway, we ended up, you know, talking about the Roe v. Wade decision and the whole discussion just around abortion, you know, came up, and quite interesting to see also too, like how like the topic of abortion itself is very polarizing.
Oh,
You
very,
know, like
very.
it's, you know, it is very very polarizing. Like, you know, I think I've told you before, but you know, my wife and I, we are very much pro-life, and we are totally, and you know, that's not for any religious, you know, reasons or anything like that. You know,
But you guys wouldn't condemn someone that has aborted a
never,
child, right? You
never,
respect the
mate.
decision.
Never,
Okay.
no, never, ever would we condemn someone. But if we were given a choice to vote on such a mandate, right, where, you know, are we pro or against? Definitely, we would both be ticking no on that
Okay.
mandate, without
That's understandable.
hesitation. But what someone else decides to do, no, we would definitely not. You know, because you know we do have friends that, you know, unfortunately have taken those choices and stuff, and that's their choice to
Yeah, it doesn't make them
make.
bad people. It doesn't make them
No,
monsters or
no,
murderers.
no. You know, we obviously think that they've made bad decisions, right? But that's for us, Nate. Like, you know,
Yeah.
we think, you know, from an outside looking in, and we are very clear about that. You know, and we
Yeah,
can
if you were in their shoes, you would have made different decisions.
exactly right. Like, you know, we don't judge them as friends or people, but you know, we we are still entitled to have the opinion that they made the wrong decision. Okay,
Definitely.
and that's the beautiful thing about being free people. You can have this as long as you air your opinion in a respectful way.
Yeah.
Right. That's the difference. I'm
And
not
you
going to
make
be
it
able to.
clear it's your opinion.
Yeah, exactly right. And then they'll bring up obviously when the topic comes up, all the scenarios come into it. What about if it was this situation, if it was that situation, or the other
Well,
situation?
what if it was your daughter? Or they always make it
Exactly
personal.
right.
So,
Exactly right. And our answer is always the same. There is not one situation that we can think of that it is okay. Not one. And some of the examples that have been pointed out to us have been pretty horrific. But we still have the same stance. But that is for us. And what we do find disappointing about if you are for it, that ultimately it is the woman's decision, right? So if just say for argument's sake, a couple of people hook up, right, and it's a one night stand, for argument's sake, and the woman ends up getting pregnant. Okay, they're both being irresponsible. She ends up getting pregnant. It is solely her right at the end of the day whether or not that pregnancy is taken to term. Like, she has the final say. If she wants to say no, I want to have an abortion, that's it. She can get it, and the man or the father gets zero say in it ultimately. Even if she says no, I don't want to have it, and he says, well, yes, I do. We both made a bad decision, and look, have the child. I will take care of the child. I will look after it for the rest of its life, sort of thing. He gets no say in it. I think when it comes to that, I think that is unfair. That is unfair.
that's some bullshit.
Yeah. That the whole it's my body, my choice. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that ethos. It's my body, my choice. But anyway, it is what it is, mate. Really, but it is an interesting thing that's happened over there, and the Christian lobbyists will be having a fantastic time over there now.
Oh, I mean,
in the
not just
States.
Christian, all conservative lobbyists, because Muslims are on track with this, Jews are,
Yeah.
most religious people are against abortion.
Yeah.
So it's a conservative mindset. So that's something that the Republican Party needs to take into account. That they are not that popular amongst the people, and most likely the Democrats are going to win again because they have the overwhelming support of most people. Also, most of the voters in the next election are going to be people my age. We are going to be the dominant demographic amongst voters. And a lot of people my age, Bansal, are not politically active. They don't trust the government. They don't like getting involved in politics. They feel it doesn't matter who they vote for. Both sides are in bed together.
Yeah, they're screwed. Doesn't matter who's in power,
Yes.
they're screwed.
Yeah, that's
So
the general feeling I have.
what's your stance on the Roe v. Wade decision?
I'm not for it. I don't think that should ever be a law. I think people should always have the choice, I do think, though, that the law is not what's going to solve the underlying issue. I don't think people are putting focus on the underlying issue. The underlying issue isn't that women are getting abortions. The underlying issue is, why do we have a society where women need that as an option? What is happening in society that women feel they need to have the choice to abort their children? Do women feel that if they do keep the kids, they're being left alone to raise them. You know, do they feel they don't get enough support from society? Do women feel having children stops them from fulfilling their ambitions and goals and dreams in life? You know, what are the underlying issues? Or is it just that people aren't getting the proper type of sex education and we're just having sex like rabbits, giving birth to kids we're not ready to have? You know, like what is it really going on in society that's led us to this point? Where
It
women
has.
don't want to keep their babies anymore. Like what's going on?
Mm. Yeah, it definitely has changed a little bit, society. Whether that's for the good or the bad, but yeah,
But yeah, I'm definitely against the decision because now you denying people an option to some sort of medical care that they might need. Because I think it's being made illegal for all situations. You know, even if you rape, you have to keep the kid now.
Okay, medical care. That's an interesting way to view it as far as medical care.
Yeah, it's a medical procedure.
Well, obviously it's a medical procedure. Yeah, I will grant you that.
Uh-huh.
You know what? It's a touchy subject. I think we should move on to water
Sure.
or something.
I mean, I'm
Because
not touchy about it.
oh no, it's not that it's touchy. I just don't want to ostracize people out there in the World Wide Web. So I've given my opinion on it, and you've given.
Oh, that's fine.
Are you pro or against for yourself? You haven't given that.
Myself?
Yeah, for yourself.
Yeah, so my stance has switched. Before I had my first daughter, I was pro-choice. Now that I've had her, you know, being a parent, I've become a lot more pro-life. But I do feel other people should have the choice. If they don't want to keep it, their choice. I don't condemn anybody.
No, you're a bit like me by the sounds of it.
Yeah,
there.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, a
For
bit like
myself,
me.
I wouldn't do it, but you know,
Yeah.
someone else wanted to do it. Yeah.
It is funny when you do have a child. How it does change your outlook on so many aspects of life.
On
You
everything.
know, like on everything, exactly. It's a beautiful thing. It really is a beautiful thing. The way, that first moment when you get to hold life that you have created. It's not God, what a feeling that is.
Yeah. No, it changes you. Man. It's, Yeah.
So what's been the big bugbear this week of the of the
Flat Earth?
globe Earth, like of the globe Earth? Like, what can't they get their head around?
Well, I don't know, nothing new in the globe Earth. Within these realms and discussions, it's mainly Whitson's claim that he has these secret claims Einstein made about the shape of the Earth. So everyone's waiting for those to be published.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the general argument this week, what's it mainly been? It's mainly been about electrostatics and how do we know that energy is a real thing? You know, the whole philosophy angle of what's physical, what's not. Is energy real? You know, Right the Hand spent a lot of time here this week, so that's kind of been the general discussion.
Yeah, he's not too popular.
He's not.
Man.
Also, you know, the thing that happened with the Georgia Guidestones.
Oh, I know. They actually, funnily enough, which I found really crazy, they did apparently a thorough investigation on the site. Days after they bulldozed it and shipped it off to China, they did a thorough investigation, which I just found comical, really.
But they still haven't found anybody?
Well, I haven't heard of anything. I found it. Once again, Nate, it's outside looking in. So I'm only going on stuff that I quickly saw on the news or read. But the way they went about the investigation, I thought was amateur hour. Amateur hour. To have something blown up and then 15 minutes later you got the bulldozers there picking up everything and making the site safe. I thought it was average at best, and it was surprising how many people were defending the way the investigation was carried out, like how normal that sort of procedure was, just to come in and make the site safe in case a little kid walked there and a rock fell on their head. That's why they had to demolish everything. I went, oh, okay, interesting take myself. There are many other ways you could have secured the site while the investigation was taking place. But yes, naturally we have to, which it makes logical sense that you would have to destroy all the evidence before you examined it. Like, of course, that's the way you go about things. Let's destroy.
But how was all of that evidence though? Maybe they might have found parts of the bomb. That's the evidence they need, and they just destroy the rest of the guidestones. Why do they need to? Why is the rest of it? I don't understand. There's no DNA or anything.
Well, we'll never know now, will they? Because they shipped it all off to China. So we'll never know what was there or what wasn't.
To China?
Yeah.
Why did they ship it to China?
No, I'm being facetious there.
Okay.
When
But I mean, if they took it down and they have all of the pieces of the Georgia Guidestone, they have all the evidence. I mean, what else? Okay, what would you have done then? Maybe that's the question I should be asking.
Well,
if you was a detective on the crime scene.
Well, I just look at basic crime scenes, all right? And I've got a couple of uncles that are coppers and stuff. I've got a nephew that's a copper, and pretty much any criminal crime where they have to go and investigate the site. Get there, the first thing they do is cordon off the site, right? Until and they secure it so no one can get in, no one can get out. They cordon it off until the forensic team gets there. Once the forensic team has got there and done what they have done, taking samples, fingerprints, photos, video, whatever they've got to do, only after that has taken place, then is the site cleaned up and taken care of. Like you go to a car crash, for example, like a major car crash. Well, and especially where there is one that has been a death involved. So now they bring the forensics team out there. Okay. But when you're talking, death or explosives or whatever, they're always bringing out their forensics team. Even
bomb squad, bomb units.
Exactly. All right. And the place is cordoned off so no one can get in or out. They do a thorough investigation, and then after that investigation has taken place, then they clean it up and open it up.
And you think that none of that happened? They didn't do it thoroughly enough.
Well, no, I'm not saying that no forensics investigation was done, but like I said, when the rocks were blown up at 4 o'clock in the morning and at 4:15 in the morning, the bulldozers were there cleaning the stuff up.
Is that accurate, Ben? So 15 minutes later.
I might be exaggerating again. All right.
Yeah, because I think we are both speaking from positions of ignorance because we don't know how long
Of course not. No, of course
it
not.
actually took to bring in the bulldozers.
Yes,
So
but less than because I came into this chat and they were talking about it. It wasn't even 12 hours into it, right? I was reading news articles from 4 hours ago, right, when I came into the chat. So
does it
it
take more than
wasn't.
12 hours normally to CSI a crime scene? How, like, there's a major
Look,
crash. How long?
You know what? Look, I don't really know, right? But it takes more than 15 minutes. All right, come on, let's be quiet. Let's be quiet.
I agree.
Quite frank.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, to me, whether it was 15 minutes or 2 hours or 4 hours, right? To me, the due diligence didn't seem to quite go on before they had the bulldozers in there. That's the only point I'm making, like from an outside point of view looking in. And then a couple of days later, now they're cordoning off the thing. Now they've got the forensics team out there after the fact when everything is cleaned up and carted away. Like that doesn't make sense either, really, to me, that they went about it that way. And under the guise of safety, so a rock didn't fall on a little kid's head, to me was just absolutely rubbish, to be quite honest with you. And maybe it wasn't quite that excuse, but that's the excuse. One of your crew was spruiking in here a few days ago.
Yeah, but I'm sure they were just speculating the same way we are right now. We don't really know.
They were speculating pretty damn hard too when they were defending it. But anyway, it is what it is, and naturally, it'll be an unsolved mystery because once again, the CCTV that surrounded the site just conveniently at the time had to be down for maintenance purposes. All right, so we only have 1 second of actual car footage. We have actually no footage of the actual incident itself. I don't have any of that.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
that makes me think that this must have been an inside job then. Whoever was involved in blowing it up knew that the cameras would be down. So it makes me think it was someone involved with the security maintenance, working with other people. It wasn't someone doing it alone.
Yeah.
So they must have known the cameras are going to be down right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a sec. Did a Glober just say the words inside job?
Yep. Nate said
Yeah, inside job, as in whoever did it must have been part of whoever it was in charge of security. Like how most of the time people that have alarm systems get robbed a lot because the people that set up the alarm system for them are involved in the robbery. Like that.
All right. Well, no, I'm just surprised because normally, normally Globers take the mainstream opinion and won't deviate at all from it. Inside job. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a Glober per se. I'm not really in it for the globe ladder stuff. I guess that's why.
Oh, maybe.
But yeah, it seems to have many of the hallmark traits of 9/11. Stuff getting shipped off to China, security footage not being available, explosives, like many of the same similar traits. So, just, probably the same people.
Who knows, man? Who knows, Benson?
Find these people. There you got your people that did 9/11.
I don't think it's that deep because, as far as I understand, no one really cared about the Georgia guys to begin with. It was just the Christian conservatives that were opposed to it. Most people just thought it looked cool, but no one really paid it much attention. It's gotten more attention right now than it ever did.
Mm.
Yeah, most people didn't give two fucks about the Jersey Guidestones. It doesn't receive that much attention. People don't really look out for it that much when driving through Georgia. Like no one cares about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if no one cares about it, then why did someone go to the trouble of blowing it up?
Exactly.
Okay, when I say no one, I mean like in the mainstream. It's spoken about more in the conspiracy circles than anywhere else. When the Guidestones were being erected, the only people talking about it in the 1980s were the conspiracy-minded group. Because they had big opposition to it. No one else gave a shit about it. Yeah.
But the conspiracy circles are the only places where any real conversation happens anyway.
Mm. And I would say it's more likely that it was done from mainstream rather than the conspiracy world. It would have been the mainstream,
Really?
the mainstream believers, right? They're the responsible ones because there was evidence in plain sight, right? With all
But Banso,
with everything about the New World Order, population, all this type of stuff.
what?
With
But Banso, don't you
with
think
the
it would
whole
be conspiracy theorists most likely to take it down? Because when it was erected, the people that gave the most opposition to it were the conspiracy-minded people. All of the graffiti and vandalism that's been done to it has been by conspiracy-minded people. Now it gets blown up. Isn't it most likely it's conspiracy-minded people that blew it up?
I thought it was a beautiful thing that stuff was in such plain sight myself. Like it was one of those things that you could point to and go, boom, they're telling you right in front of your face. They're telling you you are idiots, right? And we're going to tell you what our plan is and everything like that. Whether or not you talk about what we have in place for the world or what the world actually is, we're going to put it in plain sight for you, and we're going to mock you, right? With this particular thing. That's the way I look at it. So yeah, it's definitely one of your crew, Nate. That is responsible.
It's definitely one of my crew.
Yeah.
Right there, so, yeah.
So how do you know that it was conspiracy circles that were opposed to it? Because I thought 2-3 minutes ago you were saying it was Christian circles. So what's the
Yeah, Christian conspiracy circles. So they all thought it was an antichrist New World Order agenda. There are a lot of Christians in conspiracy circles. I would say the overwhelming majority of conspiracy-minded people tend to be religious.
Oh well, I mean, come on, that's you conflated
You don't think so?
two very different groups there. Well, three very different groups.
What?
Would you know what the Venn diagram of religious people, Christian people, and conspiracy people would look like?
No. But I think you get the point I'm trying to make, don't you, Crypto? I think Bansal gets it. Bansal's not giving me that much pushback. He knows the kind of people I'm talking about.
Tell me this.
He gave you more pushback than I did. What are you talking
No,
about?
not on the labeling of the people. Bansal just feels it wasn't them. It's people that go along with the mainstream atheistic narrative that did it. I feel it's
Have you guys seen the video of
conspiracy-minded that did it.
Have you guys seen the video of the person like either riding a bike up or running up and then running away?
No, I haven't seen that one, Dave. No.
Let me ask you this: why would you have security cameras? Why would you have security cameras at a place where the security cameras give you no detail of who it was that ran up and supposedly put a bomb down and ran away? You can't make any detail out.
That was a car or a season. I'm not sure.
No, it wasn't the car. It wasn't a car. I'll post them.
Okay. But while Dave's posting that crypto, I just tagged you with some of the graffiti that people did while the Guidestones were still erected,
So you're saying it was done by a globe earther?
No. Ansel is saying it was done by a globe Earth. It most likely was done by a globe Earth. Actually, you're right, Joe. I am saying it was done by a globe Earth. Yeah, it was done by a globe Earth. Most likely, yes. Whoever did it most likely believed Earth is a sphere. I do agree with that.
Everyone remember where you were on this day when someone who believes in the globe conceded a point.
Timestamp it. Timestamp it. Definitely.
Yeah, but
well, he is a man of concessions after all.
That's
But come on, guys. What are the chances that the person that did this believe Earth is flat? It's most likely they might not, believe we went to the moon, but I'm sure whoever did it believes Earth is a sphere. Right? They might be opposed to vaccinations, but they most likely believe it's a ball. I don't know. But yeah, we'll never know who did it. It sounds like, according to Bansal, the police did a shoddy job, didn't investigate the crime scene properly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nate, did you make sure to get your 17th booster shot?
My 17th booster shot? No. I haven't. Yeah.
Just checking
I feel
because the
fine.
previous vaccines weren't as effective as they previously thought.
Yeah, but I feel fine. My doctor says I'm doing really good, and I don't really have much to worry about going forward. As long as I, cut down on the smoking and stick to my exercise routine, work on my lungs, I think it just peachy.
Well, it's good to hear that you're doing well.
Thanks, man. You got your booster yet?
The funny thing is, I don't think you were kidding at first.
No, I was joking, man. Crypto and I have spoken about us about this before.
You know what's really weird is that I haven't died. It's weird.
Why is that weird though? I mean, from the sounds of it, you sound healthy. You sound around about my age. You're not in the group of people expected to die.
Bad thing going around that was killing people. And everyone said, it's really
we should
bad.
have all been running for our lives. We should. I mean, if you didn't get the poke in time, you might die.
Yeah.
But I thought it's only people in a certain age group with a certain lifestyle and certain comorbidities, right? I think most of us should be okay.
Oh well, that wasn't the message I heard on my TV. The message I heard on my TV was go and get it now, or else bad things happen.
That's why you should have got the message from your doctor, not the television.
Yeah, but most people got their message from the television, not the doctor.
That is the problem. Yeah, I think I
The
agree
problem
with
is the doctors listen to the television.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I thought you guys got the information from doctors as well. I don't know. If all our doctors listen to the television, like, what's going on? I don't know. Tricky, isn't it?
Nate, as well, I just wanted to check, mate. Have you made sure to do your daily virtue signaling about the Ukraine on Twitter?
No, I don't tweet nothing about Ukraine. I don't give two shits about what beef Ukraine and Russia have. I just wish it would stop because gas is getting too expensive. But yeah, I don't have a. Say what?
They're going to take away your globe card.
They're going to take away my globe card?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe they might. I don't know, but I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't care about Ukraine or Russia. They can blow themselves up. I don't really care. That's my position on it, because I think it's a stupid fight. I don't even know what it's really about. A bit silly. I just don't like that we're all being affected by it, Like, why does fuel got to go up because Russia and Ukraine are fighting?
You're not being very zealous. now. You have to attach yourself to a set of narratives that make you look good. Like right now, you're not doing
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it works.
That's how it works. Yeah. I'm not playing the game too well anyway.
And then what you have to do
Yeah.
afterwards, cherry pick your information from curated left-wing sources, and then you accuse other people who have a different opinion and different sources of cherry picking. That's how it works.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, what's your opinion on it? Because I'm sure you know a lot more as to what's going on than I do. Crypto. I'm not even really following it. Like, what's happening?
Well, it's not just another NWO war. I don't really believe in brother wars, so like whatever is actually going on, I can't possibly know. So I'm not even going to try and speculate on stuff I don't know. But I don't believe in brother wars, so Russia shouldn't be fighting the Ukraine at all. Right? And of course, those people didn't choose that thing. So this is something that people always kind of conflate: is the people with the elites. Like the people of Russia and the people of the Ukraine don't want to kill each other. So, so as usual, it's the assholes at the top making life worse for everyone.
Right, but they have soldiers that'll do what they're told.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but that, okay. Well, maybe there's a third layer to it then. For those soldiers, they don't want to do those things. Like, I very much doubt that people. Let's just say that you're Russian and that you sign up for the Russian army. Is it really because you wanted to go and kill Ukrainians? Like, I don't think so. Like, they'll do it because it's their job or whatever, but it's not what they want to do.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's in the human spirit to do so, but there could be other influences, as it were, that would drive people to go against other people. If they're told a story enough that convinces them, like enough propaganda perhaps, and enough brainwashing, basically. It does blow my mind that they convince people to just go kill other people. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah, but Geo people can be convinced to do anything. Look at Charles Manson, or not Manson, but was it Jim Jones, the guy that convinced 100,000 people to commit mass suicide? If you can convince someone to kill themselves, I think anybody can be convinced to kill other people.
Well, not anybody, but someone susceptible to such programming.
You think you're foolproof from such programming?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I would never kill another human under any circumstances.
So but you think someone couldn't, manipulate you into doing it, or, after a long period of time, maybe 10 years, brainwash you into doing it? You think there's no way you could be put into a situation where you end up killing someone?
No way. Zero.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't see that happen to me either. Like, I suppose you would have to say knowingly versus unknowingly, right? So obviously, it's possible that I would unknowingly kill someone. That is obviously possible. But if someone said to me, "If you take this action, someone will die," I wouldn't take the action. I can't imagine a scenario where, if that was the case, and I knew that was the case, that I would do it.
Well, what about a scenario where you get drafted by the military at 20 and you're in the military for the next 20 years of your life, and all you're being drilled with is propaganda and fear mongering, and you're being told other countries want to invade your country and your family back home is not safe. You got to kill these guys that want to invade. You're just being drilled with this propaganda for 20 years. You don't think it's going to change your mind state to the point where you could kill another man?
So let me get this right. You're asking me if 20 years of propaganda would change my mind when I'm a flat earther and every time I turn on the TV, there's globe propaganda.
Mm,
You understand
I
me?
see your point. Point made. Point made, crypto. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm not creative enough. You know, maybe I'm not thinking of all of the situations. You know, maybe I didn't put enough thought into that one. But that was a good point you made. But I'm sure there's a situation out there, you know, where if you were put into it, you might kill a man. I know they are, you know. If someone was attacking my daughter, I would kill them, you know, like so.
Okay, so you're already part of the way there, you're saying.
No, I'm just saying there are situations in which I would kill someone. Yeah, definitely. You know, not yeah. I don't want to be in those situations. I wouldn't actively go out and kill someone. You know, it's a pretty extreme situation. Situations I could think of where I would definitely kill someone.
If you knew it was karmically wrong to do it, even under any circumstance, because I mean, I do think there's a difference between defending yourself and killing someone. Like you can defend yourself. What I mean is that not defend yourself by killing them, but defend yourself by just literally defending your own being. You know, like the idea of putting up a shield kind of thing, to protect oneself or, you know, a loved one without necessarily striking and injuring someone in that way. You know what I mean? Like if somebody was going after someone in your family, like you could get between them, you could go, you know, try to grab the loved one, family member, whoever it would be, you know, from the other person, things like that, without necessarily striking and trying to go, you know, attack them.
Yeah, if I was in a clear state of mind, you know, my emotions, my adrenaline levels weren't raised, and I could think clearly, and those options were presented to me, Gio. You know, I was closer to my daughter than the attacker is, so I can get in between and shield my daughter from the blows. Definitely, but if it's a situation where the attacker is closer to my daughter, and my adrenaline, you know, my adrenaline's raised, it's fight or flight mode, and I have a gun in my hand, I'm popping off, Gio, and I'm willing to face the consequences. If it means I have bad karma for the rest of my life, so be it. As long as my daughter's, you know, fine, I'm willing to carry that burden.
But isn't she going to be extra traumatized if you shot someone right in front of her?
At least she's alive, Gio. You know, I'd rather my daughter alive than dead. You know, we'll deal with that trauma, we'll work through it, but at least she's alive.
So then do you think that same mentality is why people go to war and fight for whatever military and kill people? Because they feel like that's happening, or at least they're told through the propaganda that that level of, you know, attack or invasion or whatever, or, you know, an attack on your freedom or whatever the story they tell, you know, obviously during like the Vietnam War, they told tons of propaganda of what, you know, so you think that just on that level, that's why they're doing it?
Yeah, that's the example that I gave to crypto. That these soldiers are being told there's an imminent threat coming. Your family at home isn't safe. These guys are gonna try and come and kill you. That's I think, you know, I've never been in the military, but I think that's the type of propaganda they are fed. That you need to be ready at all times. There's an imminent threat coming. You know, we're training you. We don't know where the threat is or when it's coming, but it's coming. You got to protect America. You know, we got to keep it safe because if we don't, our families are gonna die and yada yada yada. I do think that's a propaganda given, and that is what could get someone in that mindset. So I agree with you, Gio. Yeah, that is the mindset they have. Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen like some interesting work, people putting together, compiling and doing kind of a full like expose style on like government propaganda over the years, and the words that are used, you know, things like strangling and you know suffocation and all of these different terms, you know, to try to basically claim how, you know, if they don't take this whatever action they want them to do, the problem, reaction, solution, you know, but it's like if they don't do that action, then, you know, they're going to be suffocated or going to be suffering, that kind of thing. A lot of different symbology to it that they
and then what happens is the people that fall for this propaganda the most are the people they promote within the system. You know, they're the people that are going to become your generals and whatnot because they believe it. For them, that is the reality they live. That America is always under threat, you know?
Yeah, that's what the whole globe Earth is based on. The threat of asteroids, the threat of aliens, the threat of losing resources, the threat of
oh, stop it. You guys have your boogeymans as well. You guys have your boogeymans as well. The government's out for you. The government's coming. You can't trust nobody. We all have our boogeymans, Joe.
Well, they are proven psychopaths. So there's some validity to to that. The idea if we're not a globe and asteroids, that's a whole nother story. What the validity is lacking.
Oh, nuclear weapons as well is another one. It's like no one's actually ever witnessed a nuclear weapon, but let's just talk about them relentlessly.
Yep. Although on the other side of it, if the idea of massive directed energy weapons, it's almost like they do have something. I mean, clearly, like Nagasaki, there was some shit going down. So I mean, there is some kind of weapon that does, or some device that does seem to be able to clear out a city.
Yeah, but that's more kind of like you say, directed energy. I think the reason they go with the nuke propaganda is because it seems so destructive and so
instant and massive.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
But like, really, I mean, it's a bit like the moon landing thing in a way. Like, the longer they tell the narrative, the less believable it is, because technology improves. But also, the nuke kind of thing has an extra layer of kind of unbelievability because they like we're supposed to believe that not a single psycho across the entire world has ever gotten hold of a nuke and wanted to use it. When we know that people in power are all narcissists and psychopaths. So like those two facts put next to each other, they don't dovetail.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, a good
Yeah,
example
I
would be
just
Pakistan.
feel.
Sorry, go on.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Just to say, is a good example would be Pakistan and India. We're told how much these two places hate each other, and allegedly they both have nukes. So where's the where's the nuking happening?
It's like nobody's pushed the button. Yeah. Nobody's ever pushed the button, apparently, but we're to
I think
believe.
the idea is if someone pushes the button, we'll all be able to detect you push the button, and then we'll all push buttons. Right?
Any evidence for any of that?
I don't know. I'm just saying that seems to be the general idea. That's why they don't want certain countries to be able to have the ability to push buttons.
Any evidence for that?
Oh, for that, yeah, they don't want, Iran having nuclear weaponry and whatnot.
So I mean, okay, so no evidence. You're just gonna kind of repeat the narrative that I've already heard.
Don't you think? Don't you guys think it's kind of cute? Don't you think it's kind of cute that Nate still believes in nuclear weapons?
How scared are
Isn't
you?
that precious?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how scared are you of nukes?
Huh?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how scared are you of nukes?
4. Well, nukes themselves 20, but
4.
nukes actually being used 4. Is that fair?
Yeah, yeah. No, I got my answer.
Yeah. But yeah, Dave, I do believe in nuclear weapons. I do.
Well, you believe most of the government narratives, so it's not a shock.
No, I don't. I don't believe most of the government narrative, but I do believe there is nuclear weapons within our midst. The technology is out there. You know, they can be made.
Nate, doesn't it stand to reason that if we had the atom bomb that far back and nukes for however long, that the science of it would have been figured out by some of these third world countries by now?
Yes, the third world. You know, you could go to any country. There's a scientist with the ability, with the know-how to make a nuclear weapon.
And you don't think that the governments would pay
It takes
for
a
that?
while. So number one, it takes a while. Number two, you need the infrastructure, right? You need to be able to harness nuclear power before you can make a nuclear weapon. And most countries don't have that ability. Most countries can't harness nuclear power. It's very
Why do you
expensive
need
and
nuclear
dangerous.
power? Why do you need nuclear power to make an atom bomb?
How else are you gonna? Because the technology is the same. How else are you gonna make
Not
it?
the same
Like,
technology.
do you know? All right. How do you make an atom bomb, Dave? Or a nuclear
I'm
weapon?
saying it's not the same technology.
All right.
But that doesn't matter.
different?
That's beside the point. That's beside the
What?
point.
No. Tell
It's
me,
just,
what is the difference in the technologies between nuclear power and nuclear weapons?
well, using a nuclear isotope to boil water to make a power plant is different than splitting the atom. They don't split the atom to make a nuclear power plant.
What do they do to get that?
Do you think they're splitting the atom to make the
I'm
bubbly
asking
water?
you. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm asking you.
Why
What do
would they?
do
I mean, just on the
to
surface,
have
would
the
you think
nuclear
does that
isotope?
make sense? Does it make sense for them to split the atom to make a bomb?
Dave, could you just answer my question, bro? If you're
I'm
gonna
saying,
make the
hey,
claim,
maybe
like,
I
answer
don't
my
know for
question.
sure. I can't say I know for sure, but it doesn't make any sense that they would need the bomb technology to make a power plant.
So let me ask you
It's
this:
similar.
then. Do you think
It's based on a similar principle, but it's
All right.
not the same.
So in nuclear
far as
power
I know.
plants, this is a claim. This is the claim I'm going to make. Nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons both work upon the principle of nuclear fission. Are you going to disagree or agree with that?
Oh no, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that I think that
then
there's a step. I think there's a
don't see
step
what your
further.
point is.
I think, regardless, I think there's a step further that
Definitely.
the bomb.
It's different things done. Yeah, the bomb. It's a bit of a different step as compared to what happens.
The bomb
with,
is the fictitious part, I think, and I think they use the idea of nuclear power plants and nuclear weapons anonymous as a way of enforcing the belief in the nuclear bombs.
Okay, that's what you think is going on. Okay, no, then I understand. I thought you were saying
Because that's usually the reference you
what's
get.
happening.
Well, we have nuclear power plants. We must have nuclear bombs.
No, it's just that if you have the technology to make a nuclear power plant, then you have the technology to make a nuclear bomb. That was my point.
I don't know.
And you said that isn't the case. But now,
unless nuclear bombs aren't. Unless nuclear bombs
but
are
now
fiction.
you are clarifying that you just believe nuclear bombs just aren't real. Then I understand where you come from.
No, it's not that I believe they're not real. I don't believe they are real.
That's
I know it sounds like
thing.
the same.
You believe
I know it sounds like
they're
the
not
same
real,
thing.
bro. Come on.
I
like,
don't
you're just trying to
believe
argue with
it's the same
everything
thing
I
as
say,
like
Dave.
flat Earth, because
You're
you
just
want to
trying to
make flat Earth.
disagree with
Because I'm a
everything.
flat earther. Because I'm a
Why,
non-believer. I'm not a flat earther. I'm a non-believer.
Well, I'm
See
not
the
a
difference?
anti-flat earther. I'm not a globe. I don't care about that stuff, bro. Let's just have a conversation.
I'm just saying
Let's not be.
it's because I'm
not
sensitive
trying to.
about you saying I believe something. I don't believe things. It's that I don't believe
Don't be
things.
sensitive about it, Dave. I'm not trying to pin you down to something. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I'm not trying to ask you trick questions. I just want to understand where it is you're coming from when you make these statements. But now I understand you don't believe
I think
nuclear
it's
weapons
sweet.
are real.
I think it's sweet that
and
you
that's
believe that
fine.
nuclear bombs are real. I think that's precious.
Yeah, that's fine, Dave. You can hold that opinion. It doesn't really change.
I'm just kidding.
But
No,
yeah.
if you looked into it,
Okay,
I
so
sent you the video. I
you
sent you
are
the
you high
videos,
right
right?
now? Are you
Listen,
high
yeah,
right
I
now?
sent you of course, I
You
sent you the
are.
videos.
Okay, it makes sense.
I sent you the
Because
videos,
you're
right?
very difficult to talk to right now. Just calm down, buddy. We're just having
You're
a
being too
convo, man.
funny. You're being too funny, man. Stop being so funny.
Am I?
It's your fault.
Right. I'll try to be a bit more serious. But all I'm trying to say, Dave, I'm not trying to catch you or trip you up with trick questions. I just wanted to know
I'm
where
not
you're
worried about
coming
that.
from.
I just
When
think
you,
it's
well,
interesting that I
you got
sent you the
very
videos.
defensive.
I'm
You got
asking if
very
you watched the
defensive.
videos. Didn't I send you
And
the?
when I clarified that you don't believe in nuclear power, you said I was
I'm asking you a
wrong. And then
question.
you
Did
said
you?
I don't believe in nuclear weapons. You know,
I'm just asking.
you know,
Listen, I just want to know. Did you watch the nukes are fake videos that I sent you?
the nukes are fake videos. Yeah, I looked into them a little bit, but it was a bit silly. Dave.
Yeah.
I
See,
didn't
that's
finish
like
them.
saying no, I didn't watch them. You might as well just say no,
I
I didn't watch
watched. Yeah, I'm telling you, I watched like 5 minutes of them. I didn't finish.
them. There you
watching
go.
them.
Okay, yeah, 5 minutes, and you're being generous. I'm sure. That's the reason you still believe in nukes. It's
I was
obvious when you
just
look at it.
hoping it would give a bit more serious evidence. You know, but what it gave was
Oh yeah, in the first 3
conspiracy theory
minutes.
stuff.
The first 3 minutes, you need to have it all, right? Otherwise, fuck it.
Okay, when I say I watched 5 minutes of it, I mean like I browsed through it. I didn't
A
sit
full
down and
5
watch it.
minutes.
You know, like I scrolled through it for 5 minutes. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, but I
That's how
didn't.
much
I
you.
didn't sit
That's
down and
how
watch the
badly
whole
you
thing
wanted to
from
know.
beginning to end.
That's how badly you really wanted to know if this fear of
Why are
nukes
you
was
getting so
worth holding on to.
antagonistic, Dave? Relax,
I'm
man.
just
Come on,
saying,
bro.
you could
Stop.
save yourself some
No,
time. All the time,
You
all
are
the
trying to
days you
fight
sit
with
there
me, man.
wringing your
And I don't want
hands,
to
worried
fight with
about
you,
nuclear
Dave.
bombs, you could just watch 10
Come
minutes of
on,
a
man.
video.
What's going on, Dave? Why
You're
are you
spending too
attacking me,
much
bro?
time
Calm down.
worried about nukes. Wouldn't you feel more
Why do
relieved if
you
you knew
get
they were
like
fake?
this when you are high?
Hey,
You never
because
like
it
this
used to
when you're
worry me.
sober.
I'm like an alcoholic trying to help
Yeah,
an
but just
ex-alcoholic
calm
trying to help
down. You
alcoholic
ain't
here.
gotta. You
I
ain't
used to
gotta
worry
attack me.
about nukes,
Just
and
calm
I'm so
down.
relieved I don't have to worry about that at least. Not that they don't have directed energy weapons. You probably think they don't have those, right?
Dave,
You think they have directed energy weapons?
let's first calm down, man, because I don't want to get into a fight or an argument with you. You
Oh,
know?
no, I'm not trying
And
to
this is
fight.
what you
I'm
are
just
trying to.
asking.
No, you are trying to fight. You definitely trying to fight. Dave.
Those are fighting words. Directed energy weapons.
I'm asking you nicely to please stop.
Okay.
Will you?
I wasn't trying to antagonize you, bro.
No,
Honestly.
you being very antagonistic. You want to fight.
Really?
You know, you do. Please stop.
Not when I'm laughing, dude. I never want to fight anybody when
Yeah,
I'm
you
laughing.
laughing
I don't ever want
because
to
I'm
fight
calling you
anybody.
out, bro. But
Wait,
please
I
stop.
thought I was
Man. You
calling
ain't
you
gotta
out.
be this way.
I thought I was calling you out.
No, you're not.
Oh,
So
okay.
please
Well, we're
stop.
having a fight about who's calling who out then, I guess.
No, we're not. You're trying to have a fight, and I'm
Seems
not gonna
like you
argue.
think you are, and I think
Please
I am,
stop.
so.
Okay, but let's start over. All right? How about that?
Hey, I just posted an interesting article about the Georgia Guidestones, if no one's read it. I guess it was a compass and a sundial, and the claim is it was like accurate precision in more ways than just looking at the North Star. It says in that thing I highlighted, it says that it was built to survive the apocalypse. Well, shit, if someone just walked up with a bomb, I doubt it was built to survive the apocalypse, or I doubt it was a person leaving the bomb. Also, I found out that it was built on government property, so it was a government monument. You can't just go build something on a government property as like some, Freemason spin-off, disconnected group of some sort. Anyway, the Georgia Guidestones are not merely instructions for the future. The massive granite slabs also function as a clock, calendar, and a compass. Do you know that? Compass. How does it work as a compass? I guess for the North Star that would work, but maybe, I don't know. No, wouldn't give you the angle. I'll have to figure out the compass part from looking at the article, I guess.
Nate, you there?
Yeah, what's up, man?
I got a question for you. Is there any mainstream narrative that you don't believe?
Yes, I don't believe Bob Marley died of cancer. He was assassinated. I've said this many times. Man. There are a lot of mainstream narratives I don't believe.
So I didn't hear that. You don't believe what?
That Bob Marley died of foot cancer or whatever they say he died of.
Oh man, no one gives a shit about Bob Marley. I'm talking about proper stuff.
What? Whoa, whoa.
We talking
Just because
about
you haven't
proper stuff,
looked
you fucking
into the
pussy mate. Come
conspiracy
on,
doesn't mean
real,
no one
real
cares.
shit. You fucking
There's a
little wanker.
huge movement. There's a huge movement behind that conspiracy. You know, to sit here and say no one cares about Bob Marley. The
Man,
Bob Marley
nobody cares.
didn't die by cancer movement is bigger than the flat earth movement. That's a fact.
Nobody cares about that little
You know?
tiny ass little fucking nobody else conspiracy. You fucking pussy ape.
Exactly.
I
Anyway,
heard he was Jewish. I heard Bob Marley actually had a Jewish mom.
What? No,
look,
he
mate,
didn't have
I've
a Jewish
asked
mom.
you for like a quadruple cheeseburger, and you've given me a fucking chicken wing. Give me something proper.
How is Bob Marley was assassinated not a proper? I mean, if JFK is a conspiracy theory, why isn't Bob Marley? I don't understand. Just because you guys haven't heard of it doesn't mean they aren't people
I
that
got a
believe
big
this to be a real
conspiracy. I've got a
conspiracy.
big conspiracy. Here's the big conspiracy that I actually believe in. Organic food is a fucking scam. That's all.
I've heard that before. Yeah, I've heard that. But what's your backing for that one? Where
I'll go
how do
into
you get
more
so confident?
detail.
Okay.
So the idea that organic food is like healthier or better, some shit, that's all nonsense. And there's a lot of people that think that they don't use pesticides on organic food. That's not the case. They still use pesticides. The only difference really, like the main difference, is that to grow the plants, instead of using fertilizer, they use manure. So in other words, they use shit instead of fertilizer, which honestly doesn't seem like an advantage. And they charge more for it. And all the studies have shown that it doesn't even have any health benefits over regular produce.
That's too bad. but I bet you're right.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a local organic farm of some sort, I imagine. Yeah.
The only quote unquote organic that is actually good is veganic farming, but that's only practice in like really high end areas. Organic farming is trash though. I do have a lot of my own trees. I actually have a cherry farm. That shit's good, but I don't use manure. I use fertilizer because it just works better. It actually has more minerals and like stuff for the fucking trees to grow. But it's so stupid how like literally millions of people actually unironically think that like organic or whatever is like fucking special. It's such bullshit. And they're willing to pay more money for it, support these dumbass companies. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
I bet you're right.
Seems like you guys aren't impressed. Like it's too small of a conspiracy. I only got one guy riding my jockstrap right now.
It makes sense. No, it makes sense. It makes sense that you're right about that. Of course, that's the way it is. There's one about crypto that I have. That's similar. Hey, Geo, are you still here? Did you ever watch that video that my friend made that got his channel taken down? Anyway, my friend made a video. Jez, you might know Jez. He does like the Lawful Rebellion. He used to have a channel called Lawful Rebellion, and he had this crypto guy on that he was interviewing. And surprising because he doesn't do crypto. He's not a crypto guy. But the guy was talking about BSV, Bitcoin Satoshi Vision. And he was laying down the whole outline of how that's real Bitcoin, and that the fork was actually, to usurp Bitcoin and make it like a tainted version of it, which is what he goes through in the video. He talks about the 4 pillars of what makes cryptocurrency valuable and what actually makes it a commodity. And he breaks it down to like the 4 pillars of like what's necessary and the ledgers and all that. He says that Bitcoin Satoshi Vision is the only one that has that. It's faster than anything else. It also still has the gigabyte capacity for the biggest block ever mined, and all this kind of stuff. And the guy won the court case in Florida, that Craig Wright guy. So that kind of supports the idea that that's, the Satoshi Vision is the real Bitcoin, because that's his coin, right? That's the Bitcoin. And if I guess there's like a Bitcoin account that hasn't been touched for a long time with 1 million Bitcoin in it. So they were challenging him to access the account, which would make it like pretty much official that he is Satoshi, right? Which he has claimed to be. He even claims to have come up with the name and everything. And so there's doubts about whether he's the real Satoshi because the account hasn't been touched yet. But as soon as he does touch the account, the other Bitcoin is going to just crash, and then this Bitcoin will be worth a lot of money, supposedly, if the market, if people even trust in it, or if the powers that be even allow it to be used. I don't know. Like they could propagandize it out of existence if they really wanted to, I think. But which is what they've done, and why it's only $53 at this point. But I'll post a video. So I screen recorded my friend's interview with this guy because he said it was going to be an important video coming up, and he took down one he did before where he thought he said too much and it was about law stuff. So I started screen recording it, and then I would look for his channel the next day and it was gone. So whatever this guy says might be of value. I don't know. It's interesting though. He talks about the Rockefellers and how the money system, like, did a deep dive on it. He's a financial guy. He works in finance. So when he started listening to my friend Jez's channel, he's like, holy shit. Then he was like, why did they print 400 times the actual amount of money in existence in 2 years? Why did they just 400 times the amount of money in existence? Like, what is going on here? That makes no sense whatsoever. What is the deal? And then he goes into the reasons he thinks that happened and everything. So I'll post the video if you guys are interested. I re-uploaded it on a channel I don't care about. But yeah, his channel got taken out for it. So I don't know how long mine will last. I even emailed him and he responded saying that it was the reason for taking his channel down was giving business advice. But I mean, how many crypto channels are out there giving you advice about crypto? But that's the big one, right? I mean, if the Bitcoin people think is Bitcoin isn't really Bitcoin, that's kind of huge, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I would be interested to see that video for sure. It's just obviously having not seen it, I can't really comment. So.
Yeah, I would DM me with your opinion, because I don't know for sure, and it's interesting that even if he's right, if the powers that be don't want that to be used, they can just propagandize it, or whatever. But I mean, the guy has won a court case, and he was also filing a lawsuit, I think, with was it Facebook or something? Like, I don't know. There's a whole thing about the metaverse that he was actually going to make, like the new internet. He was all about the new internet, having it be like for the people, kind of. And that was what Bitcoin's vision was. The Satoshi vision was for like low fees, a commodity that you could trade between from person to person, cut out the middleman, that kind of thing. That was the original vision, and it hasn't become that, obviously, as we know. And all the shit coins and everything, they've all been tampered with, according to this guy. Like they don't have the ledger that really backs up the value, and the privacy doesn't go with it. They don't want privacy. They want your data. They want to be able to mine your data all the time. And these coins, although the whole thing about the Bitcoin is it needs to be. I mean, there can't be a way of ever compromising it. Like, it needs to have a cap. It needs to have a certain amount that's available, so it has value. It has to have like the ledger that follows it. The transaction record needs to be there. And he shows a graph where it shows that BSV is the only one with all those things, and that the ledger doesn't even show up hardly at all or not at all for like the Bitcoin we know as Bitcoin. The ledger's not there. It's all like the fluff stuff. Anyway, it's interesting. Who knows? Maybe he's just like a big BSV guy and he's trying to push it, but it didn't seem that way. He seemed like he was out to, help people. And that's what my friend Jez is all about too. I mean, he's like an actual person I've talked to for years. So it's not like he's out there just trying to sell you mean, he doesn't even do crypto. But anyway.
Yeah.
I'll post the video.
Cool, man.